All right. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are very excited to be in the midst of our 9th annual SageCon Summit. We are just going to do a couple of little housekeeping things to get us started. For those of you that don't know, the restrooms are right back here. We will have a break in about an hour and a half. So we'll have pastries and sorry, the coffee's slow. The fuse blew this morning, and so we thought it was brewing, and it wasn't. So that'll be ready soon. Just a little bit of an overview of what we have going today. We have 4 sessions today, 2 in the morning and then 2 in the afternoon. We're going to kick it off talking about some of our local conservation actions with the Prineville LIT. And then we're going to move into our overall status and trends across sagebrush country here in Oregon. After lunch, which is provided, we're going to break into tools you can use for planning and prioritizing work across big landscapes. We have a panel discussion and some great presenters that are going to talk to us about some of the methodology that is evolving. And then after our afternoon break, we're going to go into actionable science from across the SageStep network. So we're very excited to have the SageStep team here to share their work and research and experiences. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and tomorrow for the field trip, for those of you that are going to be joining us, it is an all-day field trip. We're going to be departing from here. We have 15 passenger vans for you guys to ride in, some excellent safe drivers, and we will be going to, we'll have 4 presentations. We're going to 3 different stops, making a loop through. We're going to get a chance to see some of the differences between the unique habitats here in Crook County. We're going to start meandering through the Brothers Pack and then work our way up into the Paulina Pack. We have some awesome soil scientists that are going to give us a deep dive into some soil pits, and then presentations from our BLM friends, and then we're going to go over to a restoration treatment on private land. So we like to get feedback from you guys. One of the great things about the summit is it's a wonderful chance for us to interact with you and hear what's important. What are you using from our array of services that we're providing? So by getting you to interact, it helps us know who's here, what's going on, what your experiences are. So we are using AHA slides again. We toned down the number from last year. We're just getting really crucial information from you. So we're going to have you scan the QR code and then respond your prompts. Everything will be anonymous, so you just plug in what you have, and if you have technical difficulties, we know the folks in the back, we might have to ask you to stand up and get a little closer to take a picture of the QR code to start, but we're going to start with our first question, which is, of our 9 summits, how many of them have you attended for? So just give you a quick overview list of where we've been in the past so that it jogs your memory. You can kind of do a quick think before we launch into the survey. But we are, there we go. So scan this QR code, and then it should just, yeah, there you go. Folks in the back, I know you're not participating because your phone doesn't reach that far. So stand up and come scan the code. We will be using the information from the later slides when we're asking a little bit more technical interactive questions. So the better participation we have, the better job we can do. So give you 10 more seconds. All right, cool. We have quite a few first timers, which is exciting. This is our first time being here in Central Oregon, so glad that you guys could make it. We always get a great showing of people from our local implementation team and folks from around here who have been interested, but not necessarily able or willing to travel so far. So thank you to those of you who are here and those who continue to show up year after year. Just a little bit of who's here for our information would be great. just where do you live? So we have choices here from around the state, what county, if you're outside of Oregon, did you travel over the pass? You're lucky. You're lucky to have so many homes. There are a lot of local folks here, so thank you guys for showing up. We're gonna go ahead and kick off this morning with a panel of our welcoming hosts. We're very excited to have Sarah O'Brien, the new OWeb director. We have Damon Brosnan, who is here from NRCS, our basin team leader, and Steph McKinney from the Prineville BLM. So I'm going to hand it over to them. They're just going to give us a brief little intro and welcome, and Sarah is going to kick it off for us.
That on? These things scare me. Can you hear me? Am I on the mic? Those might be two different things. Is it on?
There should be a green light screen.
There it is. See, I'm loud without the mic, so I gotta be super careful. And I'm large and I'm not used to disappearing behind the table like that, so I'm just gonna come over here. Okay, well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm large. Like I said, I was stand gently over here. Everybody awake now? I'm Sarah O'Brien. I'm the executive director of OWeb, Oregon's Watershed Enhancement Board. I've been doing that for almost exactly 3 months. Prior to that, I was an OWeb grantee for about 15 years in various positions in conservation organizations around the state. I have been SageCon alum in one form or another since 2012. So I didn't see a category up there for, I can't remember how many SageCon summits I've been to, but I'm in that category, 5, 6, somewhere in there. So I'm super excited to be joining this group today. I missed last year. I missed Lakeview. I think I had to facilitate in Burns the year before, and I think we had a coffee mishap that year too. So we got to be careful. Not this kind of coffee, the not making coffee kind of mishap, which is a much bigger problem. So I'm supposed to welcome you guys, and I think one thing that is fascinating about being able to see this group here today is I could have told you probably even without looking at the numbers, a lot of folks are new. And for somebody like me that's been joining this group with one hat on or another for more than a decade, it's really cool to see how many new people are here, how the sort of demographics and reality and perspectives of this group have changed over time. And I was thinking today about SageCon as an entity. And I know sometimes we call ourselves SageCon, sometimes we don't, but I call this community here in the room and other folks who come to this summit and other events and sort of collaborative tables around sage grouse and sage steppe land restoration and conservation. That's SageCon, whether you identify with that label or not, in my mind. And I've been thinking about whether it's like a living being, which is in my experience working with organizations and collaboratives, it's got to kind of keep breathing, keep living, keep growing. And so that was, as a kid of the 70s and 80s, just to date myself, is there anybody else here that was watching Sesame Street around 1980? Yeah, people about my age or who have kids about my age. Might have been. There was a Chrissy and the Alphabeats song on Sesame Street. I looked it up last night in 1980 that talked about whether something is alive. How do you know something is alive? And even though I had not seen that particular Sesame Street clip in 20 years or more, I guess 40 years, that's kind of depressing. I still remember the dang song. And it goes, is it alive? If it lives and eats and grows, that is how you know that it's alive, and that's no jive. So it was kind of a David song. But that struck me as I was thinking about SageCon last night and how collaboratives live. And this collaborative really does breathe and eat and grow. So if these guys will give me a couple extra minutes of welcoming, Damon doesn't look like he's dying for the mic. I will share how I think SageCon is living, breathing, eating, and growing. And that is how you know that it's alive and it's ready to adapt to whatever comes next on the landscape. So breathing, if folks who were around a couple years ago, kind of in the depths of the COVID madness, Dallas DeFreeze made this cool pyramid-shaped thing that helped us think about how SageCon works together across different scales. Oh my God, did I stole your thunder.
No, I wanted you to talk about it. You do it better than I do.
And when we first worked on it, it was a pyramid, and I'm from the Midwest and I don't like hierarchies, so it made me really nervous. And also I was always working at the more local state level, and so that made me nervous to see this pyramid of like national down to statewide down to whatever. But what Dallas and the group that was working on this at this time, I think really nailed was those circles are the way that this collaborative work breathes, right? So those of us who operate at the state federal level, we can help find funding, we can help send long-term sort of capacity, we can help work together on shared priorities across different agencies, across our silos. The main thing that we can honestly do to get the work of sage grouse, sage steppe restoration done is send money to folks that are working at the local level, because we know that's where the action really happens. But I think of that cycle as like the breathing of SageCon. So those things come from the state, regional, federal level. And then local implementation partners are the ones that actually do the work on the ground, articulate the funding needs, tell us what the results are, tell the stories, help us make the case for additional funding. And that goes around in a circle. I almost think of it as like a west side, east side breathing sometimes with SageCon. And we can send over resources and ideas and information and technology and our university friends that live on the west side. And we're super like entirely dependent to achieve goals with folks up locally on the east side that are actually working on the landscape. So that to me is the breathing of SageCon. Thank you for sharing the slide. I wasn't that well prepared. The SageCon eat. I mean, we're gonna eat lunch and then we're gonna go out for barbecue. So I guess it probably, we do eat, but to me, the eating is the money part, right? Like this group is a group that can take dollars from just about any source and turn them into incredible results on the ground for the birds. So when I was way before I was actually at OWEB, when I was wearing a different hat, OWEB made a commitment to provide $10 million in funding for sage grouse restoration work. That was in 2015. And we said over the course of 10 years, we'll spend $10 million. And that seemed like a big commitment and a super huge amount of money at that time. I think we maybe didn't realize what the scale of the challenge was either. And now my federal buddies spend a lot more money than I do. And we work collaboratively to get money on the ground from all the different sources. But OWEB just out of lottery fund has invested $16 million since 2015, since that commitment was made as part of the sort of effort to get ahead of the listing decision. So folks who are working locally are eating that money, getting it on the ground for results, and turning it into even better projects and proposals over time. So we don't see that stopping. We don't see it slowing down. We see it growing over time because the quality and the size and the scope and the collaborative nature of proposals that are coming into our grant programs, and I know that the federal partners feel this way too, are just growing astronomically over time. And the work that you guys are doing is so incredible that we can't help but keep throwing more money at it. So that's really good news. That's how I see SageCon eating. And I know there are two focused investment partnerships that you know OWEB is helping to support. In particular, partners coming together around geographic shared priorities to do more focused work over a longer time frame with bigger chunks of money. So really excited to continue to support that work too. And then growing, I mean, there's no question. I remember in some of the early SageCon days, we had, I don't know, John, maybe like a quarter of this room worth of people. And honestly, that was especially in the period around the listing decision. There were a lot more state and federal agency folks in the room, and there was a lens on policy solutions. Like, how do we keep development from causing a listing decision that's going to impact not only the bird, but livelihoods and rural community vitality? And what I've seen over the 10 plus years I've been working with SageCon is just a huge pivot to say like, yeah, we got to keep track of that stuff. We got to make sure that land use impacts are mitigated. But the real challenges are the landscape scale drivers, as Chad Boyd taught me very early on and kind of feed it into me over the course of several years, that this is not a war that we're going to win on a really small scale. It's a landscape scale restoration challenge. And so as this group has grown, it's changed. So we don't see, well, we are all agency people, but you put us at the beginning, we give a welcome, and then we sit down and shut up, hopefully. The people that we see coming here today are the ones that are actively involved in on the ground restoration. and addressing the fire, drought, climate, invasives challenges that we know are the primary threat, not just to the birds, but to the landscape at this point. So the ability of this group to grow over time while adapting to that changing reality is really unique in the collaborative landscape. And anywhere around the West, and in fact around the country, you can hear people talking about SageCon as a successful model for people coming together around a policy threat. And that was really successful, and we got a plan together that helped us figure out how we're going to work together to deal with that initial endangered species policy threat. And then really pivoted to this proactive shared landscape scale restoration effort that really mobilizes the strength and the leadership that we have in rural communities in Eastern Oregon in a way that I know that none of us that were sitting around the table, well, maybe a couple folks, maybe John could have predicted it, or a couple other folks that were around the early table. But I thought it was going to be a policy hammer conversation, and it really turned, I think, into a ground up, how does all our work fit together? And I think that's so cool. So later, Skylar and a number of other folks are going to come tell us about status and trends. And I honestly don't know, because I haven't been tracking whether that's good news, bad news, in between. Yeah. Okay, good. Well, that helps. But whatever the news is, I feel super confident that this group of people and its continued evolution around this challenge over time is exactly what's needed to confront those threats. And so I'm really excited. If it turned out that Skylar came to us with bad news and we had a different set of threats than we thought and a different set of strategies than we thought, I just have perfect confidence in this group to adapt and work together and bring that commitment to landscape scale restoration into rural economic and social vitality that we brought from the very beginning. So I am super excited to see this evolution in place. I'm super excited to be in a place where I can throw money at it instead of just kind of friendly nerdiness, which is mostly what I brought in the past. I think I'm done spilling things and breaking things now. Do I go to Damon or Stephanie?
Yes, please, to Damon. Thanks,
Yeah,
Sarah.
it's you, Damon.
Appreciate it.
Don't sit on the table. It gets really big.
Well, I have to stand because I'm so short that I'll be standing up to see me, so we have the opposite problems. And I definitely won't sit on the table. It'll go down. So being a local to Prineville, I wanted to welcome you all. My name is Damon Brosnan. I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for Field Operations for NRCS, or Basin Team Leader. Depends what you call me, whatever you want. I oversee 3 of the 5 sage-grouse counties. So I'm very excited about this year for many reasons. I'm excited to see so many people in the room. And I was kind of thinking, as Sarah was talking, it feels kind of like the Matrix. I don't know if you guys, but as I'm looking out here, I see all these connections that are kind of, you can't really see them, but if you look, you can see them. And all these lines connecting everybody together in this room and how this partnership works. And it's exciting because it takes all of us to make it work. It's not just one of us or 2 of us or 3 of us. It's not just the federal agencies. It's the landowners primarily. And then it's all of us who support them to get this work on the ground. So with that said, another reason why I'm excited is that the level of funding we as federal agencies are seeing these days are allowing us to provide a level of support that historically we have not had the chance to do. One of them is being NRCS for the first time, got into supporting the LITs this year. And we were able to bring a large pot of money to that agreement to, help us. And I'm excited about that and the future that the LITs have in store. Another one is the virtual fence. And, I look back when my college days were back in the 80s and in rangeland learning. And I remember picking up a textbook and looking and then finding the textbook from 1962. And shit, they were exactly almost identical. And it made me realize that, there's certain times in our lives that we see major shifts. And I honestly, and, hopefully I'm correct on this, the virtual fence and what it's bringing to our opportunities to manage rangeland and to help wildlife, to help battle fires, list goes on, is very exciting. And we are getting to get into that full bore this coming year. We've got a cost share scenarios figured out. We're also looking at it and how it interacts with predator interactions with livestock. So there's a lot of exciting stuff that we're excited about on that front. The tools we have with herbicides and getting into that full bore from our perspective, we're very excited about. But it all takes a partnership, and that's what really gets my juices flowing, is working with the partners and realizing we're not siloed, and we're not out here alone. We're all together, and the excitement that can bring. So with that, I welcome you to Prineville. I'm very excited because I get to sleep in my own bed tonight. That doesn't happen very often. And looking forward to the day. So thank you.
I'm just gonna get away from the table because it's a problem for us. So, good morning, everyone. I am Stephanie McKinney. I am the Assistant District Manager for Resources at the Prineville BLM. And I'd like to welcome you to my hometown of Prineville. Born and raised here and spent much of my career here. And when Rachel asked me to come help welcome you, I thought, what in the world could I share? And I was also honored and privileged, so thank you, Rachel. And as I pondered what I could offer, the thought that kept coming to mind for me was our shared passion of the resources, right? So, like I said, I grew up here in Prineville, exploring and recreating all over our public lands. One of the activities that helped lead me to this moment was birding with my Aunt Denise. And many of you guys know Chuck Gates. Probably, yep, love Chuck, one of my mentors. We would go birding and, you know, Christmas bird counts, all the things. But nearly 30 years ago now, I remember going out and doing a sage-grouse select survey out in Milliken. And probably, I don't know, the Audubon Lek or something like that. And it was wonderful and it was super magical, right? And it's one of those moments that help lead us to where I am, but those small moments, right, that get us to where we are today. Now, I had a moment where I was like, my gosh, people in this profession must be a smidge crazy, right? Like getting up really early to go out and be in the cold and look at birds felt really crazy when you're like 11 years old, right? You don't want to get out of bed and go and do that. But I imagine that many of us in this room can think back to what was likely a simple moment in your life that helped get you here today. And that is the common thread for many of us. And it's fueled by a love for our land and our resources. So looking back, I would probably reframe the smidge crazy comment to, there's a lot of people in our profession that are fueled by passion, dedication, and a deep respect for the resources. And I suspect we all share that sentiment, right? That's why we're here. And regardless of land ownership, we're all working towards that similar goal to protect and conserve and care for our natural resources, not only for ourselves, but for our future generations. So I've been back at the Prineville BLM for close to 8 years now, and I've worked with many of you in this room over that time frame, and we've done a lot of really awesome work on the ground. And what I've witnessed is everyone's unwavering commitment to collaboration and partnership. Now, the BLM's mission is centered around multiple use management. And our charge is to Our charge is to manage the public lands so that they are utilized in a way that best meet the present and future needs of the American people. And I believe that we're doing that at the Prineville BLM and other BLM offices, but I also think we're all doing that together in this room. As I've witnessed each of us and together tackle complex management challenges, we continue to fund research and ask really hard questions that are changing the way we're implementing things on the ground. We are working countless hours and continue to work countless hours on rolling out our Sage Grouse Resource Management Plan amendments. As Kelly's in the back, probably shaking her head, and we'll hear more about that. We're all engaged in our local implementation team, right? Julie helped get this formed and functioned, and we'll hear more about those successes and challenges, I'm sure, as the day goes on. And we've worked to, especially this year with our fire season, we've been working really hard with our partners and with our fire staff to really figure out how to respond to fire in the sage grouse habitat. So as we dive into today's discussion and tomorrow's field trip, I want us to remember our shared passion and build on our collective knowledge that's in this room. By working together, we continue to steward the sagebrush habitat and share in our successes and lessons learned, not only in Central Oregon, but range-wide. With that, I'm going to close with a quick quote by Rachel Carson, which is, "Conservation is a cause that has no end, and there is no point in which we will say our work is finished." Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Steph. So I am just going to do a brief little introduction of what SageCon currently is. I know a lot of you have heard some of this before, but I just kind of want to give you an overview of what it is that brings us together. As far as our core staff, it broke my heart a little bit. I had to delete Sarah off of this slide when I put it back together for this summit, but it is myself. I'm Rachel Levy. I am SageCon coordinator. I've been here for a year and a half now, and I work on a variety of different tasks with local implementation and communications and bringing together the different levels of our pyramid. We have Megan Kreutzberg, who works with the Institute for Natural Resources. She is our technical coordinator. So she is going to give you a big rundown on her program of work in a little while, but she is essential to bringing cutting edge science to all of us in a way that we're able to process and use it. And then we have Vanessa Schrader from OSU Extension, and she is essential in our workshops and trainings and events. Most of you I've seen at different workshops over the course of the last year, and you would have seen Vanessa there as well, bringing in her information and facilitating those events. We are also supported by a staff implementation team and a coordinating council. Those are evolving bodies that we'll talk more about, but our overall work and scope includes bringing together a really large network of people that specialize in different areas so that we are able to be effective in different realms of putting the puzzle together on how we can best preserve our sage steppe resources. So this Venn diagram is just sort of a little bit of an overview to kind of put it together in maybe a mental model that people can process about the different aspects of our work. So Institute for Natural Resources brings us a lot of our science and technical support. OSU Extension does a great job of helping with our communications, convening, workshops. Sarah was with the Willamette Partnership, but currently we are still working with Willamette Partnership as a governance organization that is really helping reinforce our structure. We will be shifting to becoming a fiscally sponsored program that will be able to hold funds and do more grant work in the future. So having them as a backbone for that work has been essential. And then at the core of it all, we have our local partner coordination and support. So Sarah ran through this, so I'm just going to go ahead and let her talk about that stand. But this is just a great overview of the amazing partners that are a part of this. So we are really special and unique in that we have partners at all these different levels, regional folks across the entire West that are working at a biome scale to bring us technical solutions to our big problems. We have state level funders, we have state level scientists, federal level biologists, people that are just incredible at bringing all of our work together under one roof. This isn't to say that any of our work is diminished by saying that it's SageCon work. We are stronger and better together. I kind of like to think of it as the experience of when you go to Taco Bell and you think you're just getting Taco Bell, but it turns out you get a Doritos flavored taco shell with it. So it's like bringing a lot of really integrated flavors and elevated sensations by the work that we can do together. So thank you all for being willing to participate in this larger network. A couple of the communications things that we have going right now. I've been spending a lot of time reviving our newsletter. So we put out a quarterly newsletter, almost quarterly. We have a goal to get those out. We've been hitting that goal, but not quite on a single day every quarter. But it is a great place to find different articles about some of our technical workshops, some of the places where we update work on, you'll see in our next edition, the sage grouse population report coming out, our BLM updates. So if you guys aren't subscribed to our newsletter, please go ahead and do that through our website. It's a great way to keep up on what's going on. Our website is another great form of communication. This is the place where we bring together the work that some of our partners are doing. So we have the Oregon Sage Grouse Partnership for Private Lands. We have the Institute for Natural Resources. We have our Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Program. And all of these things are by far standalone operations on their own, but we like to think of the website as a repository for you to get a good view, better understanding, dig a little bit deeper, and figure out who to connect with on each of these topics as you're interested. I do spend a lot of my time supporting the local implementation teams and the Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances program. So in the past year, we've had a lot of evolving structure with our LIT program. Andy and I are going to give a presentation about the Prineville LIT specifically in a little bit, but just as a little bit of background, we are shifting to a new model with our local implementation teams where we are going to have hosting entities that are local. So that's been the case in Baker County for a long time, but instead of those positions being Pheasants Forever positions, our funding will still come through Pheasants Forever, but we're going to be housed at different locations around the state to help integrate those people into their local networks a little bit more quickly and hopefully create more opportunities through conservation or through being located in a setting that provides more opportunity to connect. We've been working really hard to develop funding. As Damon alluded to, they invested huge amount of money, $1.1 million in our LIT program. So that is going to allow us to have capacity in all 5 of our geographies, which is absolutely amazing. We have existing funding from BLM, OWEB, and ODFW. I'm in the process of pursuing another BLM grant to round out the funding and get those positions fully funded all the way through 2028. We also have been doing our threat-based strategic conservation workshops and getting an opportunity for different folks to do some prioritization in their landscapes, which we will talk about more in another presentation. And then spending a lot of time doing coordination and training with our private land sage grouse program. As Sarah mentioned, we have 2 different focused investment partnerships from OWEB that are currently going on in sage grouse habitat, which is a huge investment and also a lot of grant management and figuring out how to best get that money on the ground and raise more money with that seed investment. So pretty exciting local work. Just want to remind you guys of some of our objectives today. My most favorite reason for coming to Summit is connecting with partners. See a lot of you siloed yourself into your tables. I see our ODFW table, our NRCS table. If you guys get an opportunity to mix it up during lunch, that would be awesome. We're going to have a couple breaks. We have lots of room in the back to mingle. So please be sure to reach out, talk to some people that you don't know. It's a really great opportunity to share and exchange ideas and inspire each other. So hopefully you hear about something new. Maybe you connect with somebody and you're able to get something going on the ground that you've thought about, but never really been able to pull together. So thank you guys for being here. And we're going to move into our first session of the day, which is conservation with the Prineville local within the local Prineville local implementation team geography. So Andy, if you'll come up here and we will work on this together. So as a little bit of background on the Prineville LIT, I've been working as sort of an interim coordinator for the LIT over the last year. We are just one of 5 LITs across the state. So the LITs are a large network of partners that are sort of that base foundation of the pyramid, and something that we think about as a way that we all can work together and translate the needs that we have articulated in our state level action plans into work on the ground. So making sure that we are working together, working across boundaries, not just doing one-off conservation acts, but really thinking about working in priority areas and working across boundaries. So as a little bit of history, the LIT idea evolved from ODFW and the Oregon Sage Grouse Conservation Assessment and Strategy. That was in about 2011. And that was when the LIT geography boundaries were established based pretty much on BLM districts. You'll see the Vail district is actually inclusive of the Baker resource area as well, but a little bit of different issues there, different staff. So that broke off into its own LIT, and the goal is to just bring all the relevant decision makers together so that you can make sure that you are understanding the challenges, making sure that you have both scientists and policymakers and people that are able to really take these big state level ideas and turn them into conservation action on the ground. So we've seen an evolution in coordinator capacity as the need for this coordinated action has grown. As Sarah said, it is a large area, and we are really trying to solve a lot of really, really difficult challenges, and those are expensive, and it's been difficult, and we did not know how difficult it was until we really started diving into it. So this is our Prineville LIT geography. Prineville's right there where the star is. These are the folks that tend to be at our meetings, involved in bringing us a wide variety of information to help us make decisions. We have, let's see, we've been working together. 2012 was the first Prineville LIT meeting. I was not there for that, but it took a while to sort of get that capacity growing and get our first LIT coordinator hired. Julie was with us as the coordinator starting in 2019. She was straddled way across the state working in the Prineville and Vail LITs. She had a lot of successes starting regular meetings that brought all those partners together. So that's a large list of people to keep engaged and to be able to have meetings where people are bringing together their work in order to develop that Prineville threats reduction plan that was approved by the LIT. And that was sort of our foundational document that worked like the Baker threats reduction plan. That was the foundation of their 5th grant. So the idea is you create this large document, extremely large, to the point that it becomes a little bit challenging to use, but the idea is you have a roadmap. You know all of the work that's been done in the area, what our biggest threats are, what our biggest challenges are. So it really is a great way to start securing funding. And so we were able to have our first LIT funded project through the infrastructure bill. And then we got to go out on a group field tour, which is always just really important in terms of connecting with people. You have that conversation that is just essential for understanding where people are coming from, what their priorities are, looking at the ground, having that shared understanding. So we've been really trying to maintain that momentum here in the Prineville LIT because it was a lot of work to get that going. And we want to make sure that that isn't lost in this time while we've been trying to secure the funding to make sure that we can have another coordinator that will be here full time. So over the last year, we had some workshops, we identified a shared priority area, and we are continuing on. In the next year, we hope to hire a future coordinator this winter. They will be doing a lot of grant writing, project implementation and management. We're gonna work on identifying a second priority area, getting some of our administrative hurdles overcome in that second area. And then just really continuing with landowner outreach, because that is a really important part of the work that we do. We want to make sure that we are broadcasting that work out, making those people feel included so that they can come to the table and participate in the work that we're doing, and make sure that we're on track and that what we're doing in the office reflects what the needs are on the ground. So we've had some big changes in habitat designations in this part of the world. So you can see our pack boundaries on here and our low density habitat. There has been some super major changes in terms of expanding the habitat here in between the Paulina and Brothers Pack. You can see all of that is now low density habitat. Our Brothers Pack now extends down into Lake County quite a bit. And the Missouri Flat area extends across the Lake County border in a way that's just a lot more contiguous, isn't sort of based around just a couple lakes like it is here. And then this corridor out along the Crooked River is extended and contiguous now. So Andy's going to talk a little bit about how some of this change in habitat and designation has allowed us to shift our work, increase our spending, get some really good projects going. So I'm gonna hand it over to Andy Gallagher.
Hi, I'm Andy Gallagher. I'm with Crick Soil and Water Conservation District. So the biggest thing that I think about when we think about our LIT area is that we have these areas where the threats vary so drastically across the landscape. In the northern part of that Paulina Pack area on the far upper hand right, we have a lot of annual grass issues, junipers. Now we have wildfire recovery that's going to start. The center part of that Paulina Pack and the center part of the Brothers Pack are really good intact rangelands. The north part of the Brothers Pack is a lot of juniper, and so just depending on where you're at, we see we're just addressing different threats, and so it's pretty diverse across our area. You know, even out there over here in the west half of the Brothers Pack, we get a lot of fragmentation, human development, and recreation pressure, which is something that, you know, it's close to Bend, so it's just another set of hurdles that we have to figure out how to jump over, and yeah, so it's tough, but it's great. With this LIT, we put together enough expertise to hopefully get through all these threats and kind of figure out where we're going.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
click on the left.
Hit the mouse, not the arrows.
Oh, got it. Maybe. Okay, how many slides did I just go through? I wasn't watching. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So one of the reasons that well, I'm concerned about the Prineville LIT because I live here. But one of the reasons that the Prineville LIT makes a lot of sense for investment is because when you look at this large core sagebrush area, the Prineville Pack has a lot of it. For as little sage grouse habitat as we have compared to these other LITs, it's some really good stuff. And so we look at this and we say, wow, we've got a lot of that really dark, deep blue, and there's not that much space in between it. So we could think about, when we think about growing and protecting the core, expanding this seems more doable. Like connecting some of those areas together seems attainable. And so that's kind of where we decided to look at when we went through our workshop. That, gosh darn it. All right. So kind of taking a step back here, we just kind of, you know, random acts of conservation. We do it just like everybody else. here, I can't remember what year this was 5 or 6 years ago. We started this project in Hampton. The orange was the first step. It was an OWEB grant with some prescribed burning, juniper, stuff like that. Wasn't really designed to be a sage grouse project. It was just, we had a willing landowner, we had a resilient landscape. We had an opportunity, you know, a gap in or a place in our capacity where we could write a grant. So we did it. We got our local NRCS folks involved with the same landowner and put an NRCS project there, kind of bump them up together. And then ODFW had some MDI dollars that they threw at it as well. So we fast forward a couple of years and we'll talk about it here in a little bit, or one of our partners will. OSU doing some telemetry work. They looked at it and said, wow, there's birds that use this area. And so we looked at it and said, well, we didn't know that. So, okay, now it's a sage grouse project. What do we need to do differently? How do we need to look at it differently? When ODFW remapped habitat, that became habitat. So it's like, it was low density before, but nothing special. And so now we're looking at it as just, I guess, a sage grouse project. The whole time, unbeknownst to us, DSL working with the LIT had worked to put some infrastructure dollars on the ground, which is the light blue on this end. And it just happened to bump up against our project and we didn't know it. So we all sat down at the LIT and we realized, holy mackerel, we got like a landscape scale project that's put together here, and we didn't really even try to do it, kind of by accident. And then because of that, we went with we got a NIFWIF migration grant, and then our juniper bill dollars that we got through the state to do water drought relief, we're also putting adjacent to this project. And so just kind of building on it. And then we go through our LIT, threat-based strategic conservation workshop. And so that area is in the yellow, right below those two red areas. So we've got those two green areas, just trying to connect them. And so we said, wow, we got a lot of conservation happening here. We got a lot of potential, very resilient landscape, in pretty good shape overall, a lot of junipers, a couple other issues. And so as a group, we looked at that and said, we've got a lot of potential to do some projects. I would also be remiss in not mentioning that the BLM has polygons scattered all over this thing that we just don't have out here. Larry, I think, is going to talk about that a little bit here in the future or in the next couple of presentations, but BLM has also done work all over this area. So then with that priority area identified, we also, as the LIT, put in America the Beautiful Challenge application in that black area, takes in a bunch of DSL property, a bunch of Prineville BLM, and then a bunch of private ground. And so, yeah, it's just kind of that evolution of a landscape scale project. Like, to me, I always sat there and thought, yeah, we're all going to get in a room, we're going to decide where we're going to work, and then everybody's going to bring their money. And this kind of went the other way, but it's worked out pretty well so far. And I hope it continues to work out. Any questions? November, we won't know till November.
Hey, fingers crossed.
That would be great. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
All right, next up, we have Larry Ashton from Prineville BLM. He is a wildlife biologist who has been very active in our LIT. He has been very helpful as a participant, but also just as a note taker, an incredible resource, somebody who's always willing to work a little bit longer, get things done for the project, and we're very grateful to have him here. He's going to talk a little bit about the BLM specific work that's happening in our LIT area.
Thank you, Rachel. So my name is Larry Ashton. I'm a wildlife biologist for the Deschutes Field Office BLM in Prineville, Oregon. And today I'm going to talk about Prineville District's proactive sage grouse conservation actions. So first I want to talk about the Prineville District BLM. It is Oregon and Washington's largest district. It's 14 counties. So BLM only is 1.65 million acres across those 14 counties. So we have a lot of neighbors. And I will talk more about that in a little bit. We have 1.2 million acres of sage-grouse habitat across the southern third of the district. It's 700,000 acres for the Brothers North Wagon Tire Pack and the line of 12-mile Misery Flat, and 550,000 acres of general habitat. So our sage-grouse populations aren't doing too great, for lack of trying, or not for lack of trying. The Brothers North Wagon Tire Pack has been in soft trigger starting in 2016-17 and then hard trigger since then. I think we were half a bird away from getting back to a soft trigger in 23, so let's keep it up. And then the flying to the 12-mile Misery Flat was doing well and then hit a soft trigger and then dropped down to a hard trigger, but the population seems to be doing pretty good from the previous leg counts. So hopefully it shoots back. So here's the Brothers North Wagon Tire population trend. There's lots of peaks and valleys, but overall it's a slow decline. Hopefully we're gonna hit the brakes and start to shoot back up. And then climb 12-mile Misery Flat Pack. Big peak, big valleys, hopefully leveling out again. So the Prineville BLM has been doing habitat restoration across all habitats for 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. We really started to hit sage-grouse habitat treatments in around 2008 through various projects. The biggest one is the High Desert Shrub Steppe Restoration Project. It's a 2011 EA. It covered, the original EA covered 484,000 acres of BLM managed lands. And then we did a DNA determination of NEPA adequacy to make sure that the EA is still viable. And we added another 30,000 acres of habitat that's similar that we didn't include in the original. And then we also analyzed for, to say that, hey, burning and removing the excess slash is still appropriate. Since up until 2023, we've cut 165,000 acres. That's just up until 2023. That doesn't include anything in 2024. And that is just on BLM lands. And I'll touch more on this in just when I show the maps. But this has been a coordinated effort, and I can't stress that enough. Like I said, we have a lot of neighbors, So in starting in 2017, Stephanie McKinney got together a group of local entities, you know, from local government, county, state, federal partners, and we basically sat down, looked at a map, and said, "Hey, here are our units. Where can we focus on to get the biggest bang for our buck?" So, like Andy said, random acts of conservation are great, but they only get you so far. So we want to coordinate with our local partners, and big shout out to Chris Mundy. He was able to help us out and, you know, point to where other projects are going on. So we were able to go back to our map and reprioritize some of our units. And since then, since we did start cutting sage-grouse habitat in 2008, we've started to analyze for retreating some of the units. So we're looking to get to 5,700 acres of juniper retreatments in the Brothers Pack soon. And that's again, with our partners at ODF&W and through the Good Neighbor Authority. It's just an incredible process. So here's a picture of the Brothers North Wagon Tire Priority Habitat Management Area. This is everything that's been completed. North of the highway is contracted out, and some of our units have already been completed or implemented. This is the Planet 12-mile Misery Flat Pack. All of the red is our BLM units that have been completed. We started in Planet 12-mile Misery Flat and moved to Brothers. Brothers is either completed or contracted out, so we're focusing our shift back onto Planetold Mount Missouri Flat. And then here are the units in the Southern Brothers North McIntyre management area where we're going to retreat. So once we cut all the juniper, a big thing that we end up doing is either pile burning or jackpot burning. Jackpot burning is probably the easiest way to get rid of the excess fuels on the landscape in a safe manner. And here's just a quick video of what it looks like. I don't know has anyone ever done prescribed burning with jackpot burns? Besides Don? Okay. So this is pretty much what it is. You just walk up to the tree that's just been cut and you drag a quick torch, go along the tree bowl. And this is basically what it looks like. You get 10, 15 people that are willing to carry drip torches across several thousand acres, and you hit all the jackpot, all the trees that have been cut and lopped. And one thing I wanted to point out is we're not cutting every juniper tree. We're leaving all the old growth trees, so we're still managing habitat for other like juniper obligate species like mule deer, winter range, and pinyon jays. And this is basically what it looks like. Just get a bunch of trees burning on the ground, get some big flames off of it. But I do want to say, our fire and fuels programs, they nail the prescriptions because this is what it looks like when it's burning. And this is the footprint. You literally just burn the footprint of the juniper, which is incredible. So other projects that we've been working on is the Playa project. This is a NEA from 2012. We focused on playas across the sage-grouse habitat in Prineville BLM. These playas, most of them have been altered with either roads going through them or they were dug out for livestock water. We primarily focused on 4 playas and specifically worked on the Paiute and Dog Lake well. We wanted to make sure that our restoration actions actually worked. Part of that, we drilled 2 wells, the Berger and 2 post well. These were livestock water sources, and we'd be taking away water sources from our permittees. So we wanted to make sure that they had water sources so that the allotment could be grazed in a proper manner. In addition, we got clean water for the livestock, clean water for the wildlife. We were able to pipe the water outside of the pastures. We get more water sources. And the biggest thing is we now have 2 water sources out pretty much in the middle of nowhere for wildland firefighters to flow. This is an ongoing project. We backfilled the Paiute Lake and Dog Lake in 2018, and wasn't as easy as we thought it would be. As you can see, so here's the map. They're pretty close together. But as you can see, there's a big island in the middle. So it isn't as easy as just pushing the berm back in. Our field manager asked me how much soil we brought in. I laughed and I said, we didn't bring any soil in. It's the same soil. It's just all that clay-based soil uncompacted, and there's just a lot. So we've been working with the state office for funding, and we're going to actually, we were going to do it this year, but the fire season shut us down. We might do it this fall still, but we're going to take dozers and push all the excess soil off to the side. We worked with our engineering crew and our cadastral crew to have surveys and plans for 0.5% to 1% grade. So again, it's a work in progress, more to come. And then additionally, we've done a ton of vegetation monitoring, our assessment, inventory, and monitoring plots. We started this in 2016, and you get a ton of vegetation data. We'll talk more about this tomorrow and at the field tour. We have 398 plots through 2023. I remember in 2016 when this started, I was like, we'll see how it goes. This is incredible. And on top of that, the NRCS has their landscape monitoring framework plots. They have 168 from 2011 through 2023. That is probably the most comprehensive set of data I've available in anywhere that I've ever seen. It's incredible. Again, more partners. The BLM was able to fund Oregon State study with Becca and Christian, and this is over 7 years. And I want to say Becca's work, Christian's work has literally reshaped sage grouse habitat mapping in Central Oregon. It is extremely invaluable. We've had 4 large fires in 2024 in the Prineville district, not as large as other places. We've been extremely fortunate. Most of these fires started on the forest and burned out on the sagebrush steppe. But with that, it was a crazy fire year. We just couldn't get the fires out. It's extreme fire behavior, extreme fuels on the ground. And so the big thing was, what's the best message we can get? We had resource advisors to all these fires. And 2 main points. First one was get the fire out. Get the fire out. Please get the fire out. Dozer line is great. Retardant's great. Hand line's great. Direct attack's great. Make sure the wildland firefighters are safe, but please get the fire out however you can. We will restore any suppression damages that were created in the meantime. And the second thing was, there's a big focus on the Lex. The grouse are going to come back to the Lex. It's already an open area. What we really need to do is protect those unburned vegetation islands. Again, when we're safe for the wildland firefighters, the grouse will go to the Lex, and then they'll go out and nest, and they'll nest under anything they can. Basin wapiti, rabbit brush, rocks, anything, and they just aren't going to be successful. So we wanted to make sure that we had all of the unburned islands protected, and that we didn't burn through them to help for burnout operations. And these are just some pictures I took from the Wiley Flat Fire that I was on. This is I'm actually standing in the 2018 cemetery fire scar. I was shocked. It looked incredible. Behind me was fantastic unburnt sagebrush. Looked incredible. But as you can see, they did dozer line, they did direct attack, they did all kinds of retardant, and it just looked incredible. Any questions?
Thanks, Larry. I'm curious, have you been able to do any juniper removal projects like in the really early stages where they're just little saplings where you can use loppers maybe and don't have to do the jackpot burning?
Yep. Yes. So one big thing about all of this is intact sagebrush steppe. So our fuels program had a daily rate where they just paid for 20 to 40 man crews to walk in grids with loppers and axes, chainsaws, and they just went out and took out the early stuff that we got to do before it became a problem.
I just wanted to add on to that too, is the BLM has had the National Public Lands Day, and we have gone out with volunteers and logged very small young road juniper, so it's pretty cool.
The areas where you're retreating, how are you making decisions about where is it worth it to retreat?
I mean, a lot of it's you just drive through it and you can see sage or juniper that's waist high to 6 feet high. We've gone on field tours with ODF&W and NRCS, and I mean, you can just tell it's time. That second flush of juniper is coming. We want to get it before they start really dropping berries and become a bigger problem for us. I have like another 25 years left. I don't want to retreat any more juniper than I have.
Thank you, Larry. One point I do want to drive home. The amount of work that they have done through their NEPA has made them incredible to work with in terms of their ability to respond and get projects done. When you're working with a private landowner and there are inholdings of BLM, the ability to get in there and just treat without having to do a lot of long-term NEPA is really, really incredible and something that makes working with them wonderful in this area. So very unique. I didn't realize how unique that was. So anyway, next up we have Randy Wiest. I have had the opportunity to work with Randy in our local Prineville LIT, but he is one of the people that is incredible in the amount of territory that he covers all the way across the rangelands of Oregon. He's involved in every LIT in the state and makes it to nearly every meeting in person. So we're very grateful to have you here at this meeting in person, and take it away.
Welcome and thanks for the opportunity to come here and speak. Again, Randy Wiest, Department of State Lands. I've been there for a couple decades anyway, and kind of go through some of our collaborative and partnership projects throughout the state, and really kind of focus on our sage grouse management and some of our infrastructure projects. And to start, there we go. To start with, Department of State Lands, so we're a little bit different agency than most state agencies or federal agencies. We have a mandate to maximize revenue to the common school fund, which provides a little bit of a conflict when you talk about resource management. So we manage 772,000 acres thereabouts of uplands. And of that, 640,000 acres are classified as rangelands, and they are leased for livestock grazing. And these is throughout the state. But to kind of start, we have a CCAA. We started in 2013. We took the Harney County template and kind of switched it around and made it our own. We may not be the second CCAA, but we're at least maybe the third. So we've been kind of doing this since the start. So we've been attending every meeting that's been going on throughout the state. So through that process, we assessed 100% of our rangelands within sage-grouse habitat. And you can kind of see on the map, the black line is the defined, I guess, sage-grouse habitat in Oregon. I think that's an ODFW layer. I could be wrong, but anyway, and it was determined 579,000 acres of our 640,000 acres is in sage-grouse habitat. Of that, 223,000 is suitable and 207,000 is potentially suitable. So those are numbers as of 2013. So those are a little bit old. At some point in time, we'll probably do some remapping and figure that out. To be different, we called, instead of SSPs, we called our management plan sage-grouse habitat assessments. We have 31, they're broken up geographically through our ownership. And these are very similar as SSPs. We identify conditions, improvements, conservation measures, all that kind of stuff. We would write a bunch of them, send them to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, their approval, then they're kind of enrolled in the CCAA. What makes us different is we work directly with Fish and Wildlife Service, not our lessees. So our lessees are kind of a third party to this whole deal. If there's any issues we need to address with grazing management, we work with our lessees and Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's been kind of a contentious when we started, but it's worked out very well. And we're pretty happy so far. So anyway, so we do quite a bit of range improvement projects. We kind of have and actually this is kind of the two improvement type projects we do. We have a range improvement fund. We generally get about a couple $100,000 a year off revenues generated from these lands. So when you look statewide over 640,000 acres, that's not a whole lot of money. So, and with that, that's got to get spread, divided up against everything from fence construction, water developments, weed spraying, juniper thinning, everything. So not a lot, and of course in drought conditions, we obviously focus our priority on, water development. So juniper removal, weed spraying kind of takes second hand for that type of stuff. So The other one, our collaborative, what I call them collaborative, or we call them collaborative, or our partnership type projects, kind of like our infrastructure bill, a lot of the equip stuff. That our partners have been very fortunate enough to spend on our ground, which we'll talk about quite a bit. Most of those, we can't apply for those funds. Our lessees or landowners will apply, and some of those grounds projects will be put on state lands. Other ones like the infrastructure, we can apply for it. And we'll talk about some of those here coming up. To start is our barbed wire project. Andy kind of talked a little bit about this. This is a, infrastructure law project. Pheasants Forever kind of acted as our, a contract administrator. So the kind of the monies went to Pheasants Forever. Then we're able to apply those funds on state lands. So you can kind of see the polygons over there. I guess I got a map here, but yellow is, kind of the yellows. I guess the orange, on this map is I changed my colors around, is what's been done already. The other two colors are the different phases of the project. So, the orange part's done now. Then the other ones should be done, hopefully the end of October or the end of the year at the latest. So when completed, we'll have about 5,900 acres cut, focusing primarily on phase 1 areas with some phase 2 cut also. We'll have some pictures coming up here pretty quick. About 30 acres we kind of left as a wildlife area, just kind of dense trees for thermal cover for wildlife species. Kind of our application through this is to kind of fell reduce height to 4 feet and just leave them. It's kind of the less time the contractor spends handling the material that he charges, which is the more ground we can get cut. So that works out pretty good for us. Some of those you'll see some of the pictures, they're pretty dispersed phase 1 trees. So there's not a lot left on the landscape when they're done. You really can't see them. They kind of fall below the sagebrush cover. So some of them will be burnt. We found when we do this prescription and we burn it, we get probably 70% the materials cut or burn up, which for us is fine. That kind of leaves a little bit of debris on the landscape for wildlife species, maybe, to nest in and whatnot. So about 1,200 acres is getting cut in 23. Like I said, the rest of it's going to get cut bid up here shortly. So the last part of the barbed wire bids came in really low, so we're able to kind of move our project to the east to the Guano Valley area. I'm sorry, the Dust Bowl GR Ranch area over there. So we'll kind of hopefully get contracting going on that too. So you can kind of see with the different shadings, the kind of the peach color is I guess that's the sagebrush growth area. And then the other one, maybe I have those backwards. You guys could probably read it better. Of course, sagebrush areas in the sagebrush growth areas. So we kind of focus on those, kind of really improve that sagebrush habitat. And there's kind of a close-up picture of those projects. So the orange color in this left map is kind of what's been done already. You can kind of see those little polygons in the middle. Those are getting cut here in the second year. We went through RPO process for the funding. So most of that will get pile burned here probably next year. It's not cut yet. We're hoping it'd be cut by now. But we'll probably be out burning that next year. Pile burning. And then the other two, the yellow and the pink, should be done here by the end of the year. So that's it, kind of really focusing these projects kind of in that, improve the sagebrush habitat out there. Like Andy was saying, this matches up really well with what's going on with adjacent landowners. And there's kind of a blow up of that, kind of the same deal. This one also shows we've been cutting out in the barbed wire Van Lake Road area since 2001, 2002. So the mess of polygons on the right is kind of the projects we've been doing earlier. So this was actually really prime. You know, we did those initial projects to really help out the bitter brush, which it came, you know, I didn't have time to put any photos on here, but you know, when we started to cut that, there was, the bitter brush was really not, it was very low growing, and now, you know, the bitter brush is as tall as a juniper out there. We cut it, so it's really had a great response. So timing on this project was great to come in there and get those really small, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10-foot junipers that have regrown. This is kind of a blow up of the GI Ranch project, which is the little polygon on the left here, the yellow. That's kind of what's going out for bid here pretty quick. So again, this is also in the American the Beautiful grant area. And this map also on the left kind of shows some of the other projects we've been cutting out there. So with our limited funding, we have been focusing our juniper primarily on riparian areas. Because, you know, for us to get a couple hundred acres cut a year is pretty good with our funding pool. So that works out really well on meadows and riparian areas. 200 acres will get quite a bit cut. So, and then, you know, focusing the blob on the left, that's kind of the Hardy to Shoots line. That's kind of around the whole suite of springs up there we cut. I think that was in 03. We did the cut up in there. So again, kind of showing the different sagebrush habitats on the left and the right. And this is kind of a blow up of the same one. So this is all the projects. I wasn't sure kind of how things would be viewable in here. So the bottom left, you can kind of see the hash mark. That's a project we were just talking about. The blob to the south is kind of, we just got done with that 2 years ago. We started doing pile burning in the last winter. So again, this project kind of fit right in with what we've been doing, and other projects will really complement this area pretty well. So kind of as you move from the left to the right, it goes from pretty open area, some lakes out there, kind of then transitions on the right into some, you know, some pine trees and whatnot, with a lot of phase one in the middle. So we kind of hope to focus out here more in the future. And kind of moving south, the Guano Valley Build project. So this is kind of working with the you know, Lakeview LIT down there. Big project down there, which will get bid out here pretty quick too. So same spec, same deal. This is an area we haven't worked much in. It's just kind of on the southern border of Lake County, Nevada, but an area that's pretty nice country. So a lot of juniper coming into that area, but some really beautiful sagebrush habitat down there. So a lot of aspen stands. We'll kind of hope to get to in a few cycles of the project. So you can kind of see the different years that you know, there's some, hopefully maybe we can get some more projects going down there. So just another area we kind of want to work at and kind of add on to this one here. And again, the BLM's been doing a lot of work down in this country too. So this kind of partners up pretty well with what they've been doing. And I guess some pictures. So the picture on the left kind of shows was a pretty large juniper tree where we just get its fell and just reduced the height to 4 to 5 feet. So it eliminates perch. It's a tree on the ground. The contractor, it's pretty easy for them. Typically they just limb up one side, either with a pole saw or something as far as they can go, fell the tree that direction, and then just cut the top limbs off and let them lie. So they don't spend a lot of time cutting, which is good because, you know, the more they handle the material, the more it costs. So this kind of looks back in the foreground, that's Hampton Buttes, and you can kind of look, I'll have a better picture coming up, but some of the trees in the foreground is still on DSL. But as you can kind of see up on the hill where Andy was talking about some of the work. Then again, on the right, that's kind of the completed project, you can kind of see some smaller trees that have been cut in there too, so. And actually that one, you can see those polygons in the first map, I showed you the polygons, that's those in that far right there too. Again, I put this in there to see how many people would turn their head and look at it. But this is kind of at the very southern end, kind of looking north. You can kind of see on the far right, you can kind of see a stripe where it's a little darker shading on the right. That's still on DSL. That's kind of the boundary of where it's been cut now and what's to be cut. So again, this is kind of looking south. The tree density in there is kind of what a lot of the southern area looks like. You know, not a whole lot out there, but it's kind of a good time to get out there and get a lot cut these monies, because in, you know, a few years, you know, there'd be a lot more there. Again, kind of the opposing picture too, looking up the same direction, Hampton Buttes on the right, you can kind of see where, you know, the private's been cutting up on Hampton Buttes, and then ours borders it on the left there, so. Kind of a neat area. Again, more pictures, kind of this is before the cut, you can kind of see the density of the juniper. That's kind of what a lot of that project area looked like. So it's a pretty good time to be in there. Again, same deal. This is right after we cut it in 01. You know, back then we weren't really, the focus wasn't necessarily on sage grouse back in 01, 02, 03. So we really didn't want to cut the bigger trees, just mainly focus on the smaller ones. So a lot of these are not old growth and will be cut, but again, we, you know, leave all the old growth on site. So we don't focus cutting on the old growth. Other partnership projects, kind of getting off juniper for a short bit. Sour projects started a few years ago. We treated 7,700 acres of state land with Rejuva, kind of in partnership with, there's a partnership and just a whole suite of partners. So most of everybody's probably pretty familiar with the sour project. We were able to fund an additional 480 acres in year one with Rejuva. And then year two, 4,100 acres was treated with 620 acres. We were able to help out too. So part of the sour two was juniper removal in Druzy. And pile burning will start probably the spring of next year. So one of the issues we've come up with our small pot of money is, you know, in these remote grounds, to get a helicopter out there, you need about 1,000 acres. So, you know, Rejuva is 75, 80 bucks an acre for that. So we just don't have the funding pool to do a lot of, you know, weed spraying anymore. So for us to throw in 300, 400, 500 acres with a partnership project is really good use of our money. So. Here's kind of some of the Druzy cut. This is the project wasn't quite done yet, but same specs here. Cut, fill, reduce 4 feet to kind of move on. So a lot of this will get pile burn. I said, you know, in spring of next year. And like I say, a lot of that hill, there's a lot of old growth up there, but there's still some trees they just haven't quite finished yet. So kind of really nice country. Again, this partners up really well with what's been done on adjacent private and federal land. So more pictures there. Just a snapshot of some of our other projects. A lot of equip, economic stimulus projects in 08. And other stuff down there too. So summary, real quick, 12,000 acres is kind of what we've done since 01. This doesn't account for our build projects now. And about 2,000 acres that we've funded here too. So future projects, again, kind of some areas we'd like to focus, Southeast Oregon. Kind of partner up with some of the equip stuff there. Kind of the light blue kind of is what we're thinking of we'd like to get done down there. So stockade block, again, yellow's done, orange is is kind of in progress. Blues areas we'd kind of like to focus work on too, so. Just kind of highlight some future stuff. And again, you know, we cover the whole state, so whatever we do in one area, we have to manage with projects somewhere else, so. You know, it's really hard for us to, we'd like to do some work here, but yet we have a bigger project, you know, 10 hours away somewhere else we need to work at, so it's a lot to juggle there, but that's kind of what we've been doing throughout. And again, just like to kind of thank our partners that we've had there, so. And good graffiti, you know, so anyway, I guess that's it. Any questions?
We're gonna have to wait to see if we have time for questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. So our next presentation is from Alexis Larson at the Institute for Applied Ecology. She is joining us remotely. She has had a heck of a fire season. Her husband's been out a lot, and so she asked if she could please join us from afar. So went ahead and granted that request because she has some awesome stuff to share about the FORB study that is going on here in our Prineville local implementation team area, and then also some of the broader implications of the seed strategy in Oregon. So Alexis, if you could share your screen, we'll see if it shows up here in the room for us.
Yeah, okay, and then, okay, great. Yeah, thanks so much for being accommodating. It was just, yeah, too much to maybe come out there for a couple of nights, but I hope to come visit the SageCon group sometime soon, or maybe next year. Yeah, I'm Alexis Larson. I'm the Plant Materials Program Director at the Institute for Applied Ecology. We're based here in Corvallis. I'm going to present today on the Oregon Native Seed Strategy and kind of the status on that document and what it includes so far. And then I'm also reporting a little bit about the Brothers Restoration Project for Scott Harris, who also couldn't be there in person. He's with our conservation research program, and he's been participating in that Brothers project as well. So I'll start with the seed strategy, which was inspired by the National Native Seed Strategy, as well as a couple other states that are putting together statewide strategies in Nevada and California, and kind of following up on the vision of the National Seed Strategy of the right seed at the right place at the right time. But how do we do that in Oregon? And the idea for this strategy came about when the America the Beautiful Challenge funding became available in 2022, and a group of federal and state agencies, tribes, and nonprofits came together to write a proposal to draft the strategy. And then that didn't get funded. We tried again and included some implementation funding in there. Also didn't get funded. So some of the agency partners took the lead to draft a strategy. They're a little more capable to do that without restricted funding, like the nonprofit folks were. And so we have a draft strategy that has been developed. It's in internal review by this new collaborative that we're calling the Oregon Native Seed, I think, collaborative. It's either collaborative or coalition. Forgot to look that up officially, but that group is doing an internal review, and then we want to send it out to partners throughout the state for an external review. And so I have my email at the end of this presentation if you're interested in signing up to do some external review of that document. But just kind of a, I guess, 30,000-foot review of this document. Some of the key points to take away is that we approach this really holistically and looking at native seed management in terms of looking at or including more ecological principles and focusing on long-term ecosystem health rather than the short-term goal of just revegetation. And then also a bigger focus on biodiversity and climate resilience in here. There's flexibility built in so that approaches could be tailored to the different regions of the state, using regional coordinators, as well as getting some of this work done through existing seed partnerships and possibly developing new seed partnerships. It's also different from the Nevada strategy in that it has a strong conservation focus. This is in part that a lot of this work has been led by the ODA Native Plant Conservation Program. And there's also an emphasis on inclusivity and collaboration. So we've got a diverse group of stakeholders, tribal involvement, focusing, and then there's a strong focus on how do we build a statewide structure of a type of network of partnerships and folks working with native seed so that we can communicate and collaborate statewide. It also recognizes a need for long-term funding called out specifically in Goal 5, and we hope that this document can help strengthen funding proposals for native seed development and restoration work. And then it has a broad approach to research needs across production, conservation, and use of native seeds. So we're not specifically referring to seed transfer zones or genetic studies, but kind of focusing more on how can we improve the on-the-ground work of production, site prep, planting techniques, and that kind of thing. So going over the goals of this strategy, and then I'm just going to highlight a couple of the action items or objectives under each goal, but there's definitely more detail in this document than I'll go over today. And so this first goal is really based on the on-the-ground work. So making sure that we can get more ecologically appropriate seed available for projects throughout the state. And so this goal outlines actions based or for seed collection efforts, enhancing seed production capabilities, increasing seed storage capacity, and that kind of thing. Goal 2 is looking at research and determining where there's research gaps and developing a research plan that focuses on different aspects of seed production and use. So writing species-specific protocols for growing native seed species, researching germination and production techniques, studying site prep and planting techniques, and kind of building all of this into resources for restoration and for land managers. And then goal 3 is focusing, I guess, a little more on those resources as well to help informed decision-making for managers, including a decision-making framework to help prioritize factors like seed availability and climate adaptation. We hope to develop a resource website with guides and fact sheets and all of those protocols, providing webinars for folks across the state on different topics, and then developing a statewide seed inventory system so that we can all understand where seed is available in what region, wild collected or produced, and helping reduce duplication of efforts and get some seed that's been stuck in storage for years out onto the landscape. Goal 4 is focused on the conservation work and creating a conservation seed banking program. And I forgot to include a slide of all the partners, but the Berry Seed Bank up in Portland is one of the big partners here, as well as the ODA Plant Conservation Program. So they'll really be helping implement this goal and looking at research gaps, maintaining living collections of rare species, and prioritizing rare species for conservation collections. And then the final goal is securing reliable funding and developing strategies for communication. So securing funding from federal and state programs, ideally long-term funding, so that we can actually make progress in implementing this work instead of doing a little bit, waiting for more, doing a little bit more when we get funding, that kind of thing. Developing a business plan is one of the action items in this goal, and then creating internal and external communication strategies and establishing reporting mechanisms. And a lot of this work we're hoping can be accomplished through seed partnerships. I borrowed this graphic from the Understory Initiative. I think it's a couple years old, but kind of highlights where we have some seed partnerships already, and then areas where we might think about developing more. And so roping through those like coordinators of those partnerships, they can help be regional coordinators and communicate with partnerships throughout the state to gather a lot of this information that we hope that we can gather and share through a website and other communication strategies. We do have some early implementation funding is what we're calling it through ODA and the Natural and Working Lands Fund. So ODA received some of this funding and then subcontracted with the Understory Initiative, which is a nonprofit based in Medford. So they do a lot of work in Southwestern Oregon, for those that aren't familiar with them. And then also IAE got some funding as well. And so ODA is working on sensitive species collection and banking, as well as working with tribal nurseries and native plant programs and farmers for financial assistance. And then Understory Initiative and us at IAE are helping develop a farmer resource hub. So the TUI has some what they call farmer co-ops, but we want to move away from that word co-op and kind of turn it into more of a resource hub for new and developing farmers to get into native seed production. And these will be based in Western Oregon for now, but we're hoping to kind of create a overall kind of branding and template structure to be able to be modified in other parts of the state. And we're trying to schedule our first kind of working group meeting for that development. So I don't really have any other details about that right now, but we'd welcome other thoughts if you all have some thoughts about that. Or questions. And then also seed collection, production, and storage of high priority rangeland restoration species. So rangeland conservation is really built into this Working Lands Fund. So that's why I guess in part that I'm here today, and that we and our seed collection crew at IAE have met with some of you about helping with some seed collection efforts out in Eastern Oregon. And we were able to help collect a little bit of seed, a couple of species for the Brothers Restoration Project. So I'll move into that, going over Scott's slides he sent me. I really don't know too much about this project, so just kind of going with what he gave me. But the study is looking at what are the best practices for restoring forbs in depleted sagebrush understories, with the understanding that sage grouse recovery will rely a lot on restoring the understory for plant communities and nesting and brooding habitat. So they started with a site that had pretreatment forb cover of 1%. I think this is an up-close picture of that site, and their goal was to get 8 to 18% forb cover. So they developed a 3-year study, fully crossed experimental design that included drill seeding and seed pellets, mowing, micro irrigation, and grazing exclusion. They weren't able to assess grazing exclusion. I guess the landowner removed the cattle for the duration of the study. So I don't think they could do, grazing versus non-grazing plots. And then some of the species they planted listed here: yarrow, limestone hawksbeard, flax, and then squirrel tail. Not a forb, I guess, but a graminoid, and then Phacelia, biscuit root, and hawksbeard. And their preliminary results were that pellet seeding works, irrigation helps in drought years, but otherwise not necessary. Mowing can help increase annual forb cover, and that they were really limited by the amount of regionally appropriate seed they could find for the forbs. They were able to find some for the squirrel tail. So that kind of ties into our seed strategy work of trying to increase the amount of regionally appropriate seed for different regions across the state. And then I'm not sure where I am with time, but my final little pitch is that we are also hosting the 2025, I guess that automatically changed, 2025 National Native Seed Conference in Tucson in February, and registration will be opening soon in October. So you can find some more information on our website about that. So here's emails for me and Scott if you have questions about the strategy or Scott's Brothers project. And really just wanted to introduce this new strategy for those that might not be familiar with it yet, offer up the opportunity to sign up for some external review if you're interested, and then let you know that TUI and IAE, as part of that Working Lands Funds, has some technical assistance funding to help develop seed partnerships in other areas of the state if folks are interested in learning what we've done with those. So I think that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alexis. I appreciate you joining us. And we don't have time for questions, but if you guys, I encourage you to get a hold of Alexis if you're interested in continuing the conversation. This is something that we hope to have another Seed Summit. That's a smaller, different event later on next year. So stay tuned for that. Thanks, Alexis.
Cool. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Okay, and last up for our Prineville LIT speakers, we have Rebecca Kelpel. Yeah, okay, awesome. Never say it right. Rebecca Kelpel, she is an OSU graduate research student in Christian Hagen's lab. As Larry mentioned, they are doing some incredible research that is really paving the way for understanding the way that sage grouse move in our local landscape and helping us do better conservation work. So, Becca, thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. So I'm really excited today to present on the nesting ecology of sage grouse, looking at vegetative correlates of success in Central Oregon. And as I start here, I just want to recognize the co-authors we have with the BLM and ODFW. So we're all familiar with our favorite indicator species for the sagebrush ecosystem's health. And this study is taking a look at sage grouse on the western edge of their range in Central Oregon here, western edge of range for sagebrush and sage grouse. So we're all familiar, sage grouse are located in the south and east portion of Oregon. That's the yellow in the inset map there. And then we have our priority areas of conservation or PAC regions as the white polygons. So the two in this study that we're focused on are Brothers in blue on the left-hand side and Paulina in red on the right-hand side, with Highway 20 running through the middle of them. And we have Bend, Redmond, and Prineville just to the west of these PACs. So as Larry mentioned, we have a declining population in Brothers. So this is a figure from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife with males per active lek on that y-axis. And then we have our Paulina PAC, which is also declining, but not as steep of a decline as we see in Brothers. And then in 2018 was when Brothers hit that hard trigger status. So the BLM went ahead and identified a number of possible threats to greater sage grouse in the Brothers PAC. We have three big ones, which are conifer encroachment, invasive annual grasses, as well as wildfire, and then a whole list of additional possible threats. And then, as has been presented earlier in the presentations, there's been a lot of work on conservation to mitigate a number of these threats. But the next step is really figuring out a direction so that we can direct the efforts for the Brothers PAC. So this study's goal is to better understand why the Brothers PAC is trending differently. And we want to identify the limiting factors that are contributing to this population's decline. So today's presentation is going to look at nest success, chick survival, as well as microhabitat components of those nests. So we captured and tagged greater sage grouse with rump-mounted GPS transmitters. You can see that transmitter on the back of the grouse there. And then we went ahead and monitored nest and brood. So we looked at eggshell fragments to determine the fate of the nest. And for every hatched nest, we then tracked the brood every 10 days until they reached 54 days post-hatch. We also took a number of microhabitat measurements. So we centered this over the nest bowl and then looked at cover as well as heights of vegetation across our transects. And then we did some statistics, and we looked at nest survival as well as chick survival using models in Program Mark. So over the 3 years of our study, we captured a total of 82 greater sage grouse. This is broken up by study year as well as study site. And then yearlings are in blue at the top half of the bar, adults are in yellow at the bottom half. And we have our proportion of captures on the y-axis. What we want to pull away from this is we tried our hardest to distribute our captures across years and across the study areas. We monitored a total of 110 nests, and again, these are broken up by study year as well as study area. We have our successful nests in green at the top half of the bars, failed nests in purple at the bottom half, and then our proportion of nests is our y-axis. So 2024 in both Brothers and Paulina, we monitored the greatest number of nests for all 3 years of the study. When we look at nest survival probability on our y-axis here, we have the range-wide estimates, which are those horizontal bars, and then we have Brothers in blue and Paulina in red. And we can see that Paulina falls below both Brothers and those range-wide estimates. We then wanted to see if there were any relationships between those microhabitat components and nest survival. We took a look at 2022 and 2023 because we're still processing our 2024 data. At this moment in time, we didn't find any strong relationships between those components and nest survival. However, we felt this group would be interested in seeing what kind of cover estimates we're looking at. So this will be the categories of shrubs, perennial grass, forbs, and annual grass. So here we have proportional cover at nests, and the next couple of slides are going to be set up the same way. We have Brothers in blue, Paulina in red, and then the BLM recommendations are those horizontal lines. We have each panel is going to be a different category, so we have shrubs and then perennial grass, and we have our mean for cover on the y-axis, and then failed and successfulness down at the bottom there. So across the board, we can see that our estimates fall within or above BLM recommendations. And then as we take a look at forbs and annual grass, again, we can see with forbs, our estimates are falling above or within those recommendations. And while we don't want to see annual grass on the landscape, it is present, but we are seeing this interesting pattern of difference between our field sites there. We monitored a total of 35 broods across all 3 of our years. So again, broken up by study year and study area. Successful broods are in green at the top half, failed broods in purple at the bottom half, and then our proportion of broods on the y-axis. So of note, in 2023, we did not have any successful broods in Paulina. And then in 2024, we had the greatest number of monitored broods at both field sites. Another takeaway is you can see here the apparent survival for Brothers is over 50% for all 3 years, and we see much more variability with our Paulina study area. So what does this lead us to? We do want to remind everyone that these are preliminary results. We're just starting to dig into the data to tease out these different patterns that we're seeing. There was a meta-analysis done in 2020 by Smith et al. They also found that there was not any strong relationships between microhabitat measurements and nest success. So it's not surprising that our results match what they found in that meta-analysis done across the entire range of sage grouse. 2022 was the driest year in memory of all the locals. So there were a number of springs that dried up in Brothers, and a lot of the local ranchers had to haul in water for their cattle. 2023 was one of the wettest years that anyone had seen in living memory. We had reservoirs and creeks overflowing, and then we witnessed sage grouse sitting on dirt piles on leks that were covered in water. And then in 2024, we had an amazing grass growth year, which has now led into a huge fire year and smoke year. Paulina did hit a hard trigger status in 2023, and at the moment it appears that Brothers is outperforming Paulina for what we've measured so far. And Paulina might not be the best comparison for us to make at this point in time. Brothers also has a number of unique characteristics that we want to draw everyone's attention to. So Brothers has a lot of pumice soils. As seen in this photo here, and invasive annuals have not been able to establish themselves in these soils, which might explain the patterns that we're seeing between annual grass cover between our 2 study sites. Also, we've noted a number of unique movement patterns in the nesting and brood rearing seasons for sage grouse in Brothers. So we're going to take a look at that. So this map here shows our 2 pack regions. We have successful nests in the green triangle, failed nests as the red square. Brood locations are the orange circle, and then we have our capture locations as the yellow hexagon. So we're gonna zoom in to North Brothers here, and we've documented this movement every single year where birds will move 35 kilometers from the left up to a butte to the northwest, where they will nest and brood. And then late summer season, they then take their brood another 10 kilometers to another butte top. And then also we've seen birds move 10 kilometers to the southeast, again, to go to a butte top to nest and brood rear. And then as things dry up, they go back down to the valley to an irrigated agricultural field. So what's unique about these movements is these birds are moving over these juniper woodlands to get to these small bare tops that are characterized with shrubs, perennial grass, and juniper trees, where they're having successful nests and chicks. And then in the southern part of Brothers, we've seen this phenomenon where late summer season, they're taking their 2-month-old chicks and heading down to the southeast, and they're spending time in these lava bed wilderness study areas, which looks like this. So this year we had a 2-month-old brood hanging out in this area toward the end of our monitoring. So there's a lot more work that we have to do. We want to look at adult survival, which is another important component to sage-grouse population dynamics. And then we need to dig more into the vegetative cover component, looking at the microsite levels for 2024 for nests, and we have micro habitat data for broods for all 3 years. We also want to look at landscape level vegetative cover. There's some additional threats we need to consider as well. This is a photo from a local rancher in the Brothers area showing a number of ravens, which are really good sage-grouse egg eaters. And then we're also considering the fact that maybe the sage-grouse making those huge movements to those areas outside of those pack regions, could those areas be ecological traps that these sage-grouse are attracted to but aren't helping their population numbers? So with that, I want to acknowledge all the amazing field technicians who helped collect all this data and the countless volunteers who trapped sage-grouse with us and the support from the Hagen Lab. We've had an amazing number of local landowners who have provided us with information about the area, as well as giving us access and permission to collect data on their lands or just drive through it. And then the number of agency partners in the Prineville Lit who have also supported us through this. And this project wouldn't be possible without the funding we get from the Bureau of Land Management, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Oregon State University. So with that, if we have time, I also know it's break, but here are questions, or you can talk to me at break too. So thanks.
All right, so for our second session of the day today, we are going to talk about status and trends in Oregon sagebrush country. We have had a big fire year. Dylan put this map together just to show us how much fire we've had across the range, broke it down a couple different ways for us. We had 1.98 million acres of fire in Oregon this year. In Eastern Oregon, 1.8 million of that happened. So the vast majority of that has been in our backyards. Within the rangeland specifically, outside of our forest ecosystems, we are still at almost 1.3 million acres. And within sage-grouse habitat, core pack areas, we had 506,000 acres burned. So we are grappling with what to do, what our responses will look like, what the fires look like, what the severities look like. But we just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an overview so that we could kick off the conversation because this is going to really impact our status and trends across the range. So traditionally, we've had a difficult time bringing together our fire partners with our SageCon network. We haven't done a great job of integrating, but we're trying to remedy that, increase the conversations. And so for this session, we are going to kick it off with the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. Allison Rayburn and Don Tashida are going to speak to you. They're both with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and we are very excited to have them here.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning. I'm Allison Rayburn. This is Don Tashida. We work for the Oregon Department of Forestry, but we specifically support the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. So thank you for the time to share with you. And part of the problem with bringing fire partners to this might be that we're still in fire season. So we appreciate the opportunity to share with you, knowing that this is a work in progress. We're still gathering data. We haven't conducted our after action reviews to really bring like what are our takeaways from this fire season for you. But we are appreciative to be here and we'll share what we have right now. So if any of you were thinking that there was a lot of smoke in the air this summer, or if you live further away, there was a lot of fire in the news this summer, you're right, there was. We've set a record for acres burned ever in Oregon this summer. So even if you can't read the numbers on this chart, as we're under the title of trends, you can probably see the trend line here of acres burned. So 2002 was the first year that we have accurate data that we hit 1 million acres burned in the state of Oregon. 2012 was our previous record of 1.2 million acres. And many of you in the range and sage habitats remember 2012 as that was primarily Southeast Oregon and the long draw Holloway and Miller Homestead fires. Anybody live in the Willamette Valley? Remember, okay, yep, so the Labor Day fires of 2020 stand out to you, right? The infamous Labor Day fires, that was 1.1 million acres in 2020. This year we're at 1.98 million acres and still counting. So significantly higher acres burned this year than any other year in Oregon. So what does that look like? Even in the back of the room, you guys can probably see this footprint, this impact on the state of Oregon. And as Dylan's map pointed out, we have some copies on the tables for you if you can't see up front real well, but as Dylan's map pointed out, 1.8 million acres of the fire this summer was east of the Cascade Crest. So significant impacts to Eastern Oregon this year. It wasn't just 1 or 2 fires. We had 6 what we call mega fires, or fires over 100,000 acres. We had Lone Rock, Monkey Creek, Rail Ridge, still in progress, Falls Fire down in Harney County, Cow Valley, and the now 6th largest fire in Oregon history, the Durkee Fire at 294,000 acres. So again, significant footprints on the landscape. And besides these 6, I mean, we had the hole in the ground down here in Malheur County was 98,900 acres. So very near another mega fire there in Malheur County. Warner Peak, we have some firsthand knowledge in the room of what a 65,000 acre fire looks like down there in Lake County. Crazy Creek, 65,000 acres. Telephone, turn it on. Telephone fire, 50,000 acres. Another 10 fires that were in the 20 to 25,000 acre range. Oh, thank you. Just wake it back up. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So we had 60 complex incident management teams in Eastern Oregon this summer. Those are the large fire teams that come in and manage these 10, 20, 100,000 acre fires. 63 currently on the landscape right now, still working. So unprecedented numbers, huge amounts of work. Why? So we had the perfect combination this summer. Despite our best efforts at fuel reduction and increased fire capacity, there are times like this summer that Mother Nature just proves she's still in control, right? So we had the combination, you heard 2 years of significant growth of fuels, good winter moistures. But by July this year, those fuels were dry. We had high temperatures, we had low relative humidities, we had a bit dry available fuel sources. We had fire starts, we had a combination of human starts and we had lightning. We got heat generated, and then what we call critical fire weather. So we had heat on the landscape, and then we got these critical fire weather events, which are the low humidities that really make fuel available for ignition. And then one of the biggest drivers, we had some fronts, some wind events. That's a big driver of fire. But we had dry, unstable air. We measure it with a Haynes index. We had Haynes 6, which means very unstable, lifting of air. huge columns generated, pyrocumulus columns, we call this. The Falls Fire and the Durkee Fire generated their own lightning out of the columns. So plume-dominated fire behavior, that's very challenging to control. So I heard Larry say, get the fire out, right? These are the conditions that we're dealing with, and we're trying to get the fire out. But there were opportunities for wins, and so that's some of what we want to share with you. So what does it look like for you for sage-grouse habitat? This is Dylan's map. Thank you for putting this together to overlay these huge fire perimeters with core sage-grouse habitat and as well as low density sage-grouse habitat. So again, these are on the table if you want to look at them more closely. But as we said, 1.3 million acres of the fire burn is in rangeland vegetation types and 500,000 acres of core sage-grouse habitat. So some significant impacts. We're still gathering the data on this. There will be a lot of work ahead, right, to see the extent of the fire and the impact to these lands. But when we have fire in the landscape and we have sage-grouse habitat impacted, who's defending it from fire? So at the federal level, the primary protection agency of rangeland is the Bureau of Land Management. So it's a federally funded agency of full-time, seasonal, and permanent professional firefighters. Also, defending the sage-grouse habitat and rangelands in Eastern Oregon are rangeland fire protection associations. These are associations, volunteer landowners protecting 1.7 million acres of land in Oregon. We have a couple members here in the room, John, Mike, you guys can talk to them at breaks, and I would include Randy. The Division of State Lands is actually a member of our Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. So we have another handout we put on the table for you. There's a fact sheet about them for the sake of time. If you don't know a lot about them, you can read some more information on that fact sheet. But RFPAs are, we have 1,200 volunteer landowners that form these independent associations to protect range and croplands from fire in Eastern Oregon. They operate off bare bones budgets. They receive some federal financial grants each year and their own membership dues. They primarily rely on federal excess equipment for operations. You can see some examples of them here. And then they receive training and support from ODF, including myself, Don, and our coworkers, and from the BLM. So we're helping these landowners prepare and integrate to perform. We are targeting them for initial attack. So we're setting them up and training and preparing them to be those first responders as they're spread out throughout Eastern Oregon and to help keep fires small. They average 100 to 130 fire responses a year. So as I said, we're still collecting data. We don't have good quantitative data for you yet for this fire season, as far as numbers of fires and numbers of acres and numbers of hours they've invested. But Don and I do want to share a little information that we do know so far this fire season. So as we go back to the map, we know that RFPAs have responded to at least 150 fires this year. 50 of those are what we call large fires, or fires over 500 acres in rangeland. And that includes 5 of the 6 mega fires we talked about. So they found themselves in very large fire environments, not just working with the local partners that they train and are familiar with, but with these complex incident management teams. This is a very challenging environment for volunteers to be working in and their excess equipment. In late July, at the peak of fire season, we had 500 outstanding resource orders in the dispatch system, right? We had so many record, almost double the fire Oregon's ever seen. And during a tight period, we were very short on overhead managers, on fire resources to get to all these fires. And as we bring them from further and further away, look, getting assistance from Florida and North Carolina, it takes longer for them to get here. Our RFPAs are in the local communities and are often the first ones and the close familiar assistance on these fires. The last week of July, we had 200 RFPA members involved in 10 different large fire responses, not to count all the initial attack they were still doing across the landscape. They brought 100 engines and 25 dozers to add capacity to these large fire responses. So some significant contributions. And so what did they do? That's what's hard to quantify. It's kind of like fire prevention. How do you measure what didn't burn because of these responses? And that's something, even as we gather numbers at the end of fire season, we're never going to be able to put a good number on. But I did want to share a couple that I can tell you from experience. We can point to some fire alarm, the RFPAs and their engines and their dozers and their torches put on. One story was the Little Valley Fire. This was early July, before the big mega fire started. The Vail RFPA personnel were out there with six resources with immediate response with the BLM. And they said that early July, they'd never seen fire behavior like it. And they were holding a road with a burnout operation where they light off the road to protect the oncoming fire from crossing it. And they said they barely got 10 feet of depth lit when the head fire hit it. They said they'd never seen fire behavior like that. And they held the Little Valley Fire at 17,000 acres. A large fire at that time, not knowing what was coming. They said the next opportunity, had they not pulled that off, was 6 miles out. So they saved tens of thousands of acres on that stop, on that Little Valley Fire. And similar stories on Cal Valley, on Durkee, the southeast line on Durkee. This was an RFPA road burnout right there on that southeast line. While a team was engaged, the teams didn't have enough people on every bit of perimeter. And the RFPAs, with their local familiarity, stopped that southeast side of Durkee fire. I spent most of my fire in Harney County, so that's what I'm familiar with. And I'll share with you on the Falls Fire, 150,000 acre fire here with the incident management team on it. That's the plume column picture that I showed you, was the Falls Fire. It grew 50,000 acres in one burn period on July 13th. That incident management team was scrambling to get resources and overhead to catch up with that fire, right? You can't catch it during that plume dominated run, but we needed to get people on it, day shift, night shift. So as the team was spreading resources out, the Lone Pine RFPA, with assistance, with mutual aid, as organized RFPAs, they can reach out to their neighbors and ask for additional help. The Lone Pine RFPA had protection in this area right here. With the assistance of North Harney and Crane, they worked for 2 shifts, day and night, with dozers. And they put in this direct line right here on the southeast corner of the Falls Fire. When the incident management team came around, they had roads that they had surveyed with helicopters planned for burnout operations. And they were going to do a burnout operation in the south portion of the falls. That was a road down in here. It would have been an additional couple thousand acres burned. But they tied in with the RFPA when they got there. It said, we have direct line in, we just don't know if we can hold it. They worked in conjunction with team resources. They got skidgins and aircraft in there, and they held that line right there, saving thousands of acres right there. The telephone fire, that's what this picture is. This is BLM leadership meeting with our RFPAs over the hood of their Humvees, planning out. He said, we can hold this East Mill Creek Road if we can get vehicles up there. So the RFPAs came with their Humvees and they went up there and they drove fire down that East Mill Creek Road, and it held through the duration of the telephone fire. They were also key in holding Pine Creek Road over here, which you can see from Pine Creek to Druzy, there was no good place to hold it. So they helped take a stand there on Pine Creek. And the one I really want to talk about is this tiny little dot right here that you can barely see because it's on the edge of core sage-grouse habitat. That's the Stinking Water Mountains. Is the Ritter Fire that started the same day as Telephone. When Telephone started, the team immediately had aircraft, dozers, and overhead on this fire, and it still grew to 50,000 acres. Ritter Fire started at the same time, and the local BLM responded and said, it's challenging country, there's poor access, and we don't have very many resources. We're gonna have to build some indirect line around this. And they planned, BLM planned a 20,000 acre indirect box or line around that Ritter Fire to contain it. The RFPAs that for 2 nights brought their Humvees and their military trucks and got to the direct water directly to the fire. The team lent some hand crews to that fire, and they were able to put it out direct, and that fire is 450 acres. So we can share some specific saves. Like I say, I primarily spent my summer in Harney County. Don Tashida is one of our specialists. He specifically supports Central Oregon, so he's going to share some of his fires and experiences in the Central Oregon area.
Thank you, Allison.
How do I move it forward?
Either the forward
or
the forward.
Okay, okay, thank you. So again, locally, within Crook and Deschutes County, there is 2 RPAs that were formed in 2006. And that's the Post Paulina RPA and Brothers Hampton RPA. You know, they cover, like Allison mentioned, they cover the private ground. And then they also have a cooperative agreement with the Bureau of Land Management, so that they can also fight fire on federal ground as well, within their specific boundaries. This is a current list of the fires that Brothers Hampton and Post Paulina have been on this year. So if you notice, Brothers Hampton, through the luck of the draw, through the way the storms have came through, you know, haven't been as impacted this year. And you see that in fire. Some areas get impacted more throughout the year. Central Oregon, Eastern Oregon, when Malheur County was having their fires, Central Oregon at that time was fairly quiet. And then eventually the storms came in at the end of July there, as you see. Larry talked about, stole my thunder, Larry, but that's okay. No, Larry talked about the 4 fires that impacted some of the core sage-grouse areas. You know, Crazy Creek is one that came off the Ochoco National Forest that Post Paulina dealt with. You know, that one ended up roughly almost 87,100 acres up in the forest primarily, but it did impact part of that core area. The other one that we're still dealing with, I have it up here as the POW fire that started at the Labor Day. That was part of the mini fires that became the Rail Ridge fire. That one was in the northeast corner of Crook County and burned into the South Fork of the John Day, South Fork of the John Day country. That all joined in, burned into the rail. Originally, that was 1,000 acres out there, but you know, the rail's a much bigger fire now, over 162,000 acres. And so, but on that list, you notice some small fires, and that's truly where the RPA is a benefit. They're out in those areas. They're able to get to those fires quickly and fast. And so, you know, there was a lot of fires that they were able to handle themselves or with the help of the federal agencies. So out of that list, you know, I roughly counted 8 fires within the core area. So let's see if I can make the line thing look. Hey, look at that. Yeah. So Allison put in the extra slide on me, so I forgot about it. The Durgan fire up here outside of Paulina, which is originally 3,000 acres. That was all within RPA ground, all on private ground. Maybe 17 acres of BLM or something like that, but primarily it was all private property. That was a total RPA fire that they dealt with. This is Crazy Creek coming down off the forest. The POW was originally out in here. That is now what's the Rail Ridge fire. So, and then this is the Wiley Flat that's up in the Maoris of the Ochoco National Forest. Luckily, they were able to catch it primarily within the forest boundary. There is a little bit that did come into the low intensity area.
But roughly I had 8 fires. Of the other smaller fires were primarily in this area that were caught by postal line and federal agencies. And there's one there as well. So those fires that there was 8 total in the core, 4 in the low intensity, and you know, 1 next to that low area for habitat. And so again, you know, the RPAs are our partner out there. They're working on their lands, helping out, and so that's what we have.
Awesome.
Okay, so yeah, we talked about what's our takeaway, what's our message for all of you, and the takeaway is we're not done with fire season, right? We haven't conducted those AARs to draw in all these stories and what are the wins and losses and what are the barriers and what can we do going forward. But we're going to look at this national cohesive wildland fire management strategy as we talk about this record-breaking fire season, right? And that there's 3 focus areas to move in the needle on the wildfire challenges in the country and in Oregon. And so the RFPs where they fall in there is in the fire, safe and effective fire response. And so when we're gathering our stories, one is this fire season was bad, but it could have been worse, right? We do have stories of saves, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of acres that were saved because of engaged local landowners that stay committed to their local geographic area. So we want to keep them part of this system. This overtaps the volunteer system and the federal excess equipment. Way too many hours were spent and too much money was spent trying to keep equipment in service. And so I know there's financially resourceful people in the room. We're looking for funding opportunities to help keep our RFPs going and safer and more effective. And we also need to look at the resilient landscapes and the fire adapted communities. And I know we have some speakers here today. There are going to be some experts that are going to be referring to where we go from there. So lots to come. We do hold a Rangeland Fire Protection Association Summit. We do that in April after some of this information is gathered. So if you're interested in hearing directly from the RFPs or hearing more of the lessons learned or where we go from here, that's going to be held in April. Another handout on your table is contact information for Dawn and myself. So if you're interested in more information about Rangeland Fire Protection Associations, if you have information you'd like to share with them, if you have interest in attending the summit, please reach out to us, give us a call or email. Thank you so much, Rachel, for the time, and all of you for getting to share a little bit of their story today.
One question, if somebody would like to ask. Yeah, let's give the mic back to Mark. Go for it, if you can yell.
Can you go back to the last map? And yeah, no, one before the last, there you go.
Okay.
It looks like we either got really lucky in terms of sage grouse habitat, or sage grouse habitat has a big play in where we try and put out fires. Can you comment on how that looks in that north end of the map?
It's a combination. So, you know, as those fires came off, like Crazy Creek, when that came off the forest, you know, the fire environment changed as that came off the timber into the more sage grouse habitat. The thing of it was when that came off, what I saw was a lot of fire and fire whirls that I watched the fire whirl for about 20 minutes and I've never seen one go that far, that long, across that sage grouse habitat. It's like, that's darn impressive. And I've done this for almost 40 years. But it also gives us an opportunity, like Allison mentioned, you know, the locals were there. They know the area. They've seen fire longer than I have out there. And so they knew where to go to try to catch it. And so that played a big role. They knew what had been grazed prior to that fire coming. So they knew where pastures, you know, where that fire would stop. And so we could tie that in with that team and work that back and catch it without burning as much sagebrush as what we did end up with. So luckily when that did come out, like Crazy Creek came out, it came out in the afternoon, late evening, sun started going down, it started cloud, the smoke column got in the way of the sun stopped heating it as much, and that changed that fire environment as well. But they did work that whole night trying to catch it back up as well, so. It was a community effort. Thanks.
Okay, thank you guys very much. One more round of applause for these guys. Just to let you guys know, our gathering tonight that will be at Wild Ride Brewery, we have a special beer that they brewed for us that is a sage infused beer. And all of the drinks that are sold tonight, $1 of the proceeds will go to the Post Polina RFPA to help cover their costs that they incurred fighting the fires this summer. So come down and drink up. Next up, we have Skylar Gold. He is our ODFW Sage Grouse Conservation Coordinator. He very recently dropped the last population report. So we're very excited that he was able to come and give us a very fresh update on what is going on with populations across Oregon. Thanks, Skylar.
Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, so I'm here to tell you how the populations are doing in 2024. Yeah, the LEX survey season, everybody's pretty familiar, but from mid-March through the end of April every year, there's a crew, a lot of people in this room. It takes an army to go out and survey all the LEX in southeastern Oregon, not all the LEX, but we have some specific objectives that we try to monitor annually. And ideally, we're able to monitor over 50% of our occupied and pending LEX in each priority area for conservation, or PAC. And we want to conduct multiple counts on over half of our monitored LEX. And our trend LEX get 3 counts. Trend LEX are those that have been surveyed for the past 10, 20, 30, and even up to 40 years. So those that have long-term data sets. And ideally, we want to count all of the LEX in every PAC every 3 to 4 years on a rotation. So how did we do this year? Well, there was relatively good access and decent survey conditions. So we did pretty well in terms of survey effort. It was, I would say, it was average. Average being we conducted over 1,500 ground surveys and 63 aerial surveys. So 55.7% of our known LEX were surveyed. That's 696 of 1,250 LEX known in the state. On average, each LEX was surveyed 2.32 times, and there were 120 observers. So like I said, it takes an army. We really couldn't do it without all of you. Boom. 25,253. So, like we've heard, sage grouse have responded pretty well to the above average precipitation that we've gotten over the past couple of years. We saw a 63.9% increase from 2023. So game birds generally cycle following the El Nino, La Nina precipitation cycles. So every 5 to 7 to 9 years, we see a peak and a trough in the populations in response to these precipitation cycles. So you can see that our last peak was in 2016, and then prior to that was maybe around 2009-ish. We thought that maybe last year, 2023, was a peak in the population cycle, or sorry, 2022 was, because in 2023 we saw a dip. But really, you guys remember 2023, it was a crazy precip year. The snowpack in sage grouse country was incredible. We didn't have access to a lot of those areas, and the birds were just doing crazy things out there. Like there was birds lekking on what looked like Antarctica. It was just sheets of snow, especially on Hart Mountain. It was crazy. So fortunately, 2023 was not the next low, but we saw a significant increase in our populations this year. This is the highest estimate that we've seen since 2006. We're still 14% below our 2003 baseline estimate of 29,000 birds, but it's awesome to see. Like we're trending upward. We saw increases in each BLM district and the Baker RA. So the Prineville district saw a 13.4% increase, Baker Resource Area about a 16% increase, Lakeview, big winner, 75.6% increase from 2023. Burns 66.5, and Vale 69.0% increase. So as the kids these days would say, let's in Eastern Oregon, we're bussing across the range. So it was a cool year to be out. There was a lot of birds. We had 3 let complexes that were over 100 males, and that hasn't happened since 2011. The biggest let complex was way down in the southeastern corner of the state. Chris Carey has to go down into Nevada and then up to get to some of these areas. And it was 153 males on 2 leks in this complex. So pretty cool to see. And we expected to see an increase in 2024 because of our hunter harvest from 2023. So this was super cool. We had the highest sage-grouse production ever recorded in our hunter harvest. 2.5 chicks per hen, the average is 1.48. So you can see in most of our wildlife management units, East Whitehorse, almost 3 chicks per hen. Beatty's Butte, 2.7. Beulah, 3 chicks per hen. Warner, big winner again, above 3 chicks per hen on average. It's pretty cool. And then the percent juveniles in the harvest, 61% was the highest recorded since 1982 as well. The long-term average is 42. Again, our populations benefited significantly from the above average precipitation that we've received over the past couple of years. Chicks per hen years down here on the x-axis. So you can see 2.5 is the highest chicks per hen that we've ever recorded, but we also recorded a good number of chicks per hen in 2022. So these 2 years of good production resulted in significant population growth. Caveats. So we need to consider the number of aerial surveys that we've completed over the past 10 years or so. So since 2015, when we established a cooperative agreement with the BLM to really increase our survey effort in a lot of our priority areas for conservation, we've discovered over 100 new leks. So that's significant to the population. And in 2024 alone, 35 new leks were confirmed. And this was from our aerial surveys in 21, in Soldier Creek Pack, 2022, in Louse Canyon Pack, 2023, in Hart Mountain and the rest of the Beatty's Pack, and then 2024 in the Pueblos and Steens Pack. These new leks account for 14% of the statewide increase. So we still had a lot of that increase attributed to our natural population growth, but a significant portion was contributed just to these additional previously unknown leks. 15% of the Burns District population increase was attributed to these new leks, 29% in Lakeview. So yes, 75% increase from 2023, but 29% of that was from the previously unknown leks. And then 5% in the Vale District attributed to the previously unknown leks. When we're comparing similar leks between the previous peak, 2016 and 2024, it's important to note that there's still 15% fewer males statewide looking at those same leks between 2016 and 2024. So we have to take that with a grain of salt. Talking about our aerial surveys now. In 2024, we looked at the Pueblos and the Steens packs. Southern Harney County contracted 64 hours of flight time, and our aerial surveys covered over 2,500 miles of transects. We were able to locate and confirm 9 new leks, 5 in the Pueblos and 4 in the Steens. And then we had an additional 6 potential new leks that still need to be confirmed next year. And because we didn't touch on this last year, I'll just briefly mention that the 2023 aerial surveys were very successful. The Beatty's Pack is huge. Fortunately, we were able to partner with Hart Mountain for their 10-year census. So Hart Mountain conducted a complete census of the refuge, and then ODFW covered the rest of the Beatty's Pack. In cooperation, we covered over 100 hours of flight time, covered over 4,600 miles of transects, and located and confirmed 15 new leks. Most of those were confirmed this year. I think there was only one that was confirmed last year because of the crazy winter. But our biologists got out on the ground and confirmed 15 new leks, 10 on the refuge and 5 off refuge. I think one of the new or the previously unknown leks on the refuge was about 80 birds. So that's pretty cool to find just an 80 bird lek out there that we didn't exactly know was there. There's still a few potential new leks out there that have not yet been confirmed. All right, so we have populations that are doing pretty well, driven by the precipitation that drives the grasses and the forbs that these birds need to do well, but then that also drives the wildfires that we've heard about. A total of 37 burned over 650,000 acres of sage-grouse habitat. We saw that over 500,000 of that is core habitat and over 150,000 acres is low density habitat. 41 occupied or occupying pending leks fell within a wildfire perimeter, and wildfires impacted, like we've seen in previous maps, 11 of Oregon's sage-grouse packs. So this is pretty significant. The big loser was Cow Valley. So over 50% of the Cow Valley pack burned. Over 25 leks fell within that wildfire perimeter. Not ideal. The other big losers, Beatty's Peak, Bully Creek, Burns, and Cow Lakes, so ranging from 7% of the area burned to 25%, ranging from 2 to 4 leks within those fire perimeters, and then low density habitat as well. Like I mentioned, 150,000 acres of low density fell within wildfires this year. We've seen this map. We don't need to go over it again, but we need to figure out what to do. The wildfires had significant impacts, and some of those areas are going to recover better than others, so it's going to take some strategy. All right. Lastly, I just wanted to say that between our previous 2023 SageCon Summit and now, we have a new habitat map that was adopted by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission in mid-December of last year. So this is the new or updated core and low density habitat, and it is available on the SageCon landscape planning tool. So hop on here if you want to download the layer. You can go to wildlife sage-grouse habitat and download the layer right here. And we're pretty excited to have these updated maps because it was a partnership. It took over 1.5 years with lots of meetings, and it was awesome to be able to update these maps so that we have the most current information to work with here. And with that, I'll take any questions. You can see the population monitoring report should be uploaded on our ODFW webpage here. With more details and with specific questions, you can shoot me an email. Thank you.
All right, do we have a quick question for Skylar? Yes, Lynn.
Yeah, good. So 10, 12 years ago, we had some big fires. So now you're Southern Hardin County, impacted some core habitat there. What have we learned in those years that we might anticipate for these big fires this year?
The higher elevation habitats are going to recover much better. When we're thinking about growing the core, really those higher elevation spots, like especially the hallway fire, some of those spots in Louse Canyon, they're looking pretty good. The sagebrush is actually coming back quite well. The perennial grasses are looking really good. It's created some really good brood ruin habitat in those higher elevations. So those spots aren't overly concerning because they're going to bounce back. It's those lower elevation spots that sage grouse are still nesting in. They're still dependent on. Some of those populations don't always or aren't able to use those higher elevations. So those are the populations that we might need to take a little bit closer look at.
Thanks, Skylar. All right, next up, we have Kelly Van Norman from the Prineville, from the BLM state office. She is going to talk to us about some of the BLM planning efforts that are underway and yeah, just give us a good update.
Good morning. So I wanted to start out with talking about staffing changes for us at the BLM state office. Glenn Frederick, many of you know him, He's worked, I think about 10 years as our state office sage grouse biologist, wildlife program lead, and he retired at the end of December. I told him he should come here this week. He's like, no, I'm going to be out doing some surveys for white-tailed ptarmigan, I think, up in the Washington Cascades. We do have his replacement with us today. Chris Domsky is here. He hasn't officially started yet. He starts October 7th, but we're happy that he could make it here with us today. And the other thing is that in 2022 at the SageCon Summit in Burns, Glenn gave a great talk on the adaptive management triggers for habitat population, and I watch that reviewing for this presentation. It's available it was recorded, it's available at the SageCon Summit website. And so that gives you some really good background on what you heard a little bit about soft and hard triggers and that sort of thing. So I'm not going to go into depth on that. I'll talk just briefly about that. I thought I'd give you an update on other things. One of those being that range wide for the greater sage grouse, BLM is updating our resource management plan, doing an amendment. The proposed management directions will be out in our final EAS soon. I'm hoping early to mid-October. The draft EAS public comment period closed in mid-June. So we should have individual state records of decision signed in January. So this range-wide planning effort that's happening out of BLM headquarters is we're leaving intact much of our current plan. We're operating under the 2015 Resource Management Plan Amendment. There are some parts that are going to change, and one of those is the adaptive monitoring. And BLM is going to switch to using the USGS Targeted Annual Warning System, or TAWS, of watches and warnings. And they're using a spatial scale called the neighborhood clusters that aggregates LECs together. Those are what's shown here in these polygons on the map. Those don't match up with ODFW's PAC boundaries, or even their new PAC boundaries. Skylar's aware of this. We've been talking. We'll be doing a lot more talking. We're all going to go to a training in Boise in mid-November, and we'll be working on this more on how to integrate this new system and the work that ODFW does in calculating LEC population trends. So I did want to take a look too at the habitat management areas. As we've heard, ODFW has updated the core and low density habitat management areas. For us at the BLM, the core habitat lines up with our priority habitat management areas. So the black solid lines, those are I call them the current PAC boundaries, but they're the current priority habitat management areas that the BLM is implementing from our 2015 plan. They were from the ODFW's 2011. And then in the hatched areas, that's the new ODFW core habitat areas. And so in BLM's plan update, we're going to adopt those as our priority habitat management areas. So we're still operating under the old. We will be adopting the new. I don't have up here on the map the general habitat management areas, GHMA, but those areas are the what we propose to do in the new plan is use the ODFW low density along with or plus our habitat assessment framework of seasonal habitats. I'm pretty excited about being able to use that combination. I think it'll be a good use of our seasonal habitats and connectivity areas that ODFW has identified. Really hoping we get this plan out soon. It doesn't get litigated and we can start using these. Here's just a look at the acres a little bit broken down by the districts. In the totaling column for the planning area, the sage-grouse planning area in Oregon, the BLM acres that we manage in that planning area is about 12.6 million acres. a lot of acres there. We've got it divided up by the districts. But in terms of our 2015 ARPA plan versus the 2024 proposed plan, we increase our PHMA priority habitat management areas by about 1 million acres and decrease our general habitat management areas by about 1 million acres, 800,000 acres. So moving on, I did want to talk just briefly about population habitat and habitat triggers for 2023. We don't have our 2024 numbers yet. Skylar will actually be doing more calculations in October on the population triggers for us. And then BLM, we have to wait till all the fires are out and we'll be looking at our habitat triggers doing that calculation. So we know that this will be a mixed year, right? Because we get population trends, but we had a lot of fire. So another way to look at this just over time, 2016 to 2023, are hard triggers and soft triggers. This is for, again, both population and habitat triggers. You can see that some of our packs, again, these are the older packs, have continued to be triggering triggers going from soft triggers to hard triggers. When we have triggers, soft or hard, tripped in 2 or more consecutive years, we do a causal factor analysis and working with our partners to identify threats, coming up with management actions that can be taken, and those get updated annually. So these 10 that have, well, not all of them have been consecutive, but we do have causal factor analyses for many of these that have tripped the triggers. We've heard a lot about fire, so I won't go much into depth on this. This dashboard is a national fire dashboard that BLM has put together for leadership. It's kind of misleading. I've got it selected down for Oregon, but misleading because it's just the range of sage grouse, not habitat itself. So in this example here, we can see it like from about a week ago, close to 1 million acres burned within the range of sage grouse habitat in Oregon. Did a little bit of analysis. I mean, you can slice and dice these all sorts of different ways, right? So we've seen some other numbers, but the middle line there is the pack boundaries that where BLM is currently operating under, and we can see about 400,000 acres burned. The bottom row is the new ODFW core areas, and our calculation came up with about 517,000 acres. I did want to point out that BLM has been working to get our ES&R plans in place, emergency stabilization and rehabilitation plans, and we have almost 300,000 acres identified in emergency funds as well for doing aerial herbicide contracts. We have an existing contract, we're putting task orders on that. That is for work this fall, because we know that getting out there immediately after the fire, that first autumn, is important to get the herbicide on the ground and suppress those invasive annual grasses and give our perennials a good shot. So we're hard at work on getting that in place, as well as many other actions. I want to go briefly into our 2024 on the ground activities. And it's not going to be comprehensive. I did want to acknowledge the LEC monitoring work. We've got a bunch of BLM folks in the room, and I bet a lot of them participate in the LEC monitoring, helping ODFW do that. We have also, as Skylar mentioned, there's monetary support from the BLM for those aerial surveys that they conduct. So a lot of work goes on in the spring with the LEC monitoring and a big effort with that. I also tallied up some numbers in terms of budget and acres for work treatments that the BLM does on the ground and work to support that. This is from the vegetation management system that we have, where I can pull out, I can tease out sage grouse work that's associated with sage grouse habitat. It may not all be exactly on sage grouse habitat. But you can see over in the details column, the type of work that goes in, that is happening, and particularly the mechanical column. You can see over $8 million, 122,000 acres. That's like the juniper thinning, lopping, piling, scattering, seeding, fuel break mowing, that sort of thing. And a lot of this work goes into contracts, and so it's not necessarily happening in fiscal year 2024, might happen over the next year. Other work is community assistance, you know, the RFPAs, BLM does give money for that. We've got education and prevention work going on. The administration administering all those contracts, doing the monitoring, like that aim plot monitoring that Larry mentioned. We do a lot of monitoring. We've got our NEPA and planning work supporting to be able to do these projects on the ground. So overall, you know, that portion, over $18 million, 280,000 acres. So I want to also point out that at least half of that funding comes from bill funds, the bipartisan infrastructure law. We're going to be getting money, bill money for another year or two. And I don't know what'll happen after that. So we've been able to do a lot. We've been able to do a lot with those funds. I wanted to mention wild horses because that's a perennial issue. And in talking with Skylar this spring after the aerial elect surveys in the South Steeds, he's like, oh, there are so many horses out there. That is a herd management area that we already had a gather planned for this year. It was done in August. They gathered 860 horses. That was 100 more than they had planned, but they found a lot of horses out there. The appropriate managed level for the South Steens HMA is between 159 and 304 horses. So brought it down, hoping to see some good results on the habitat out there. There's still another gather planned this October in the Kiger and Riddle Mountains HMA. You know, we have 15 herd management areas or so within the sage grouse range in Oregon. And I heard an interview the other day where some BLM person was saying we've got like 5,000 horses in the herd management areas, and our high level of appropriate management levels is supposed to be about 2,600. So we do have more horses out there than the landscape can sustain. So always an issue that we're working on. And that is it. I wanted to close out with this slide showing some Prineville sagebrush seed grow out and plugs being grown out. Our state office botanist, Sarah Cannon, who's here, she was up in at the Benson Farms in Washington just recently and took these photos. This is from some Prineville sagebrush seed. We've got plugs being grown out. And in the upper right there, those are plants being grown for seed. Those are 3 years old. They can really grow, you know, irrigate some sagebrush and they can really grow quickly. So thank you very much. That was our BLM update.
I was just curious, with all the fires that we had this year, if you could just touch on what you guys have been doing this fall on those fires, and if you have the capacity to get to all those fires, or if you're gonna have to kind of pick and choose which ones get taken care of.
Well, I think I mentioned that we do have these ESR plans, emergency stabilization and rehabilitation plans that have to be produced within 30 days of a fire being put out. I'm not an expert on ESR. So as part of that, we put together the steps, you know, the financial needs. We try to get that funding from headquarters. It does involve monitoring, going out and looking at more closely at what has occurred. There's fences to be rebuilt, you know, infrastructure to work on. And there's, as I said, this fall aerial herbicide, trying to get ahead of the invasive annual grasses. There's soil stabilization work that happens. So it's a mix of things. Do we have enough staff? I don't know, but a lot of it gets contracted out as well. And so getting those emergency funds, having the contracts already in place, and being able to get a variety of people out there on the ground is how we go about doing it in general.
Well, really just a pun intended plug for my program. We just started this year at Deer Ridge Correctional Institute, a sagebrush growing program. We're growing about 50,000 plants there. And we have the capacity to expand for over 110, probably 150,000 at that prison. So we'd love to work with you in the future. We've already been doing some work with BLM on that front.
Yeah, and that's great to hear because one of our problems, of course, has been getting enough sagebrush plants to put back out there. Of course, it has to be the right seed. And then, of course, we have to have the people to get it planted out. So there's a lot of pieces of that puzzle, but that is definitely one of the puzzles. So that's great to hear. I knew that was maybe in the works. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Next up, we have Greg Jacklin. He is new to his position, but he's been around the Prineville area for a long time as our district wildlife biologist. And so we are excited to have him in this new role that is evolving and very complex and very important for our state sage-grouse conservation effort. So Greg Jacklin.
Thanks, Rachel. All right, let's see if I can figure this out. All right, good morning. Yeah, as Rachel said, Greg Jackal. I've been in Prineville for about 11 years as a district wildlife biologist. Just recently took a rotation into the sage-grouse mitigation coordinator position. So it's at least a year-long rotation. And I'm taking the place of Nigel Seidel, who left. I think he was in that position for about 5 years. I know this is probably the topic that most people came to watch is, mitigation's real sexy. But and I've been in it 5 months, and so I've kind of learned as I go. So, kind of apologize a little bit as going through the slides, but it's a like Rachel says, very complex. I've had the fortunate or not fortunate pleasure of working on many land use plans when I was a district biologist here in Cook County. And a lot of times when you're going to the county planning commissions or stuff like that, you're kind of going there with your hat in your hand, asking, begging for proper mitigation. And I think, what I'm going to hopefully propose and show you is Oregon's got a pretty good system set up for if people are going to impact sage-grouse habitat, they've got to properly mitigate. So I'm just going to kind of go through these fairly quickly. These are kind of the big picture plans in place that protect sage-grouse. The biggest thing in the middle is kind of that executive order 15-18 that was passed in 2015, the governor's order that kind of put a lot of these rules in place. And obviously there's BLM rules and other administrative rules that play into these. Again, that kind of a similar slide. Most of the sage-grouse habitat in Oregon is in the southeast 7 counties. So big picture for sage-grouse, there has to be a net conservation benefit. If you're going to impact sage-grouse habitat, you have to provide a net sage-grouse conservation benefit when you do the mitigation. So, about prior to 2015, in Oregon, it was like avoid all habitat. So avoid impacts of sage-grouse habitat. So you draw a circle around the legs, 3.3 miles, and that's category 1. Can't do anything in there. When the core area approach came out, it basically allowed for some development in sage-grouse habitat up to 3%, while also promoting some economic development and promoting some rangeland impacts. And this also is providing an approach that's kind of permitting throughout the state agencies, private lands, BLM. And I guess, one of the reasons I was excited to start this and work on this project was these OARs. So Oregon Administrative Rules, talked about it a little bit, but if you're an attorney and you see the word shall or will, that's stronger language than consistent with or whatnot. So, if you're a developer in Oregon and you're going to impact sage-grouse habitat, you will or you shall mitigate for the impact. So these are just some of the statutes, Oregon Administrative Rules, DLCD, which is the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and ODFW, some of the rules and statutes. So again, getting down to this, we got the governor's office, counties, developers, mitigation bankers, tribes, federal, state, local staff. And then you have the development actions, which can be, pretty substantial in sage grouse habitat. Right now we've got a couple of big gold mines proposed, lithium planned in the Trout Creeks, landfill just outside of Deschutes County, solar energy, wind energy. So all of those impacts obviously have an impact to sage grouse habitat and are things that have to be run through the sage grouse mitigation program. So general order of operations, go quickly through this, but if you want to impact sage grouse habitat, we do a real early pre-application meeting, preliminary assessment of impacts, site visit, minimization discussion, and then you kind of draft all the plans, working up to the final approval. Now, whether that's a approval that goes to the BLM as a regulatory body, or if it goes to the county, each one of these has to go through that set of properties. Okay, so the big thing, and this is what I've spent probably 3 months out of my 5, is working on the habitat quantification tool. And I'll probably spend a little bit more time discussing this in the talk. It's pretty cool. So working on traditional mitigation projects, we're gonna have an impact. A lot of times we look at, so we're gonna drive by tomorrow, the Milliken Solar. That's about 320 acres of a solar impact, and it's a non-sage grouse habitat. Generally, when we're with ODFW, we say that's category 2 habitat. You got to replace and improve it. So it's kind of the general 2 to 1. So we ask for the developers to, basically double that and find a place to mitigate for that impact. What the habitat quantification tool does, very, pretty sophisticated, is looks at the quality of habitat and doesn't just look at 2 to 1. It'll look at functional acres. So we'll calculate functional acres and basically look at the quality of the habitat that's being impacted, and in turn, hopefully protect and preserve and improve the quality of habitat coming out the other end. So obviously this is kind of everybody's seen this slide or this map, eco-state layers. So, going from A to D, kind of different habitat types. So this is kind of the impact table for the habitat quantification tool. So if you look at this slide, there's, direct impacts of roads, energy. Sorry, it's pretty low, and then you also have indirect impacts. So if you have, an energy project or a road, you're gonna have to look at the indirect impacts up to 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers outside of that initial impact. And then there's magnitudes of that impact, spread it out. And then it kind of has the reasons for that, whether it's noise, raptor perches. So again, that's kind of the start impact table of what project's gonna be. You buffer it. So the buffer, this is kind of just a rudimentary example. So if this is like a solar development, then you buffer it to the indirect impacts, and then you draw map layers. So you put map layers out there. Those are gonna show the different habitat types are out there, and then you plug that all into the habitat quantification tool, and it will spit out basically a pre-project functional acres. So you have the habitat, you add all the existing disturbances on the landscape, so highways, whether there's a power line or whatnot, that'll give you the pre-project functional acres. And then you plug in the project, and then that gives you the post-project functional acres. So, you kind of subtract that from the existing footprint, and it'll give you kind of what you need to mitigate for. And it gives you the loss of functional acres. So that's what the mitigation ask is going to be. And generally it's pretty significant in sage grouse habitats because the indirect impact can be pretty large. And you have to tack on a 15% net conservation benefit. So then, this is kind of the nuts and bolts of the plans: what, where, when, how, avoidance and minimizations, get credits for that, site-specific mitigation plans, supporting documents. And then, weed plans and reclamation, monitoring and verification, long-term stewardship, so it got up durability, and then a financial plan. So there's kind of the 3 different options. You can go with the mitigation bank, you can go with permittee responsible mitigation, which is pretty much the company's going to do it themselves. where there's in lieu fee, which is, you pay a fee to someone or pay a fee to the state to basically mitigate for them. Right now, we've got a few mitigation banks real close to being approved in Oregon. We haven't done in lieu fee, and I don't think we've done any permittee responsible mitigation, which again is good because that means we haven't had a lot of impacts to sage grouse habitat. So again, just have to have all the additionality, durability, and proximity. This kind of is a surface area, so proximity. If you're going to impact, you have to, you're going to have a mitigation site within that boundary. There are basically three service areas in our sage grouse habitat. So you'll have to, if you're going to impact in this area, you're going to have a mitigation in that area. That's kind of gets you the proximity. And I'll plug Oregon Explorer and the sage grouse development siting tool, which, the intent of the siting tool is to allow developers to look at it quick and easy and basically give them an idea of how, what their mitigation ask is going to be. These have to be updated with our new layers, but the intent is to kind of give them a quick and dirty idea of with a scale, not running it through the habitat quantification tool, what their mitigation requirement's going to be. And I'll end with that, answer the questions.
Greg, I'm just trying to figure out how we address cumulative effects, because you can mitigate by handing out dollars or a seed bank or whatever, but the habitat's lost.
Yep.
So my solar project here gets approved, but that kind of impacts the habitat next to the solar project, and there we go down the line. Can you give me an idea how that would work or does work?
Yeah, I think so that's a good question because we've had the same discussion with Kirk County on we're going to drive by it tomorrow, and it's outside of sage grouse habitat, but there's like 6 or 7 approved solar facilities up next to the existing one. I think with the plan that for sage grouse habitat is you can impact up to 3% in any one pack, right? And then you also can't impact over 1% in I think 5 or 10 years. So that I think should allow us to kind of keep a handle on those cumulative impacts where you're gonna have maybe one development action and then another development action in the same pack. But you're right, it's kind of I think that's meant to trigger that or keep that below that 3% total impact of the pack. So
yeah, I'll be quick. I have 2 questions. Are other states doing this? Any of your colleagues or models you can look at? It's kind of one question. The second question is, this reminds me a lot of wetland delineation. And you've got this base map for kind of priority areas, and with the good work everyone's doing here, that might shift with time. So I also wonder how, your delineation changes may impact.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And the other states are, I've only been in this 5 months, but I've met kind of my counterpart in Nevada at the WAFLA conference a month ago. So Nevada has a pretty good system built. And then I've just been corresponding with folks in Idaho. I think the Idaho folks use a similar habitat quantification tool than ours. And then to answer your second question, so, when you run the habitat quantification tool, you have to you devise those mapped units, and you basically have to have surveys and ground truth them. You can overlay the INR ecostate layer and look at it and clip polygons. But in reality, you need to go out there on landscape and make sure that that's, state A or state B. Corresponding to that, your question was, what happens if that burns or that changes? And we've had some of that happen in one of our mitigation banks is some of it burns. And so then it's like, okay, well, then that state goes to, maybe D, right? Annual graphs. And so so the metrics are built into that system to be able to calculate that, but it does, you have to have current and accurate information when you run that tool.
All right, and last up for our session, we have Dr. Jonathan Dinkins going to talk to us about ravens, kind of a broad suite of topics. He was recently at the Sage Grouse Waffle Workshop where there were many sage grouse presentations, and they were complex and difficult to get into all the nitty gritty, and I asked him if he could sort of distill that down and give us the highlights, some good actionable information in terms of what we can do as land managers and biologists. And so I'm excited to welcome Dickens.
Thanks. This was a large topic, so I'm not going to hit on everything. So if you have questions later, please ask me or any of the project partners we have here in Oregon listed on the bottom. I'm going to be talking about influence of ravens on sage grouse, and then an assessment of raven management that we're doing here in Oregon to try and help sage grouse out. I'd like to call out this is a large collaborative project. It's been going on for 8 years, and it's between OSU, ODFW, US Fish, BLM, and NWRC. So lots of partners with the project that I'll be talking about. So where we're going with this is we're going to have a general background, range-wide information about that sage grouse raven interactions. I will highlight here, there's actually a national U.S. Fish and Wildlife raven working group. I don't really have any time to talk about that, but you can catch me or some of the project partners afterwards if you want to know more. Then we're going to be, let me move Zoom out of the way here. Then we're going to be talking about the research that we're doing here in Oregon, led by OSU, and focusing on objectives, timelines, and some preliminary results. And sweet, I'm holding you all up from lunch. Don't touch Zoom when you're trying to give a presentation. Okay, so background on ravens is their populations have been increasing across North America since the 1960s. Maybe longer than that, but that's when the breeding bird survey started and we started documenting these increases. So the darker orange and reds here are where the higher increases are happening. So here in Oregon, we're sitting or have sat about 3 to 4% annual increase for 60 years. So quite substantial. Ravens have been implicated in at least 8 different negatively, having negative interactions for at least 8 different bird species. Their ranges are up here on the right. If we drill down into that a little bit more, so population dynamics or increases, you can be a small population and still increase, you're still small. If we look at 9 different sensitive species, all birds, we see increases from the same time frame, 60s onward, where I'll highlight that greater sage grouse and Gunnison sage grouse are in this list of species where that raven trend is increasing quite substantially. Of course, we have sage grouse on the right. At the same time, their numbers have declined. So a potential conflict here with ravens increasing over a 60-year period, sage grouse declining. Of course, we need to look into the mechanisms of the how and where this might be a potential problem. And so we can focus first on the human structures that are now on the landscape. And so think about all of those locations where there's extra roost, overnight roost locations, nest and perch substrates. Avian predators are great if you give them something to hunt from. Extra food resources. You can think of this as a rural and an urban issue with landfills, roadkill, any extra food sources on the landscape. And this is just a smattering of a few things. And then extra water resources on the landscape. So with that, you really have to start thinking about in that how and where this might be an issue. The where is a lot of these extra resources and that population expansion that's occurring across North America is in places where it wasn't the greatest habitat for ravens historically. They are a native predator species in North America. And then the how here this may be a problem is all of these resources have disconnected ravens from being population limited from native prey sources, as an example. This is the big difference between predator species like ravens and any other native predator is that population carrying capacity is not limited by natural sources because they're being subsidized. Moving on to sage grouse, the major threats here are really no surprise in the western portion of the range: fire, juniper encroachment, and invasive annual grasses. Turns out that ravens really thrive in places where there's been fire. and where there's been juniper encroachment. They don't like that they will use dense stands, but the highest densities of ravens are kind of in that where there's a couple of tree perches moving into a landscape. And of course here, I don't have ravens highlighted on annual grass. We know that that annual grass component then is contributing to the fire component. Digging into the mechanisms on that, how this may be an issue for sage-grouse. This is two different studies that have been conducted on the right and the left here. I'll go through the left first. We have ravens on the top, sage-grouse nest success on the bottom. So the Great Basin study here really looked at spatially, where do we have hot spots of more and less ravens on the landscape. I mean, if you look at and know this map of Western, the Great Basin, you can really see that a lot of this is driven by human subsidized resources, right? And what that translated to in the same study that's connected to a lower sage-grouse nest success. So the x-axis is an increasing raven density, and of course, leading to a lower sage-grouse nest success. The hatched lines on this that are horizontal and vertical, the horizontal line represents the average nest success across the Great Basin study areas from the study. Noting, Becca had a great presentation earlier, the range-wide estimates are higher than the horizontal line here. The vertical line is that inflection point where when you go above 0.4 ravens per square kilometer, you start getting nest success that's lower than the average within the study area. Then we'll move on to the right-hand side. This is a study done in southwest and south central Wyoming. And it was a Baki style design, so before, after control. So there's two types of study areas. Wildlife Services went and lethally removed ravens, so reducing that number of ravens. On the top right panel, you can see that in the dark black line, that the effort to remove ravens increased substantially in the last 2 years of the study. And then there was lower raven numbers in the reference areas. A lot of that has to do with management was occurring where there was lots of ravens. If you look at the sage-grouse nest success, it's a DSR down on the bottom after accounting for weather, which is really important, especially after hearing Skylar's talk, and then also considering what Becca showed with differences across time and reproductive rates. We accounted for weather and all the micro and macro habitat components, and the reference area we were able to see basically the same nest success across time. But the treatment area, there was an increase, and that increase in the DSR is 22% greater sage-grouse nest success beyond the weather and habitat conditions. So this is where this, okay, maybe there may be something mechanistically that's going on here. And then when you relate these two, the point here is when you relate, this slide is when you relate the two studies together. Interestingly enough, the nest success estimates they align with the two studies generally. Another thing done in South Central Wyoming was looking at lek trends. So we counted ravens for a 7-year period, and where you see the raven number on the bottom getting lower, that's where the densities were reduced by Wildlife Services. And in areas of leks where that was occurring, the lek counts increased. Another interesting connection between ravens and sage-grouse is from a site use location. So all of the dark bars here are ravens, raven densities on the landscape. So we got several avian predators here. Ravens are on the left. And then sage-grouse nest and brood locations. And the densities there are lower, or were lower. And some of the mechanism that could be going into this is some predator avoidance. This is, of course, an area where you have a sea of sagebrush in southwest Wyoming, where there's lots of places to pick where to put your nest in the brood. So management strategies, what can we do about any of this, right? And really this comes down to two big buckets of management actions that can be done. It's either lethal raven management or non-lethal. On the lethal side of things, you're either dealing with nest removal, which is if there's eggs or chicks in the nest bowl, that's a lethal action if you remove it, or adult take, which is what was being done in southwest Wyoming. Non-lethal has a whole host of different strategies using harassment to basically try and move your ravens onto your neighbor. And then the subsidy removal, which really, from a theoretical standpoint, has the most long-term potential benefits for any of this scenario, because the idea is to directly deal with why you have ravens spatially in an area that they were not a century ago, and then also non-lethally reducing carrying capacity. So basically, if you get rid of the food source that's extra, then they have to rely on native prey sources and structures, that type of thing. So the project here that we've been working on in Oregon has 4 big themes going on. We've been looking at sage-grouse ecology, raven ecology, all of these human subsidies that we can analyze and space and time, and how those relate to interactions between ravens and sage-grouse. And then we're assessing the effectiveness of lethal and non-lethal removal. So this is the largest study that's looked at non-lethal, and I can tell you from doing this for a while, it is really difficult to do non-lethal actions. For our study, it's a Baki style design. Our lethal study area, and this is an old map, of course, but when the project was conceived, this was the map at the time. So our lethal study area is Baker. Non-lethal area is Cal Lakes. And note that those both have hard triggers for the BLM across the entire time frame. And then our reference areas are Bully Creek and Soldier Creek. All of these also had fires this last summer, which was unfortunate, with some of our sage-grouse in those locations. We are collecting a whole suite of data on sage-grouse and ravens. When we look at our time frame, we knew that this was definitely a push from ODFW to make sure that we had a solid study design here. 4 years of pre-treatment, 4 years of post-treatment as of this last summer, with the post-treatment having an adaptive management framework with it. So it was raven nest removal across all 4 years of the treatment phase, adult take that ramped up in effort in the last 2. And then on our non-lethal side of things, we were trying to give it the best possibility of showing an effect. So we put on the ground nest removal pre-egg laying the entire time frame and roadkill removal that us at OSU are doing. So we wanted to give it the best shake of having a similar response to the lethal actions. For the non-lethal management, what that really entailed was a lot of roadkill surveys, removing roadkill from the landscape. We also could remove nests who didn't need a permit to do it. If you're doing it non-lethally, you're removing the nest when it's just stick structure starting. So the idea was in all of our our raven nest locations on the right here, that we would try and get there fast enough where we could remove it before an egg was laid. And it turns out that's almost impossible to do that on the landscape, because by even monitoring every week, you cannot get there fast enough to remove that nest bowl and keep it removed without them putting an egg in there. So doing this in a juniper or a windmill is really not going to be feasible. We've got all of the data on the amount of time that takes, but doing it on the landscape, not in a non-lethal fashion, not really practical. Idaho Power was removing all the nests from the power structures, which was mutually beneficial to prevent fires. And then we did all of the roadkill removal with the shovel and hand force into a trailer. Of course, sage-grouse monitoring and the methods, 288 birds so far. We're doing lots of point count surveys on the landscape so we can get these landscape density estimates. We're doing those surveys at sage-grouse use locations, so nests and broods, roadkill locations, and then along roads to see if there's a difference if we look at at a human subsidy in roads versus where there's actually roadkill on the landscape. We're doing raven nest monitoring, where we're also looking at diet. We have GPS marked ravens so we could see where they're actually using. Of course, if you notice here, oops, one of them went across the Mexican border, which was really surprising to us, and then down into the Grand Canyon. Then we're doing our non-lethal actions. right into our the results, or at least the results are here from two PhD dissertations for raven density and occupancy. There's really no surprises here. Agriculture is positive. They like to be closer to fire footprints, don't like topographic ruggedness, and they like higher road density as long as you're not in town. You can map these types of surfaces. So we've done this, so you can use this for management. We've assessed sage-grouse nest site selection. So the bottom of these is relative selection strength. So to the right-hand side of the dashed line, it's positive, and on the left-hand side, it's negative. No surprises with any of the habitat stuff for sage-grouse. One surprise here was with fire responses. Our birds were selecting for closer to fire footprints and in areas with more fire. So our birds were selecting for fire footprints to put their nest. When we looked at the nest survival, no surprises with habitat types of variables, but interestingly, that selection to go closer to fire was not a good idea, so that's negative. And then raven density, of course, right along with other studies, negative. Highlighting out here the boxes, Baker still through the preseason pre-treatment data, 15% nest survival. So it is very low relative to all of our other study areas. You can go and start combining some of these products to look at where you have high selection, high survival, or a sink where you have high selection, low survival in any way you want to slice this. You can also look at, take some of our density surface and overlay where grouse nest locations are. The purples here are lower raven densities, and if you really look at the pattern closely, the sage grouse are picking locations where there's lower densities of ravens on the landscape. Last thing, almost done here, and lunch is soon to be in order. So for our raven nest site, so that we have so much data here, it's like mounds of it. We looked at where ravens are choosing to be on the landscape, and there are more bins in the yellow, but we had three types of nests. Cliff nests, which this is different than other studies that have looked at ravens. About a third of our birds have nested on cliff faces, another third on anthropogenic structures, and then another third in trees. And so you can look at we're going to start looking or exploring these overlays of where ravens like to nest versus where sage grouse are and all those types of things. Some notes here of interest are ravens selected for areas where there was more sagebrush. Some differences between a nest site selection and raven density and occupancy areas, they have the opposite response where they like less fire for where they place their nest. You can think about structures like a windmill being burned down, right? So there's several hypotheses about why that might be. Less wetland and more topographic ruggedness. So not those flatter surfaces, but where there's cliffs on the landscape. And then last on the bottom here, interestingly, when you look at our sage grouse RSF for the nest period, so where sage grouse like to select their nest, that is actually positively associated with where our ravens are choosing to place their nests. And then they're also connected to areas with higher raven density. Here are the two dissertations associated with all of this work. So I get to sit up here and give this nice presentation, but these two young ladies did all of this work. Tara Owens and Lindsay Perry, they're now done and working on postdoc or into the real working world. And so I mean, some big take homes from this. I didn't have a slide of this because I knew it was going to be time limited. The results we have from the pre-treatment timeframe are really no different than other studies in Wyoming and throughout the Great Basin. So we're getting similar results. We picked our study areas in such a fashion that, yeah, there's probably a raven problem going on for reducing our nest success. We have a lot more work to look at into our post-treatment. And when we start looking at the post-treatment, we've come to realize that a lot of those non-lethal management types of activities that are thrown out there by all of us with great ideas and intentions, when you actually start implementing them, the amount of time that it takes and personnel is really limiting on the landscape. So they're all great ideas, but there really has to be some thought process into more efficient ways of trying to tackle the non-lethal aspect of things. And then the last bit is it takes a lot of effort to finally get a Raven response from lethal management. And we're seeing that in the very last year, this last summer. So of course, this is instituting this to, instead of ending at an 8-year time frame, probably doing a little bit more digging.
All right, thank you. We are going to ask that you track him down and ask him questions during lunch. So just 2 quick things. We are going to come back from lunch at 1:15, and there are great resources on that table. So go get your posters and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:15. All right, so we are going to talk about tools you can use for planning and prioritizing work across big landscapes. I'm Megan Kurtzberg. I'm going to kind of moderate this session, tee it up, and then close it out and introduce all our speakers. I am at the Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University. I've been involved in SageCon apparently for 9 years because I've been at all 9 summits. I want to acknowledge John O'Keefe that I think has also been at all 9 summits. I think there's just a couple of us old timers that have been here for every SageCon Summit. It has been a really cool opportunity. I've been the technical coordinator for SageCon for these several years. And it's been a really cool opportunity to think about how to bring science, data, technology, and tools to a really diverse group like SageCon. And so I'm going to start with a cartoon before introducing speakers. So at the Institute for Natural Resources, we do a lot of what I call technical transfer. You can also call it science integration. And the whole idea is that we are trying to empower you all, folks working on the ground, to make informed decisions through the use of science, data, and technology. And it turns out that is a bigger challenge than I sort of first realized. A lot of times science and technology is not that empowering, right? It's kind of technical. Maybe it's buried in the scientific literature. There's just a lot of it to wade through. And so what we really want is that, we know how to produce data, we know how to do scientific studies, and we want that to empower action. We want us to be able to scale up. We want to be able to do, better work on the ground because of this information. But what I've learned is that there's a bigger gap between those 2 things than I first realized. And so my analogy here is a bridge over shark-infested waters. You don't want to row your boat across there. You need a bridge, right? And you need things holding up that bridge. So part of that is really communicating effectively about science. So you need to distill down your take-home messages, right? Visualize data, use that information to tell a story. But I think that's not enough, because even if we communicate really effectively about science, technology, and data, there's so much of it that it will still feel kind of overwhelming. So we need to get into this knowledge integration. And so that's where we're curating, what are the pieces of information that are really actionable and going to make a difference at landscape scales? How do we synthesize across studies and then connect that information to practice? Bring in the knowledge that you all have from the ground and connect it all. And we think that's how we might get into this empowered action. So this is just kind of a model. What you're going to see this afternoon, hopefully, will be a lot of this sort of these middle pillars of this bridge. So in this section, we have five things that we're going to talk about, and they're all kind of different topics. We're going to hear first about the SageCon landscape planning tool and ecostate maps, which you've heard about before, but there's some exciting updates. We're going to hear about threat-based strategic conservation workshops. It's going to be a panel discussion talking about those workshops and what people are doing with them. We are going to hear about a brand new process for using some data and sort of a decision framework on post-fire strategic planning. I'm very excited to hear about this one. We're also going to hear about a process using, a combination of field data and remote sensing data to think about where our most resilient music areas on the landscape. And lastly, we're going to hear about a really cool invasive annual grass tech transfer partnership. So I'm going to be introducing each of the speakers. Everyone will come up
one by one. First, I'm going to introduce Dylan O'Leary. So Dylan joined our program at INR about 1.5 years ago. It's been great having him on board. We've been able to do so much more. Dylan's really good at all those things that I mentioned in those pillars: curating data, distilling, telling a story with data. So it's been great to have him on board. You may remember Dylan from last summit, where he introduced himself as Florida Man. So back by popular demand, Florida Man.
No, I thought maybe you'd all forget that. Yeah, hey everyone, Dylan O'Leary here, SageCon 2-timer. 1.5 years, oh my gosh. Yeah, and I see so many familiar faces in that 1.5 years, and I have an observation. Y'all are cool. Like, and funny. I saw Scatter in the parking lot. I was like, yeah, let's be bussin', man. Like, that was some funny stuff. I'm still unpacking the Dorito thing. I don't know exactly what that means, but I like it. So it's really good to be here. And yeah, I'm going to be giving a presentation on eco-state maps. I guess I have to do my own slides. Eco-state maps and the landscape planning tool. And I know that a lot of you have heard about eco-state maps before, but we're going to do a quick recap because some things have changed, some notable things. And we're really excited about it. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the SageCon landscape planning tool, which has also changed in a notable way. So let's see here, threat-based eco-state maps. Really great communication tool and framework to capture primary ecosystem threats to sagebrush rangelands. One of the most notable changes we've made this year, as you can see in this map, is it's biome-wide for all of the different time slices. So tell your friends outside of Oregon, eco-state is has left the boundaries of Oregon and is available for all of the different time slices back to 1989. Yeah, so we've noticed that it's like just this really useful strategic spatial planning tool across large multi-ownership landscapes. It's really great for summarizing change over time. If you have an area of interest, you can take a look at the breakdown of what are the different vegetation categories within it. You can think about it in terms of acres, in terms of priority, in terms of how much it might cost to change any given eco-state to another one. And as most of you are aware, it's based on satellite fractional cover information. So these are satellite-derived vegetation cover estimates that we use to build the eco-state models. And those fractional cover estimates do have some ground truthing information integrated, but as with all of the products that come on the landscape planning tool, we definitely encourage you to ground truth all of the things that are on there. But what we've noticed, including yesterday, we went for a little tootle out in a 2017 burn scar, and we noticed, like, dang, this thing holds up. We really are seeing a lot of the patterns that are being predicted by the eco-state maps on the landscape. So we're feeling pretty good about it. And just a quick recap on what exactly they are, what they mean. So, you've got these three sort of major categories: shrublands, grasslands, woodlands, and then these spectrums of colors. In the green spectrum of color, we have our shrubland category. Oops, excuse me. So darker green, these are our really good condition shrublands, ranging all the way to our yellow, which is our poor condition shrublands. And the good, intermediate, and poor categories, again, are based on sort of the understory herbaceous content or composition beneath the shrubs. So good condition shrublands are areas that are characterized by lots of perennial bunch grasses and forbs. And the poor condition shrublands are characterized by usually more annual forbs and grasses. And then intermediate being somewhere in between. And this sort of definition applies to grasslands as well, except for now we just are missing our shrubs, or at least have a lower shrub cover, which brings me to our other notable update, and that is that we've changed our shrub cover threshold a little bit. And that doesn't mean a whole lot to you when you're out in the field using the maps, but what that's done has increased the accuracy a little bit for our maps overall. We integrated a lot of the ground truthing information from AIM plots and from rapid assessment surveys in 2023, and we discovered that by wiggling that threshold around just a little bit, we actually yielded slightly more accurate eco-state maps. And so that's one of our other notable changes. Since we're looking at some of the grassland categories, another change you might notice or may not are some color changes. We changed our B to D color, and just in case anybody's like, that looks weird. It's less pink and a little more sort of purpley, but we noticed actually that the pink color, it was more of a pink color, and people were treating it as like sort of a negative category. And it's meant to be more of a indicative of a transitional category where it could kind of go either way. But we noticed people lumping it almost with state D on a pretty regular basis. And so the psychology of colors is always very interesting when you're sort of making these maps. So we tweaked that a little bit as well. And then our woodland category, you might have also noticed that there's a change here. It used to say juniper low cover, juniper high cover. Now it says tree low cover, low to mid cover, and tree high cover. And that's just to reflect that the rangeland analysis platform information is detecting trees of all species, not just conifers. Likely in rangelands you are dealing with conifers, but there's definitely cases like in the Trout Creek Mountains where there's mountain mahogany or aspen or things like that. So that's just acknowledging that on the landscape. Let's see here. So SageCon landscape planning tool underwent a major migration and to a GeoCortex platform. And you're going to notice that the user interface is a little bit different. And I really love using the food analogy, so I'm going to use one here. It's kind of like eating Pop Rocks for the first time. You're like, what the hell is going on here? And then the second time, you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, this makes sense. And that was kind of our reaction to this transition. And I think you're going to like it. It's a lot slick. It's very slick. It's a lot faster, but there are some like kind of interesting changes. And I'll get to those in a second. First, I wanted to know, because it's been such a big fire year, in our fire category, just wanted to point out that, like, the maps we saw today with the current fire perimeter, that stuff's all available on here for download and for accessing. On this map here, I've got the RFPA showing, in addition to the current year fire perimeters. And then just like really quickly, we've got these sort of major bins here, our conservation and restoration actions, our wildlife bin, our fire bin, a new water bin, which we're going to talk about a little later today, management boundaries, rangeland vegetation condition, and land management ownership. And within each of those bins are a series of drop downs with all of the individual layers, all of which are downloadable. And this QR code takes you to the landscape planning tool link if you so choose to do so right now. And let's see, so some of the other changes, well, one thing that's remained the same is the EcoState summarization tool is still there. So if you plug in a shapefile, or if you're just interested in a pasture allotment, you can very quickly get a pie chart summary of all of the different EcoState categories within that area of interest pretty quick. And it shows not only the percent area, but also the acreage. And you can do this in areas outside of Oregon as well, because like I said, we've extended our EcoState range to the sagebrush biome. The wonkiest thing about this is that now you do have to click a separate button to get to your legend. It used to be the case that you turn something on and right below it, you would see the legend. And this can be kind of confusing at first. Just want to like really highlight this, point this out. You're not going crazy. You just have to click the legend button up ahead, and then you'll have to toggle back and forth between legend and layers, which is something that you just kind of have to get used to. And the folders, the layers don't display unless you've clicked the parent folder. This may seem obvious to a lot of people, but it gets really easy to have some of these drop downs going, have a bunch of these selected, deselect the parent folder, and then be like, what the heck, I don't see anything on my map. So just another thing to point out here. And one of the last things is Megan put together this really great comprehensive help guide. There's a lot of things I didn't even talk about. For example, you can draw polygons now and just export them to shapefile, and it's like instantaneous. It's really cool. So if you're like in a meeting with somebody, or if you're chatting with someone on the phone and you wanted to show them like what you're talking about, you can very quickly just draw an area and then export it to a shapefile, send it in an email. And that's like a really slick feature. And there's other features as well that are built into this help guide, but I don't think we have time to go through quite all of them. But one thing that we'd love to hear from you, because we're really interested in making your lives easier, that's what all of this is about, is I want to hear from y'all, especially those of you who are using the EcoState maps, what you're using them for. And it looks like some people have already started answering questions, which is kind of interesting. Well, we really appreciate you answering these surveys. Like, this stuff actually really does matter. We use the feedback to make these tools better. And again, the idea is to make your lives easier with this kind of stuff. So thanks so much for answering our questions. And With that, I'll take any questions because this is the end of my first talk.
No, thank you, beautiful maps and full product that I plan to use for research and casual use as well. Weekend stuff. I guess I'm curious if you have metrics of certainty at all. In my experience, kind of what I call the treasure hunt of wandering around the landscape with rap in my pocket. It's harder when you have unburned areas with like complex understory, overstory shrublands. And I'm just curious if you've noticed differences in your ground truthing in those more complex versus just like the grasslands, the prairies.
Absolutely, yeah. In fact, yesterday, like I said, we were walking around in a burned landscape, and it does tend to be those sort of very heterogeneous landscapes where you do notice like something's a little awry here. That's not quite state D or quite state A, and so like in those situations, first of all, like just check yourself. Okay, where am I? Am I in a really crazy looking landscape? And second of all, what are the broad things that I'm seeing rather than honing in on like the individual little polygons that you see? But speaking of casual eco states, just a quick plug that at the end of this presentation, we are going to have the county eco state maps for download on a QR code. Just want to cue you up for that. But thank you all.
And all of these answers are correct except the last one. No, I'm just kidding. But if you haven't used eco state maps yet, and you want help getting started, definitely get in touch. Okay, next we have a panel on threat-based strategic conservation that's going to be moderated by Vanessa Schrader. Vanessa is the Senior Faculty Research Assistant at OSU. She has a wildlife background, but I work a lot with Vanessa now on sort of training and outreach events. And one thing I really appreciate about Vanessa is that she always makes people define their acronyms. So panelists, beware. If there's an undefined acronym, it's going to get caught. So I am going to call our panelists to the front of the room, please, while we get set up here. So thank you, Megan. I'm pretty excited about this session as they make their way to the front of the room. I'm going to let them introduce themselves a little bit more when we get into things here, but we have Andy, Shannon, Lindsay, and Bree. Before I switch the mic over to them, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys about a 5-minute overview of what are these threat-based strategic conservation workshops for large landscape planning. And so I thought it'd be really important to really first set the stage as to why we might need threat-based strategic planning process, right? Why is this even needed? And so I'm guessing most of you have seen a lot of the blue blobs. You're probably pretty familiar with this, but if you haven't, here's the sagebrush conservation design. And really the key story here is we're managing huge landscapes, right? However, we're not really keeping up. We're doing a lot of good things, but we're still having a loss of 1.3 million acres a year. So all of that really good work that we're doing, we're just not really moving the needle enough. So we do need to rethink business as usual. And so with these maps, you can just see over 20 years, 2001 on the left, we had a lot more of that dark blue. 2020, we have quite a bit less. And so the sagebrush conservation design and the threat-based strategic conservation process we're going to be talking about today, it's really focused on those big 3 threats, that invasive annual grasses, fire, and expansion of conifers. So what are those blue blobs, right? Hopefully, it looks something like this. So we're talking about core. Want to point out, we're not talking those sage grouse core maps. This is capital C core. When I say core, what I mean is these large, intact rangelands. And these are areas that really protect a broad suite of values. And so most of you here, hopefully you already know the value of these really big intact landscapes. And the science now tells us that really, if we preserve these areas, it's the best way to really conserve all of those associated values. But how do we do that? Many of you have seen this, defend and grow the core. We've heard that a few times already today. Really, this strategy, it's a proactive strategy. It's really the most cost efficient, in our opinion, best way to really conserve rangelands. And so the sagebrush conservation design, it really takes these concepts of defend and grow the core. And that's at the biome scale, right? So while super helpful at these broad biome scales, it's really just a little too coarse
for more localized strategic planning, which is what we're going to be talking about today. So that's where threat-based strategic conservation really comes in. So translating the big blue blobs to more management relevant scales, we're using these different types of workshops. And so this process really kind of incorporates those finer scale metrics that we learned so much about from Dylan just a second ago, created by INR, and which were based on that original threat-based plan management. Okay, so in essence, we're going to really get into it here in the panel. But what is threat-based strategic conservation? It's essentially a hands-on, interactive process that facilitates landscape-scale proactive planning in these really complex local landscapes. And so the process simply takes the concepts, the principles, and those technical tools, such as the Defend the Core strategy, and then all of those really great relevant data sources, like Dylan's talked about, and it engages in a facilitated stakeholder process. And so hopefully it ends up with a science-informed, locally derived spatial strategy, as you can see a cartoon of on the right. Okay, so I am not going to go through all of the nitty-gritty of the steps of this process, because today we're going to be hearing from actual participants in this. I want to give you just really quick overview. It's typically about 3 to 4 steps that we work through as a group in a facilitative process. So that first step's working with a collaborative group, multi-stakeholders typically, and we just get some initial polygons drawn on the graph map. So we're using those different maps to identify areas of core, growth, impacted, kind of like this example here. But then the next step really needs to incorporate expert judgment, right? We need to use the resources that we have. And we pile in a bunch of additional layers, as you can see examples here on the right. And really the work group works together to refine that strategy map using those layers and the sources that are specifically relevant to that group and to that geography. And so this is really an iterative process, right? Ideally, the group then looks at how are the relevant values distributed, and importantly, do they actually change the management objectives in different parts of the core or the growth areas? Our step 4 is really in progress. I don't think we really have too many groups or any right now that have really dove too much into step 4, but in theory, step 4 is going to be, given the values and the threats of core and growth areas, what are the management goals, the actions, and the relevant urgency? And so today we have representatives from 2 groups. We have the Prineville LIT, which we already heard a little bit from earlier today. And they're in the process. We've already seen a version of this map. And we also have the Lakeview LIT and Tri-Corner Collaborative spatial strategy. So panelists, if I need to, I can flip back to this so you guys can gesture as we go through. But now I'm going to, I think there's a mic in front of you guys. I'm going to start off with a question. So before you answer the question, go ahead and introduce yourself, which group you're a part of, and hopefully you're very thoughtful answer. So question 1 will be which group you participated in, and can you tell us one thing you found valuable and one thing you found challenging in the workshops?
Sure. My name is Shannon Ludwig. I'm a project leader, refuge manager at Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge, which is in Nevada, and Heart Mountain National Antelope Refuge, which is in Oregon. Obviously, most people here are familiar with Heart Mountain. So we participated in the Lakeview LIT Tri-Corner Collaborative threats-based workshop a while ago. Found it, I guess one of the benefits of hosting it when we did is we had the Tri-Corner Collaborative established for several months, and that's basically a group of stakeholders very interested in the area focusing on between both refuges and including the refuges. We already, had the benefit of working collaboratively on projects. We work pretty well with Lakeview BLM. So there's a lot of good partnerships in the area. So we had a strong foundation. So we were starting off with some advantages. So a lot of the threats-based workshop for us really verified and validated kind of what we were working on, but it also opened up some new opportunities. Clearly identified some areas on a map, which we probably weren't giving as much focus as we probably should have. It's easy to focus on those and coalesce around juniper. But when you start to talk about a few other threats on the landscape, kind of opened up your eyes because there's other perspectives out there. And that's the great thing about a collaborative. It opens up your eyes and helps us look from other people's perspectives. But we're all focusing on healthy, sustainable sagebrush. So I found that as a really good opportunity. I think it strengthened our partnerships. It created a more solid foundation and obviously gave us a great path forward here to continue working in the future. One thing I found challenging was scale. I know Megan is always challenging, you know, we've hosted a couple, one in Oregon and one in Nevada. One of the things we always found challenging is scale, because you have a number of participants. The more participants you have, the bigger your scale becomes, but the more challenging it becomes to really kind of focus on how you're going to implement that on the ground. So trying to maintain and manage a scale with a project area is really challenging and takes some thought, and that's part of an important part of the process.
Great, thank you. Do you recall by any chance what the scale was, the general, you're over 1 million acres, weren't we? Do you know, Dylan, off the top of your head?
Over 1 million
Over 1
acres,
million, yeah.
so I don't know what that is, you know, I don't know. When the more participants you have, it's just, you know, it's just gonna get a little bit bigger, but fortunately, we had some really good on the ground knowledge that could verify and validate what we were talking about. And that's the other part of the challenge. I mean, your scale is kind of respective of how you know that country. I mean, you have to understand what's on the ground in order to verify what you're talking about.
Absolutely, thank you.
Hi, Andy Gallagher with Crick SWCD again. So I participated in the Prineville LIT threats-based exercise. It was really a great experience from my perspective, and the reason is that there were so many great points of view and different perspectives in the room. In a very comfortable and collaborative kind of a environment. A lot of different people with different objectives, not just sage grouse, but different plant community attributes that they're interested in seeing. And so I found that to be very kind of eye-opening, because I kind of get in that blinders mode where maybe I'm only looking at juniper, or I'm only looking at mule deer habitat or something like that. And so to have all those other people in the room who had different experiences and have different focuses in their various jobs was really valuable to kind of bring the whole picture together and make it a very cohesive kind of an exercise. One of the biggest challenges that I saw in it was where we had areas where remote sensing kind of maybe differed from what people in the room thought was there. And getting to the bottom of that in kind of the classroom environment is difficult. It would have been, we found ourselves wishing that we were standing out and looking at the landscape a little bit. And just to, not necessarily challenging what we thought the information we were presented with was wrong, but trying to understand why the models maybe said there were more annual grasses here than everybody thought there were, or why it was turning a certain shade of red or pink or whatever it was. So that was a little challenging to do that in the classroom setting, I guess.
Hi everyone, I'm Bree Porter. I'm wildlife biologist with the Prineville BLM. I also worked on this workshop with the Prineville Lit. And one thing that I did find valuable was seeing our area on a map and seeing where those intact shrublands were and some of the areas that were not as intact, and categorizing those and putting those in like a bin. It helped me see where maybe we should be prioritizing, because we can't restore everything at once. And some areas we're probably not going to get to. And some of those areas, as you can see, are those red areas. Not seeing it in a how do you do that? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh shoot. There we go.
So being able to actually form an area and see where some of these impacted areas were, it's not that we're not gonna really focus on these areas, but we're gonna more focus on the core and then these less impacted areas. And just seeing that was really valuable to me and how maybe I can prioritize my work with the BLM. And then the one thing that I found challenging was actually choosing an area in particular to kind of focus the workshop. We have the two Sage Grouse packs. We have the Brothers Pack and the Climate Pack. And I myself, I've worked in both packs on a variety of different projects. And so it was hard to kind of choose what area we were gonna focus that workshop on because both areas are really diverse. They provide really good habitat, but they're also struggling in areas too. And the sage grouse populations, as you saw, are declining. So it was difficult to choose, and what area we did choose was mostly in the Climate Pack, but also kind of bled into the Brothers. So I think it was challenging to do that, but it was also very kind of rewarding, and just being able to prioritize those areas and see it on a map was incredibly helpful, so.
All right, my name is Lindsay Smith. I'm the Inflation Reduction Act Coordinator for the Lakeview BLM Field Office. And I participated with the Lakeview LIT with Shannon here. And I think one of the most valuable things from this was all the different stakeholders that we had present. We had a lot of knowledgeable people coming to this event. And like I said, there was already the TCC that was occurring. And so this was just an additional thing that we did on top of our coordinating event that we already had. But knowing that we all came out of it with the same areas that we thought had ecological, cultural, wildlife importance, like we were all agreed that there are certain areas that were more important than others. And I think the challenging part was a little nitpicking. Some people really wanted certain areas, you know, labeled a certain way and got a little bit into the weeds sometimes. But then we were able to step back and actually be like, okay, this is over 1 million acres that we're trying to, you know, categorize here. And overall, though, it was a very great process. I was very, it was very nice to be able to be part of it.
Great, I have to live up to my name here. So TCC acronym, Tri-Corner Collaborative. Did I get that right?
Yes.
So this was very difficult for, I think you guys, you had the added challenge of 2 different groups coming together. And I assume there was a little bit of overlap between those, but was there anything you wanted to add there about kind of scale or challenge of partners? Was that a good decision to do it jointly?
I think so, yeah. Well, obviously you can about imagine when you're looking at the Lakeview LIT, that boundary is that's much too large. I mean, that's the Lakeview BLM district essentially. So that scale, for obvious reasons, is not going to work for, you know, the objectives of this particular exercise. So using and overlaying this process on the Tri-Corner Collaborative on that boundary essentially that we focus on was much more appropriate. And I think with the stakeholders, the amount of interest and the focus on that area, it made a lot of sense. And I think it just flowed really well.
Great. All right. So moving on to our next question. I'm really interested in how you, or particularly your agency, or maybe the LIT, is currently using the strategy maps, or maybe a different version of them if you've moved on to something else that were developed in the workshop. So I really want to know, what opportunities do you see in the future? So maybe that's grant applications, coordinating among partners, leveraging existing work. I want to hear what that future, how you're currently using it, and maybe what the opportunities are.
Got it in my hand. I'll just keep talking. Quick backdrop on the LIT. You know, I really support where this started before. So the local implementation team, Alex came in as our coordinator several years ago, and you know, we didn't have any spatial information. We didn't have you know, something to look at how we're working in this landscape. You know, I work closely with the BLM and other partners, but we started this several years ago, and I'm just thinking about and talking about the evolution of where we've come just by building that dialogue and those partnerships and that level of collaboration. where we just brought different information. We were scratching on a map, okay? Everybody has done that. So looking at what the threats-based strategic conservation, these workshops, has just allowed us to take that a next step further, rather than just identifying where we've done things, okay? How do we plan and come up with a strategy? How do we continue to invest our limited amount of resources, our limited amount of people on the landscape in order to get that best return? And this just made most sense. It just all aligned. The timing was great. And the presentation, the platform, how this is evolving is great as well with the needs of the practitioners on the ground. But what we're using it for is from day-to-day decisions of where, the refuge of where we intend to continue to work. And it's pretty obvious that a lot of Heart Mountain falls within some of those priority areas. So where do we want to work? Really need to scale it down as to how do we leverage what other folks are doing, particularly BLM, what are they doing, and how do we leverage that and get a bigger return on that investment on the ground for juniper, for instance. Also, invasive annual grass treatments. We're using ecostate maps. We're using those types of spatial information to help us give us the information we need to make good informed decisions on the ground. So the spatial information is evolving too, and I really appreciate how they're adapting to what we need on the ground. And they're always asking for that feedback, which is really good. Last thing I'll add with that is what we've used is we put together a couple build proposals, identifying these strategies in these priority areas and where we want to work. So yes, we use them. We use them in grant build proposals recently. I'm hopeful we can continue to use them in the future.
So you guys heard me talk about our project that happened to wind up in our area that we decided to focus on. Obviously, we're continuing with that, continuing to trying to bring in more funding. But more than anything, since we've identified that area, I've had the opportunity to drive through it and spend a lot of time in it and kind of look at it from a different perspective on the ground. Understanding that not all habitat looks the same now or is going to look the same once it's restored. There's areas in our priority area that have a lot of old growth juniper in them. BLM is working a lot in those areas, and just maybe we're not going to have 0% cover of juniper when we're done. There's some ag stuff that's just going to be there, and just kind of understanding that our funding that we seek doesn't necessarily have to be sage grouse funding, right? We've got migration corridors that overlap with that area. We've got all these different things, all these different bins that we can put projects into that all will do the same thing in that area. And so it's having that area focused down for us has really helped me to understand that I need to be more diverse in how I look for funding, more diverse in how I think about projects, because it's all going towards the same thing. But I don't know, it's kind of sounds silly when I say it out loud, but it feels like we've got a much larger suite of tools to work with because we've focused on a much smaller area. And so that's we're just kind of trying to diversify how we look at projects and how we look for funding within that area.
All right, so one way that myself with the BLM have used this map in particular, I've been noticing a really common theme today is wildfires. This last summer was just crazy with wildfire, and they're still going. But one thing that I kind of use this map as a reference is to see kind of some of the areas that we identified as core or growth areas. And coincidentally, right here is the Crazy Creek. Here's Rail Ridge, a little bit right in here. Luckily, those two fires did not get too deep into some really good core habitat with really intact sagebrush steppe. Where these fires came down from, the Ochoco, was in some pretty rocky areas that had a lot of stiff sage in it. But when I looked at this, I could see right here, it's like, yeah, Luckily, it didn't get in the core, but it is in areas where we could grow. And that kind of solidified justified my reasoning for, we should probably do something post-fire, ESR stuff. We've had a lot of big fires, and so it's kind of come down to where we're gonna prioritize our ESR efforts, because again, there's probably gonna be a shortage of funding. There's definitely gonna be a shortage of seeding and shrubs that we can get, just the stuff that we can get on hand. But seeing this on a map and then seeing kind of where those fires were at, just helped me justify that we do need to, do some ESR in those areas and try and get it back. And then we can grow it. So.
Great. Sounds like you're already using the maps to grow within the core. That's pretty exciting.
So for Lakeview BLM, we have used this map to basically confirm that we're working in good areas. And then I know that if a partner wants to work with me in the future, if they want to do some sort of invasive annual grass work or in seeding or anything like that, I know which areas we can start targeting, and they know too, because they're probably going to be part of either the Lakeview LIT or the Tri-Corner Community Collaborative. And so it just confirms where we know where to put our money towards in the future.
Okay, great. We are having really great, thoughtful responses, but we are only gonna have time for one more question. And so about 30 seconds to 1 minute each. So we're gonna jump to, what advice would you give others who are interested in this process?
Running down on seconds. Okay. Consider going into this, what are your questions? I mean, it's first and foremost, like any other science question, what do you want out of the process? And that will, with your partners, what are you looking to do? I mean, we went into this knowing, asking the question of really evolving around stewardship. We're land managers on the ground. So what information is out there that would help us become better stewards on the ground and implement better stewardship techniques with more and better identified strategy? So just knowing your question, I think asking the right questions of why and where.
I think my biggest takeaway, my biggest advice I would give, it would be to be inclusive when you think about the group that you're working with. Have a good mix of people who are familiar with the science, familiar with the available data, and then a good mix of people who spend their time with their boots on the ground and understand what it looks like in person. A diverse range of objectives is very important as well. And so just to have that really good inclusive group in the room is really important for this process.
Some advice I would give is to go into it with an open mind, and just know that you're not going to be able to fix it all. You are going to have those red impacted areas, and it's not going to be a major focus anymore. You're going to be focusing on that core and the growth areas, and that's kind of where the workshop is going to be headed. And it's going to help really defining an area and not getting too big. You're going to have to shrink it down to a more realistic area.
I'm just going to echo everyone else. I think they said it very well. Just have as much representation as you can. Have local landowners, have ranchers, have federal agencies, state agencies present, because everyone comes with their own perspective, knowledge, and opinions, and all of that's very important for this workshop.
Perfect, thank you. So we've used up most of our time, but hopefully if you guys have any more questions, want any advice, you can reach out to them later. We might have a few minutes at the end of the session, but I did just want to mention, hey, if you're interested in these types of workshops, the threat-based strategic conservation, you should definitely reach out to myself. Hopefully you can get my contact information here. Or next up, we're going to hear how Chad Boyd, Dustin Johnson, Katie, they're using this type of process in the ESNR. You can contact any of us, or we are planning, some of you attended our Rangeland Ecology and Management 2-day field course last year. We're calling it kind of natural resources range camp. We do plan on doing that again next year and maybe into the future. That's really solidly based in threat-based strategic conservation with a field component. So if you're interested in that, grab me. It's going to be probably sometime in May. But beyond that, I want to give a huge thank you to the 4 panelists up here, and you get a really big round.
All right, thank you. That was really cool. Good job, Vanessa. Thank you to our panelists, Andy and Bree, let's see, Shannon and Lindsay. Really appreciate it. Okay, so next we're going to kind of build on some of those concepts of defending the core and threat-based land management. Chad Boyd and Katie Wolstein are going to come up. So Katie is the Rangeland Fire Specialist and Assistant Professor of Practice at OSU Extension. She has a background in social science, and so she's high in demand with her expertise as well as fire ecology. Chad is at the Agricultural Research Service. He's the research leader at the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center, or the EOARC. As many of you know, this group is just really amazing thought leader. They do a lot of research. They do a lot of outreach. They're really respected as a resource for range ecology and management, and really prolific. So I'm going to invite them on up to give a presentation. It looks like we got Chad first. Oh, Katie's approaching too.
Never been called prolific before. I'm also based at the Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center, so I'll start by Chad. I'm glad we aren't wearing our matching shirts today.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Hi, everyone. We're really glad to be here. Just before we get started, so how many of you who are here, raise your hand if you own, manage, make decisions on, or provide support, expertise, resources to rangelands in Eastern Oregon? I know a lot of you, there should be a lot of hands up. Leave your hand up. Of those of you with your hands up, how many of you following this fire season where 1.3 million acres burned in Eastern Oregon rangelands, how many of you have a pretty good idea about what to do next? Where to go with rehabilitation, where to go with resources, what actions you should take? Got someone in front? Yeah, only a few hands are remaining. I'm so thrilled for those of you who know. We'll have to talk at dinner.
We need to talk after,
yeah, we need to know your secret. So one thing that has been keeping us extremely busy since mid-July, when fire season started to crank in Eastern Oregon, is how on earth do you make decisions about prioritizing resources? How do you figure out what the right activities are? And when do you do those things following fires? And these aren't just fires on, some of them are small, a lot of them are not. Allison, I think we said 6 mega fires this summer, right? So these are some really big fires. So how do you make decisions about that? And so our group, Chad and myself, Dustin Johnson with OSU, also Cameron Duquette with the Nature Conservancy, also at the EOARC, we developed a framework that's informed by threat-based strategic conservation principles that Vanessa introduced, and apply that to the post-fire realm.
Okay, so yeah, when we're talking about post-fire, we need to differentiate that from pre-fire. You just heard about threat-based strategic conservation, and that's done in service of the idea of defending and growing the core. Okay, that defending and growing core is inherently a defensive concept, right? We're trying not to lose something that we have at the present time, and that's cool. It's actually a luxury to be in that position. But post-fire is a little different. In the post-fire environment, we're not in core anymore. It's gone. If we had core, it is now considered in strategic conservation parlance to be other rangeland, because if it burned, you probably either don't have enough shrubs or you don't have any shrubs anymore. So that's no longer core habitat. We need a new paradigm in the post-fire environment, and that paradigm is one of offense. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to mitigate the immediate threats to those plant communities and position those plant communities from a management standpoint such that on down the road, we can worry about defending and growing core again in those habitat. But we got some things that we need to take care of in the immediate environment. Chief amongst those things
is going to be invasive alien grasses. And so today, that's what we're going to do. We're going to walk you through a framework that we're developing, as in present tense. It's not done yet, for post-fire, strategic post-fire management. And in the process, we're also going to revisit some of the tools that Dylan and others have talked about, the geospatial tools, and show you how now is different than we were even a couple of years ago, and how to plug those tools into post-fire management plans. So this is the fire scar for the Cow Valley fire. If I'll take the screen over. As has been mentioned, this was 133,000 acres, right next to a 294,000 acre. I can't remember anything more than 7 numbers, right? Last hotel room I stayed in was 0246. 133,000 acres, right? This is the pre-burn eco-state map for the Cow Valley fire scar. And you can see, as Dylan described, we have a lot of greens. We have a lot of areas that are probably going to classify out. We had that map, I don't, as core habitat and strategic conservation. Then the fire happens. Those are no longer core habitat. How do we wrap our brain around what we're going to do next within a 133,000 acre landscape where we're wanting to, at some point down the road, manage again for core habitat?
And so the question is, what should we do when and why when we're not in core anymore? That is our post-fire world. That is the case for 1.3 million acres of rangelands in Eastern Oregon after this fire season. And so as we heard a few moments ago, threat-based strategic conservation, TBSC, is about breaking up these really large, complex landscapes, a lot of intersecting values, into manageable units. We heard from Andy, we heard from Shannon on this panel. It makes the decision space smaller. These units are informed by the threats to these areas, and then we need to be selecting appropriate management actions given the threats for those individual units. And so TBSC informed post-fire planning, management actions, and their urgency. So should you do it this fall? Can it wait till spring? Is it a next fall thing? Is it we don't need to do anything, this is going to be okay? It should be informed by the threats and also values at risk. So the first question, what are the threats in the 1 to 5 years immediately after fire? What is the threat after the fire, Joe Klein? For rangelands.
Well, this rangelands specific. I mean, the first immediate thing I'm thinking about is any erosions, things like that.
For sure, erosion is a big one. I think a lot of us are also thinking about annual grasses. We've gone out to, I want to say, six properties, a handful of fires: Porcupine, Ritter, Falls, Telephone, Cow Valley, and people are worried about invasive annual grasses after fire and erosion. And so for your post-fire TBSC, we're making the decision space smaller in service of enhancing resistance to invasive annual grasses. That is our main focus. That is the most controllable thing when it comes to making post-fire rehabilitation decisions. Don't want to dismiss erosion. That's a separate and as complicated one. And so what do we do in the next 5 years to enhance resistance to invasive annual grasses and address those threats? What are the actions that will do that? Chad's going to walk us through a framework that helps us do this.
Okay, big reveal, we're going to put things in bins. We're from the OARC. We have a lot of bins that we put things in the service of making the decision space smaller. These are a little bit different bins than we have with strategic conservation before the fire, or core growth and other rangeland. For after the fire, we're first and foremost going to identify what we call anchor areas. Anchor areas are typically areas with high resistance and resilience that we don't expect to have, in this case, an annual grass problem following the fire. If you think about it strategically, those are the areas that we want to anchor to and begin growing out from, just like we put our backs to the core and work out. So these are areas, and this is the Cow Valley footprint again. These are high elevation areas here in yellow. You probably can't read that in the back. These are our anchor areas. Probably not going to need to do anything in those areas. The next areas are maintained. These are the areas that we can least afford to lose. And they're going to be areas that were in good condition, probably core before the fire, but they're gonna have medium to low resistance and resilience. And the reason we're most worried about those is if we lose something, and particularly in low resistance and resilience, how easy is that gonna be to get back? It's gonna be hard. This is where we have the most to lose. Those are gonna be our maintain areas, and we've got those mapped here as well. Improve is gonna be kind of the inverse of maintain. Improve is asking the question, where can we make gains? Using the fire as a reason to go out and make these gains. Where can we get better? Those areas are going to be areas that biotically, maybe they had some perennial bunch grasses and some annual grasses. They weren't perfect, but they had a perennial component there that we can work with, and they're going to be high enough resistance and resilience that we have a fighting chance if we do something like put seed in the ground. So we're looking for medium resistance and ideally with resistance and resilience. Then we have contained areas. These are areas that are screwed up before the fire. They're going to be more screwed up after the fire. Typically, we're talking about annual grasses. These are often in low resistance and resilience areas. And the last category is monitoring. We didn't throw that in as an afterthought. We particularly for these first four categories, anchor, maintain, improve, contain. If we put a chunk of the landscape in one of those categories, we want to be sure about it. We want to be confident about it because we're trying to prioritize limited resources and big landscapes. So if we're not sure what the response is going to be after fire, that's where those are the areas that we're going to put into the monitor category, and we're going to come back and check on those. This is again the Cow Valley fire. It took us about an hour and a half in our conference room to put together a straw dog categorization using these categories for 133,000 acres. The reason that went so fast was because of what Katie's going to talk about next, and that's the underlying geospatial technology that we can use to get a quick draft, a quick idea of what the fire looks like. I want to make the point that this is new, and we're all going through what I think is going to be just like it was mentioned about virtual fence this morning and the paradigm shift with virtual fencing. I think we're going to see a paradigm shift towards geospatially driven geospatial data driven ES&R in the future. And that's what it can do for us. You can do 133,000 acres in an hour and a half. So what are some of those data acres, Katie?
Yeah, so how do we figure out what needs to go in each of these bins? We're not going to spend a ton of time on this, and we will direct your technical questions to Dylan following this presentation. But, pretty simply put, what was there prior to the fire is going to tell you a little bit of something, or a lot of it is something about how well that plant community will recover. Some of you might be familiar with biotic resilience and resistance. And so plant community is dominated by perennial bunch grasses. There's going to be few annuals. There's a good chance that it's going to recover or be more resistant to annual grasses following a disturbance. And so we use a threat-based ecostate maps to tell us something about prior to the fire. This was the plant community composition. That middle map there is a fairly new layer. Thank you, Dylan. And this is called the heat load elevation map. And this is kind of our new proxy or representation for resistance and resilience in these areas. In short, and this is what we told the landowners we've been working with, the blue are going to be your cooler, wetter sites, and those hot colors, orange and red, are going to be your higher and drier sites, probably for soil, slope and aspect or a feature of this. And so this can tell us something about how vulnerable a site is to competition from invasive annual grasses. In general, those blues, those sites are going to be pretty resistant and resilient. Those oranges and reds, it's going to be a little more challenging to fend off invasion. The final map here, and this is why I picked on Joe earlier, and apologies. This is the burn area reflexance classification map. So those of you in the room with NRCS, you're very familiar with this, also US Forest Service and BLM. And so this tells us a little bit of something about the burn severity. So how the fire behaved during the fire event. We've been using this to tell us something about how likely there is to be seeds or plant parts left in the soil after the disturbance event. Because if you were someone who's gonna be flying on seed following fire, it would be helpful to know if that's necessary in a place or not. And so sites of high burn severity, there's a pretty good chance, we're out with Joe and his trowel, there's nothing left in that soil, right? It's ash, there aren't roots, there aren't perennial bunch grasses remaining. Other places where there's lower burn severity or maybe more of a mosaic burn, there's a good chance the seed bank remains intact. And so combining these three data layers can tell us something about what categories different parts of the landscape belong.
Yeah, so we've got this pretty map that we're in. We know what categories we're in. I know we're getting short on time, so I'll make this fast. So what? What do we do next? How does this actually inform management? So let's go to the next slide. This is what we call the manager's matrix, and it borrows heavily from ecologically based and basic plant management for anyone who's around for that. And it helps us to come to an idea of what we need to do within one of those polygons we saw in the previous slide. There's three basic factors that control plant succession after fire. One of them is site availability. The seeds have a home, that they have a place to germinate, emerge, do the thing. Generally, after fire, there are exceptions to this. But generally after fire, we're going to say yes. That's a pretty good seed bed to seed into. The second factor that controls plant succession in post-disturbance environment are, do we or do we not have desired species? And this can be plant material that survived the fire, like the root crown of a perennial bunch grass, or it can be seeds that are in the seed bank. Okay, and so we call that our desired perennial species on site. Third, competition. Do we have significant competition, in this case, from annual grasses? That's a controlling factor. So we can plug these into a matrix that allows us to think about what to do next within those polygons. So for example, if we have desired species of on-site, either in the seed bank or in the form of surviving plants, we're not going to need to seed. The question becomes, are those plants going to be under undue competition from annuals in the post-fire environment? If they're not, top row, we're not going to do anything. If they are, we're going to spray a pre-emergent herbicide and give them a break from competition. By the same token, if we don't have desired perennials on site, we're going to have to seed. Again, the question is, are they going to have competition? If they are, we're going to bottom row spray pre-emergent first and then seed later. If they're not going to have competition from annuals, we're simply going to seed. And the point I want to make with this is we can use this at the scale of the pickup when we get out of the pickup and say, what do we need to do at this site? But we can also, using the data layers that Katie just described, use this at really large spatial scales. If we want to know if we have desired species on site, we go back and look at the pre-fire ecostate map. If we want to know how those species came through the fire, we might look at the bark map or other indicators of fire severity. If we want to know about competition at really large spatial scales, we can look at the pre-fire ecostate map. We can also look at the heat load index to have some idea of how those plant communities are going to respond with respect to annuals in the post-fire environment. And we can map those things. And just to kind of put it all together, this is a map that we put together for Bill Moore, private landowner within the Cow Valley fire scarp. He gave us permission to use this. It's a 3,500 acre scale. You can see that we've got our maintain, contain, improve anchor points within the landscape. And we've actually plugged in the treatments. For example, in most of our maintain areas, we're talking about early detection and rapid response. We're not going to do anything unless we recognize an annual problem. We've got a polygon up the top, the green one, that's an improve area. That area had a pretty good base of perennial bunch grasses, but it's also got a lot of annual grasses. So we're going to go in and hit that with some Mazepin, try to make some gains in that perennial bunch grass population. Importantly, the last step in this process, get your categories, think about your treatments, check with the people on the ground who know the land. Because when we sat down with Bill at his kitchen table to go over this plan, these 4 red polygons, we wanted to spray with Mazepin and then seed with a competitive non-native perennial. Because these are south slopes that have a bad annual grass problem, according to the data, according to the geospatial layers. In Bill's experience, a lot of those annuals are actually probably posy in this particular case, Sandberg's bluegrass. So he didn't want to seed, but he did want to hit them with the Mazepin. So that's the last step in the process, check with the people on the ground.
Yeah, and so that was a little taste of what this process can look like. And so post-fire TPSC, the point is to make the decision space smaller, to figure out where needs to have what actions and when. And geospatial tools can be helpful in delineating these management units, but also making or selecting management actions within those units. And then, as Chad just mentioned, it can be applied at multiple scales. And so we've been working with private landowners to do this on their property, so a couple thousand acres. We've also done this for, the entirety of the Cow Valley fire, the entirety of the Durkee fire. We have been working with BLM to perhaps use this to inform ESR processes. Lastly, let's do this before fires happen. That is the best outcome for this kind of planning framework. Before we're dragged away, we just wanted to thank in particular Jackie Couples and Joe Klein as thought partners on developing this framework. The Mount Hood Rangeland Partnership over in Mount Hood County, especially Nicole Sullivan and Lynn Larson right there, really helping us kind of validate and ground truth these ideas. And then also the Cow Valley landowners. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And that was a great presentation. Thank you guys. And some handouts are coming around, so you get a little bonus. Okay. So are there any, we can take a couple of questions for Vanessa, for Chad or Katie, if you have any. I also noticed, I think, Joe, you had your hand up earlier for the EcoState presentation. Did you have a question that you wanted to ask? No, okay. Okay, we'll have more opportunity. Oh, Anya.
Great presentation. Thanks so much. I was curious, you got me that last teaser of like, let's do this before fire, Katie and Chad. And I think that sounds great. And I am curious that we looked at the other categories and it could get a little confusing and we can't hold that many categories in our mind at once. So I just wondered if you had thought through, how to blend the proactive, defend and grow the core threat-based strategic conservation with the reactive, in a way that you don't trip over yourself and get confused between all the different categories.
We'll see if our responses are the same or different. So my hot take, someone whose position is focused on fire, is when we're doing any kind of rangeland planning, given our fire realities, we should be thinking about what are the likely outcomes of fire on this site, and let's align our management so that those outcomes are more positive. And so this is, basically managing for resistant and resilient rangelands. So that in my mind, that's how those blend together.
Yeah, I agree, and recognizing the role of fire in that. If you do the geospatial windshield test, which you can do on Google Earth, look down at what you see in the sagebrush step. And look at how much of it is either a product of how recently it burned or how long since it hasn't burned. Fire really controls what we see even through the Google Earth lens. So I think that building fire resilience into the planning process is the part that we can do. The only thing we can't do, what we talked about today before the fire, is look at how severe the fire was. That's maybe 20% of the decision-making space. So 80% of these decisions, I think you can make before the fire, reduce stress after the fire, and manage for a fire resilient landscape in the process.
One more comment, since it's Anya Tyson who coordinates the TCC. I know you guys have been talking about using potential operational delineations as part of your landscape strategy, perhaps. Prineville BLM has been talking about this too. One thing I'd love to talk about is managed by pods, right? So those pods are established, the lines, the boundaries of those are meant to reflect how fire is likely to behave if this landscape were to burn, right? Like where can you feasibly hold the line? And so the next step of pods, right, it isn't just about fire response. It's managing within those units, again, so that fire behaves in a way that's more manageable, right? More positive. So we can have fire that has positive ecological outcomes, or just fires don't move as fast, or we create mosaic burns in the way that these landscapes are meant to.
Thank you guys, and great question, Anya. Okay, I'm going to reintroduce Dylan, who's going to talk about music and riparian data sets.
Hello again. Somebody in the beginning said something about, the matrix of the way SageCon is, all these things are connected. And this is a really good example of one of those stories where there's a lot of connection points kind of coming together here. So this presentation is about a workflow that we put together for prioritizing music riparian restoration across large rangeland landscapes. And This started with a poll from last SageCon where y'all had mentioned that music and riparian restoration was something you were very interested in learning more about. And so this is our effort to tackle that. And I had the extreme pleasure of working with a really talented botanist for my graduate program at the Trout Creek Mountains in southeastern Oregon. And her name's Haley Colding, and she was tasked with thinking about how to prioritize where to do restoration on a 500,000 acre landscape with regards to springs and streams. And when you put on a map of all the springs and streams across 500,000 acres, it's absolutely daunting. And she came up with a really cool workflow that we've adopted into this process, and we're going to share with you today. So we're really excited to share this and to see what y'all think of it. It's available on the SageCon website. There's a webinar, and it's really a combined effort between the Nature Conservancy, INR, SageCon, folks at Climate Engine even. So we're really excited to show you this workflow and see what you think. So, you know, the why here is, of course, we know music and riparian areas are incredibly vital resources in these arid climates. Really important for a lot of different species, for carbon storage, et cetera. What is this? This is a step-by-step process that, you know, similar to the last presentation, is really trying to narrow down, triage, prioritize in the landscape where you're going to focus your efforts. And it's using remotely sensed data and field assessment information. And how are we going to do this? It's based on like ecological importance, what's the current condition on the landscape, and then expected climate resilience. And in this case, when we talk about climate resilience, we're really talking about groundwater dependent ecosystems. And if you haven't heard that term, it's referring to like to what degree are streams and springs being fed by groundwater rather than just surface water contribution. And you can imagine in years where it's really hot or really dry, the groundwater contribution is really important for keeping that base flow going. And so you can think about that over a long period of time. Those are going to be the more resilient places to a changing climate where drought's going to become more common. All right, so it's a real simple 5-step process. We're just going to go through these 5 steps. I'm real excited to show you step 2 because that's where we're going to show you some of the new music resources we have in the landscape planning tool. So step 1, initial prioritization based on broad landscape value. So maybe you've already got an area of interest in mind, but if you don't, or if you're just thinking like, gee, we're doing like some of these TPSC workshops, threat-based strategic conservation workshops, and we're kind of neglecting the music or riparian side of things, you can start by thinking, you know, you can incorporate this sort of level of thinking into those early meetings. So initial prioritization based on broad landscape values. The goal with this step really is just to walk away with an area of interest, to narrow down your scope of what you're trying to do work within. And I have, for example, you know, we have the Oregon Sagebrush Conservation Design Geographic Strategy map put up on the board. That's an example of a layer you might use for context, or another value like wildlife habitats such as sage grouse. All right, so once you have a planning area in mind, step 2 is music area prioritization based on remote sensing. And so this is where those 3 new layers are going to come into play. I'm going to really quickly describe what these 3 layers are. And all 3 of these layers are available on the landscape planning tool. So there's a map of all the springs throughout Oregon. It's the most comprehensive data set of springs that we know of for the state of Oregon. And we've got a map of streams, which is like basically NHD flow line, similar to what you can obtain elsewhere. But this stream layer has packed into it these 4 categories of basically how confident we are that it is a groundwater dependent stream based on best available information. These 2 layers are put together by the Nature Conservancy. Zach Freed is one of the lead scientists on this project. And it's really exciting, really cool stuff. And then there's the vegetation productivity map, which is essentially just NDVI. And NDVI in this case is a measure of vegetation greenness. But this vegetation productivity map is an extension or is homage to the Sage Grouse Initiative MESIC resource layer, which some of you might be familiar with. It's a map that was produced by Patrick Donnelly and Brady Allred that essentially bins, or it looks at vegetation greenness over the last 30 years within the late season growing, the late season growing, you know, time frame, which is essentially between mid-July and the end of September. And so if you look at the NDVI value for the last 30 years for any given spot on the landscape, and you think about it in the context of the last 30 years, and you turn that into a percentage of, what percentage of the last 30 years was it like really productive during that late season growing season, you can see pop out of this map basically areas that are probably a little bit more resilient to climate change, because these are places that for the last 30 years, at least when it shows a high percentage of those years being productive, that didn't really change very much. So these three layers combined are really the power of this workflow. And I'm going to show you an example here. So here we are zoomed in on a spot. And I know I just like went through these layers really fast, but so we've got springs are the purple dots. Streams are going to be shown in various shades of pink. We noticed there was a notable lack of pink on the landscape planning tool. So now we've got pink. And then the late season music productivity map is the spectrum from dark blue to yellow. And so springs, most of the springs are non-thermal springs. The colors are mostly going to be purple, and there's not much more information you're getting from springs other than where they are. And where they are can kind of matter if it's on a north-facing aspect or if the springs are clustered. Those are indicators that that area might be a little bit more climate resilient. Then the stream indicator. So the more pink that the stream is means that there's more indicators suggesting that it's a groundwater dependent stream. And so you can have a higher level of confidence going to that spot in the landscape and thinking to yourself, this might have a lot more groundwater contribution and therefore might be more climate resilient. And then again, that NDVI or that late season music productivity layer, the more blue it is, that means the more productive it's been for the last 30 years that satellites have been taking images of that particular area. So when you combine all those things together, you might be looking at a map full of dots and thinking to yourself, well, I can't go to all those dots. But on this map, we see, all right, here's a couple of springs. This spring has really high music productivity for a higher percentage of those last 30 years. This one doesn't. So maybe this one doesn't make the cut for a first round of site visits. And you start to narrow down, okay, so like these two springs, probably these two springs are worth visiting. These three, maybe later if you have time, or something like that. Same thing goes for the streams, where we see that the stream is pretty pink, aligned with the late season music productivity being a higher percentage of years being productive. Again, being the blue areas. Where we see those being aligned, those are again areas where you might consider visiting the reach and then doing like a ground assessment. That brings us to our next slide, which is essentially what I just did in front of you. This is just a really quick little workflow that, again, incorporates some of the information that I said out loud, and some of it's kind of packed into this document that we made for you. But this gets you to these bins that we really want you to get to because it's all about triage. So whether or not something is likely to be resilient or less likely to be resilient. The next step is then going to be to go out into the field to those places that you identified as more likely to be resilient, and to do some sort of field-based assessment. There's a lot of different assessments out there. We've narrowed through the list. The threat-based assessment for creeks, streams, and rivers is really incredible. If you haven't checked that out, are there copies here? Yep, there's copies on the back table. Definitely check those out. Those are awesome. Lots of great pictures, diagrams. It's a great starting point if you've never done anything like this before. It's a great place to land if you have done things like this before. Then there's the PFC assessment, proper functioning condition. This is a little more intensive protocol that puts the current functioning condition in context of the site potential. And then there's the springs inventory protocol, which I've never actually looked at before, but it has a really slick looking logo. And I think it's like a one-stop shop for everything you need to know about documenting what's going on with springs in your region, whether or not it's like a dried up spring, if it's mismapped as a spring, if you found a spring that's not mapped, that protocol is where you want to go. Okay, so we've got our initial area. We've prioritized based on some new geospatial layers, a little desktop assessment. We went out into the field and we're like, okay, yeah, some of these do look like they're climate resilient, and we checked out what kind of condition they were in. We've got these prompting questions that are baked into our workflow that you're going to read later because you're super interested. And then we're going to get to this step 4, the prioritization of areas for management. So once you've looked at your remotely sensed data, compared it to your field assessment, you can start to look at this really simple table to get into a process of prioritizing within your area of interest. So the resilience likely category, again, came from remotely sensed information, the good condition, and then I'm starting to talk about investment here, which I haven't said that word yet, but when you're out in the field and you're looking at these places that are more likely to be resilient, you're thinking to yourself, well, how much would it cost to do something here? If I was to do something here, does intervention need to occur? all of these things kind of get factored into this really quick and dirty matrix to get you to top priority versus no action and everything in between. And then the last step is determine appropriate management actions, which we don't have specific guidance for, but we've gone through a lot of the resources out there. We've compiled a really comprehensive list of what we believe to be some of the best stuff that's coming out right now in terms of how to make a decision about what to do once you've decided where you're going to do it. And so that's the general workflow or framework that we're presenting here. And again, just to plug, it's on the SageCon website as a document that kind of goes through everything I just raced through. And then there's a webinar that you can check out where we have a lot of the folks, including Zach Fried present and Kristen O'Shea from Climate Engine talk about that NDVI layer that I talked about. And that's it for now, I think. Any questions real quick?
All right, our last presentation of this section is Claire Visconti. Claire comes all the way from Sheridan, Wyoming to share with us, which is awesome. And I can tell you, it is not easy getting to and from Sheridan. You get in real late and you have to leave real early. So thank you, Claire. So Claire is the Outreach Program Coordinator and Research Assistant at the Sheridan Research and Extension Center. And she's going to talk about this Imagine group, so you can find the acronym for you. That's a really exciting tech transfer partnership around invasive annual grasses. We have a ton to learn from them, so take it away, Claire.
Thank you so much, Megan. All righty, so how many people have heard of Imagine before we get started? Pretty good. Okay, so Imagine stands for the Institute for Managing Annual Grasses Invading Natural Ecosystems. We love our acronyms there because we also have the New Wigwig group, which is our Northeastern Wyoming invasive annual grasses too. So who are we? So our tech transfer partnership was started a couple of years ago, and I have been on the team for almost about a year and a half, almost two. And so the big problem is invasive annual grasses. That's what really brought us here. And our need is to find an alignment between landscape scale planning and on the ground management. And we really wanted to provide examples of success for people. We know invasive annual grasses can be a very daunting task. And so we really wanted to help with that. So our big goal is to provide resources and like educational materials to help land managers confidently plan and implement a strategic plan for invasive annual grass management. So this is where we specifically will try to provide support for you guys. So what have we been up to recently? We have been focusing specifically on our workshops. And so how many of you guys attended our workshop back in April? Great. Well, so what it is it's to provide like a base level of information. So for those of you who didn't attend, you can go on our website, which I'll provide at the end of this, and you can actually go back and you can watch all the videos about our virtual workshop, as well as see all the handouts and stuff. So you can learn about how to begin to manage invasive annual grasses. And then when you move up to our next level, it's actually our field workshops. So we've only hosted one so far, and it's really to provide a hands-on experience. And then we go to our level 3, which is a lot of our local working groups throughout the Greater West. So we were down in Gunnison, Colorado, Dillon, Montana, as well as Cody, Wyoming. And this is where we help people actually come up with a strategic plan. It sounds like here in Oregon, you guys do quite a bit of that with like the Oregon State group. And so it's kind of similar to that. And so all these different levels, you'll see that they slowly build on each other. And so for us with our tech transfer partnership, we've actually had the opportunity to kind of get feedback throughout these various workshops to then help kind of move into our next phase, which is to actually create educational modules so that you don't actually have to come to a workshop, so that you can actually go on our website, find the materials you need, and get started and get rolling. And so kind of moving forward, some of the things that we do have upcoming is our level 1 virtual workshop that will be April 2nd, 2025. Mark your calendar. And so we're really excited. So if you didn't attend last year, attend this year. And if you did attend, we're hoping to have it be a little bit different than last year to incorporate updated scientific research and stuff like that as well. And then we'll be also having 2 level 2 field workshops, one in Elko, Nevada. And then we'll also have one at Craters of the Moon in Idaho. And so you guys might be like, well, we're in Oregon. You don't care what they're doing in Nevada or Idaho, that's up to you. But the cool part is we do really highly encourage you guys to come because you might learn something that you didn't think could be an option for you here managing invasive annual grasses. And our goal is to get people's stories to be shared throughout so that you can expand your toolbox. And so another way that we're also doing that is with our big film project. So last month I had the opportunity of being on the road. And so we interviewed people in Elko, Nevada, Craters of the Moon, Idaho, where else did we go? Gunnison, Colorado, Pinedale, Wyoming, and Rollins, Wyoming. And so we got to hear from different land managers about how they are managing invasive annual grasses in their area. And so it's really cool to hear about how their partnerships are going. What are the shortcomings in their area? And learn about how they're going about it. And so then with this video series, we're going to make it available to you guys so that then you can hear their stories. So you don't actually have to travel to some of those areas as well. And so in the spring, we'll have a big 20-minute documentary on invasive annual grasses, and then we'll have 5-minute short increment series videos as well. And then looking towards the future. So I talked a little bit about those modules that we're going to be having. So we're really hoping to update our website, and so you can go onto it and you'll be able to slowly be able to get started on your own. And so we're hoping to have that up and ready to go by this spring. But currently there's a lot of resources up on our website. Like I mentioned, you can go and visit our virtual workshop resources. You can watch those videos. You can also sign up for our newsletter. We're doing it quarterly, so you can have all the dates and everything for all of our upcoming events. And so, like I mentioned, we'll have those standalone modules and we'll continue to have those workshops. And our overall goal is to continue to provide support for people trying to manage invasive annual grasses. And so I'd love to get your guys' feedback so you can find me later if there's things that you think would be a very useful resource. Like if you're somebody that's like, I only want videos, tell me about that. Tell me how long you want them to be. Those are the types of things that we're looking for to help be able to provide the information for you guys so it's easy for you guys to find and easy for you guys to use. And lastly is our website, invasivegrasses.com. And then please feel free to email me with any questions you guys do think of later. I'll be around tonight and stuff too as well. Thank you.
So much, Claire. Do we have one question for Claire? You can find her during the break, which will be happening in just a couple minutes, I promise.
Where do you guys get your funding to do all this great work?
Yeah, so we actually are very lucky. So we have a core team. So our funding has come from Pheasants Forever, BLM, NRCS, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service. And so all the people that have contributed funds, we meet on about a bi-monthly basis, and we go through and help to plan all these events and stuff. And so we are funded for the next, 3 years for this project, and we hope we can keep it going as well.
All right. Just a couple more things before we wrap up for break. I want to make sure you know where you can find all these things. These were short presentations. Hopefully you want more about each of these things, and they all have web resources. So you got Claire's website, invasivegrasses.com. On the SageCon Partnership technical website, so sageconpartnership.com/technical, we have a bunch of old content, a bunch of new content, and it looks beautiful thanks to Rachel. Good job with the web design. So a few highlights here. Vegetation mapping page. You can find links to the landscape planning tool, find out more about the ecostate maps. Dylan put together a story map on the ecostate maps about a year ago, and all kinds of stuff there. I want to highlight this. We have a new web page on post-fire technical resources, given this crazy fire year we've had. And so it links to various things. We're going to get a little more information about the process that Chad and Katie told us about, put that on the website. And I want to highlight from Chad a science synthesis that he put together. If you go to this sageconpartnership.com/postfire,
I have to say, I think this might be one of the most useful, just concise, distilled pieces of information I've seen that really just highlights all the science that we have on post-fire restoration and puts it in one place, makes it really accessible. So kudos to Chad on that. This is Chad here. I think maybe this picture was taken in 1995 or so. But Chad, you don't look a day older. Look just exactly the same. Okay, so music prioritization that Dylan just talked about. So this information is all available on our music prioritization webpage as well, so you can find all that easily there. And I don't want Jackie to be mad at me. The Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Program is a very cool effort that we did not have time to talk about today. But there's a great webpage that Jackie and Rachel worked together on, lots of great information. This is an effort to collect information about restoration treatment effectiveness and put it in a centralized place and be able to summarize it, synthesize it, and sort of adaptively manage and learn from the treatments that are happening on the dump. So if you want to know more, talk to Jackie over in the corner, but there's lots of great information here. Okay, and I think I'm ready to release you guys. Okay, so check out the webpage, just the take-home point. Thank you all. Thanks to all the presenters, the speakers. This is a great session. Why don't we give them one more round of applause? We have one more panel in the SageCon Summit today. Of course, we have the field tour as well. And I think a lot of the themes in this panel are going to really tie to the field tour, which will be very cool. So we have a group of researchers from the SAGE STEP project. Slide. So the last session, we presented lots of different things and sort of websites for more information, but it was just sort of a little snippet of each thing. We're going to take a deep dive on this section, and we're going to hear from 4 researchers. So the SAGE STEP project is one of our best sort of long-term data sets that we have on restoration in the sagebrush ecosystem. They have a network of sites all over the West. They'll tell you a lot more about it. And so I asked this group to come present to you all because I think there's a lot to be learned from all the science. I don't even know how many publications you guys have, but there's a lot that, that is there. So what we're going to do is we're going to have about an hour of presentations, and then we're going to have another panel where I'm going to be asking folks questions, and we're going to be really reinforcing take-homes. So I'm going to briefly introduce our 4 speakers. First is going to be Rick Miller. You guys probably know Rick's name. He's a big name in sagebrush restoration and fire ecology, resistance and resilience. There's all kinds of foundational concepts that we have in sagebrush STEP that came from Rick and his colleagues' work. So it's very cool to have him here. He is retired. So taking time out of his personal schedule to be here, which is pretty great. Then after Rick, get my page flipped. We are going to hear from Lisa Ellsworth. Lisa is a associate professor of wildfire science at OSU. She does a lot of research and outreach. You may have heard Lisa on Oregon Public Broadcasting. In fact, I think there was a segment just recently about the 2024 fires where Lisa was called on as an expert to communicate with the public about fire. So that's pretty cool. And she co-leads the SAGE STEP project. Then we're going to hear from Saren Bachelar. Saren is new to the SAGE STEP project. She's a postdoctoral researcher. She came here from Reno, so really appreciate Saren being here, and is newer to the group, so kind of a fresh perspective. And lastly, we're going to hear from Maddie Case. Saren and Maddie are both at the USGS Forest and Rangeland Ecosystem Science Center. Yes, I got it right. Maddie has a lot of expertise in plant ecology, climate, grazing, and fire. We are working with both Saren and Maddie on other projects. They're great collaborators. So these 4 folks are really just a great group of experts coming here to share their knowledge with us. So I'm going to give the mic over to Rick.
Thank you. And hopefully this will. Okay. Well, my wife would more accurately say I'm semi-retired. I just love this stuff, and I just can't totally step away from it. It just gets me in the outdoors. And I'm heading south. I'll be up the White Mountains and some incredible country here in the next 5 or 6 days. And the advance button is, yeah, okay, there we go, good. So I'm gonna be talking about fire in these ecotone systems. And it's interesting after 100 years or more of literature, research, management experience in these regions. It's interesting that there's still a lot of argument in terms of what is the role of fire in these systems. And so I'm going to be really talking about a big picture here, and then the following speakers will focus more on sage step. But there's really two groups of thinking, and I didn't realize how much this is heated up until I was at a Pinyon Juniper Woodland Symposium in Reno earlier this year. There's a group really, they're talking expansion. They're saying this woodland component, it's all climate caused, and it's just climate and not really fire that played that significant role, which kind of shocked me. So you know where my biases are right now. I would be in the encroachment group. And I think part of this is my old nemesis Baker back in 06 came out with a paper that said that really fire had very minimal effect and historically was not frequent in sagebrush systems. And there were a number of fire papers that followed that, and these papers are still being cited by some of the new researchers that were really pushing the whole expansion thing. So I took a deep breath and I said, okay, I want to find out what evidence is there really to support both of these arguments. And so I started digging into about 100 years worth of literature, because there's some really good stuff that was done by the early researchers. But I had to go back and reread Baker's paper. It's been a few years. And what's interesting is he's basing the return intervals really occurring basically on recovery period. And one of the models he used was chaparral, which I think is a lot different. And in terms of when every time a chaparral burns, how long fire-free period, how long does it take to recover? And so he kind of used that as a model. But he also talks about fire adjacency. The thing that shocks me about this paper that he mentions the word soil twice and in very broad general terms, and that's the same case with several of the papers that have followed. Some of the confusion is led to, it drives me nuts when I read a paper and I don't know if they're talking about old growth juniper woodlands, true woodlands, or are they talking about sagebrush steppe that's been encroached by woodlands? A lot of times that's not made clear. There's a lot of different scales we can talk about when we talk about fire regimes, Great Basin, Colorado Plateau, right down to the site level. Overgeneralization or simplification, which again, if you're not talking about if you're not talking soils, microtopography, site productivity, fuel loads, it's a lot of pieces that are being left out of the puzzle to try to tell what the true picture is. We're always going to have tension zones, areas where the trees are moving back and forth into shrub steppe and pushed back by fire. The down south, of course, hundreds of thousands of acres of pinyon were harvested in the late 1800s, early 1900s for coal extraction, or mineral extraction, where they turned it into coal. So then you're looking at, well, is this old growth stand recruiting or is it not? And then the terms fire rotation, fire return intervals are very different. And I'm going to be talking about return intervals. But tomorrow on the field trip, if you want, it would be a good, because Baker likes to use rotation. This is based on a lot of the core work that we did for years across Eastern Oregon, parts of Idaho. This is just kind of a general feel for what the encroachment or tree establishment period looks like. And I kind of broke it out into 4 periods. Number 1 is the pre-settlement period, where mature tree density wasn't near as high, nor were they establishing at the rates that we've seen in starting like in the 1900s. We typically see an increase in the late, starting around 1860. And then one thing, you could take this and it would fit a lot of the chronologies all the way down into Arizona. We get this pluvial period right here between 1905 and 1917. And that is when we had a huge explosion, kind of unprecedented in terms of the rates of establishment in that time period. And then it's been gradually declining. Doesn't mean that trees aren't still establishing, but not at the rates they were around the turn of the century. And I'll come back to this graph when I wrap things up here. Well, one of the arguments, the expansion says, well, there's really no proof that they say that climate is the main factor. All these little black dots here are fire scars. You can see the rates of fire right up until 1900, then they kind of disappear. Same time coincides with grazing. We know in the late 1800s, early 1900s, there was very heavy stocking rates, and so fuel loads were definitely would have been a factor. So they're saying this is climate, and I feel that climate is definitely an important component, but as is when you mess with the fuels, you're going to change fire behavior and fire regimes. So Eva Strand put a really nice paper together showing that when you get up in the high herbaceous fuel area, we're really saying like in our more molic, very productive soils, and then we move down into where we might find our old growth in the lower productive soils, that if you don't have the fuels there, grazing is not going to have that big of an impact, but grazing definitely can have a big impact on fire spread. And I think even Chad Boyd group at the station have done some work where they find that grazing modifies fire behavior, and it's going to basically probably will affect spread. And I know many FMOs, the first time if they hear when there's a fire out there, they ask, well, those pastures been grazed or not? And if we were doing prescribed burning, a lot of times we defer the pastures so we have the fuels there. So we know that I don't think there's any argument, again, the two groups are of thought, but that old growth stands rarely ever burned because they just didn't have the fuels. We have trees out on the Badlands, out of Bend, that are well over 1,000 years old. The oldest tree we aged out there was 1,650 years. And we have standing dead trees on some of those rock outcrops that they're dead, but they have pith dates of 50 to 100 BC. Peter Wyken, when we talk adjacency and the importance of topography and soils and hydrology, Peter Weisberg put a really nice graph together. This was work done down in central Nevada. And even we're talking down there, but the principles hold true. You get down in this corridor here where you have this depositional area, more moisture, more soils, all the trees were post-settlement in that stand. Not until you moved up on the side slopes where you had these excessively drained, very coarse gravity soils, shallow soils, did you start getting into stands that we were dating back to 500 years. I was lucky last spring is up in the Virginia mountain range just north of Reno, where there's some very old Utah juniper. In fact, they have pack rat mitten data that goes back 30,000 years, which is pre-glacial max, which is 20,000 years ago. And this is a photo here. All these are post-settlement trees out here. And there were trees in here that were definitely centuries to, we didn't do any aging, but that were easily approaching or plus 1,000 years old. We were up there, I was up there with Robin Tausch, and we parked right up here in the saddle. This was a 216 burn. So this is several years after that fire. And you can just see how that burn covered that contour. And if you look at the red arrow right there, we walked over to this edge, and you could literally toss a rock just like that, to where you had a sudden change in soils, a slight change in microtopography. This tree is probably 200-300 years old. There were trees right behind me on this picture that were many hundreds of years old. And all these dead trees out that you see out there are all post-settlement. So that area is burned before that 2016 burn. So you can see the importance of fuels in soil production. A great example, I think, of soil productivity and fuel loads. This is at the Log National Monument. This tree here had 18 fire scars on it. We have a cinder cone here. These are old dead ponderosa pine trees that were died in the 1920s. They were beetle killed. It was also very dry in 24 and 26. And we were still able to go in. They had good enough wood that we're able to go in and do a good fire history on this site. The area that you're looking at in that flat is a old growth juniper woodland. And if we step back, take a look at the lava beds, that picture was taken in this cinder cone. They were all on the north face. Those sites with that kind of fire returnable, you would have been Idaho fescue and ponderosa pine. We have a western needlegrass site here. We have a sagebrush, very productive site, 2 sites with different soils and productivity. We had 8 to 12 year fire return interval. The bulk of the fire return intervals were between 5 and 20 years. In here, we had a few outliers. So this is where fire return intervals, it's important not just to look at the means, but to look at the variation in those spacings in terms of how they form habitats. The soils here in the needlegrass, no monocotyl horizon development, no organic layer, about 100 pounds of fine fuels per acre. We come over to the mountain sage, we have between 1,000 and 2,000 pounds of fuel per acre. So plenty of fuel. What was interesting today, low sage sites, this is a classic, rich, very shallow soil low sage site. Low sage, or at least low sage is even small, sandbirch bluegrass, very shallow soil down to a clay pan. Very old trees that are able to bust their roots through that fracture. But fire, we've actually had fires in these kinds of sites, and guess what kind of years they occur in? We've already heard about it. Get a couple of wet years, and you get fires. 1717, and this goes back centuries. In 1717, based on the tree ring chronology, 1715 and 1716 were wet years. In 1855, we had a fire history. The whole Chihuahuan Basin burned, and down in the Sage area in 1855, 51, 2, 3, and 4 were all above. So that's something that we've heard today. Wet years precede fires, large regional fires, and many fires across the landscape. And that's been going on for many, many centuries. So one other thing before I wrap this up is that the thing that gets kind of forgotten is competition. And this is based on ponderosa pine. There was some really good early work when they were looking at the effects of grass competition on growth and establishment of ponderosa pine. But pinyon and juniper tree seedlings development in the first 5 to 6 years are very similar to ponderosa pine. They put out a taproot that eventually prunes off, put out some lateral roots. These little guys were growing in a stand of about 800 pounds of perennial grass forest. Their roots are directly competing with the grasses. They're 5 years old. Were in plots where they removed all the competition. And the site, basically, they said these were the few survivors that were in that. I don't think the grass has stopped tree recruitment. They certainly slowed it down, which would then allow wider fire return intervals to maintain that tree component. So in summary, it's what I call the perfect storm. When I heard the presentation given by one of the researchers in Reno, they talked about this is all climate. And it's part of it driven because we had this very wet period here. It was warm and moist. It was heavy in tree establishment, and that moved that way. But what's missing there? One is we had heavy grazing during that time period right up into the 1930s. Fire is no longer there. And we know that if we have wet years, what happens when you have a bunch of wet years? Think about that load of biofuels we would have had potentially out on that site. And we would have also had quite a bit of competition. This is unprecedented. We go back in the chronology for many centuries, and we've really never seen an establishment rate like this, at least the last 500 to 600 years. So any of these questions, I'm going to be working. I've been asked to write a viewpoint paper, but I'm pulling a lot of this. It just gave you a lot of information in a very short time period, so.
I mean, you don't have to convince me that soils and topography are super important as a plant ecologist, but I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about what you think the role of climate is with climate change going into the future for these systems, maybe focused on this area as opposed to like pinyon juniper systems writ large.
Yeah, well, there are individuals talking about contraction and of these woodlands. If you were to go back and say, if we have learned a lesson looking back at the last 20,000 years, we know what's interesting is most Great Basin flora was here during glacial, when we were at our coldest, when Missoula floods were happening and when we were at our coldest, but they were able to move up and down elevation. They could move back and forth. We were different aspects, so the flora hadn't changed. But there's no doubt, I was down in the Dixie Forest in southern Utah, and they've had a dramatic increase in temperature in the last 20 years. And I don't know, the chronology data and seedling establishment data I've seen is up to 2000. And I'd really like to see what it's looking like, but it's got to have an impact on establishment, particularly for pinyon. Pinyon is pushed out juniper in the last 20,000 years in a lot of areas. It fixes, it has higher photosynthesis rates, but it's more, it spends a lot more in water than it does juniper. So the pinyon component, which we don't have to worry about here, but the pinyon component is going to be much greater impacted than the juniper will be. I mean, if you're an old guy that lives, or an old tree that lives to be 1,000 or more years old, you've got to handle a lot of climate flux in that 1,000-year period. As the Ozone on White Mountains have been doing it for 5,000 years. So, but definitely, I would say we're going to see probably more fires, and we're going to pay the bill for this. There's been a lot of infill that's occurred, and so a lot of these old stands of infill. So we're seeing a lot of reasons why I think we're suddenly seeing a lot more fires in these PJ systems. Like Mesa Verde has seen more fire in the last 20 years than they've seen for the last 100.
One more question, Stu.
Do you have any comments about the idea that increasing CO2 levels are serving as a fertilizer for juniper?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely made them more water efficient. And, you know, again, you start really where you get significant levels of CO2 really taking off since 1950. And they did some work in Texas on ash juniper showing that it definitely became more water efficient with that higher CO2 level. In other words, they're sucking in more CO2. It costs a plant, they suck in CO2, but they lose water, they're transpiring. And so the more CO2 you can bring in and the less water you have to put out there, then the more cost efficient you are. But yeah, I'm sure it does have a big impact.
Thanks, Ray. What an honor and a challenge to follow Rick Miller. I still say I want to be like him when I grow up. So it's because of Rick and many of the other range ecologists of the last several decades that gave the foresight to come up with the idea that we needed a long-term treatment evaluation project in our rangelands. And so while I get to be the spokesperson to talk about SageStep today, this work is really the collective work of lots of folks who are represented by, you know, all of the icons on that screen, but there are also a lot of the leaders in how we think about our rangelands. Rick among them, Dave Pike, Gene Chambers, and then some of the new visionary, great researchers that are new to the field, like Sarah Baxlar and Maddie Case, who will talk after me. I want to give a shout out to the administrative co-leads of this project. Beth Newingham is with the Agricultural Research Service, Dustin Smith with the BLM. We wouldn't be able to do this if these folks weren't working behind the scenes to keep this going. So the vision for SageStep and for Vanessa, that's Sage First Step Treatment Evaluation Project, is to provide infrastructure and data resources so that we can examine management treatments across a broad region. And so the map that's shown there is a depiction of the 20 sites that we have across the entire Intermountain West. There's some sites that are focused on treatments aimed at reducing juniper where it's increasing. There are other sites that are focused on treatments to mitigate invasive annual grasses. And so the project is 3 parts: continued data collection on vegetation, fuels, soils, climate, and wildlife, to provide research on ecological change and treatment options, and then to synthesize and communicate those findings to groups like this. And so we're 20 years
into the project, which we believe makes it the longest running and largest replicated treatment evaluation project in the Intermountain West. And that allows us to do some really cool things. This is a very slow growing ecosystem, as you all know. And so we need long-term data to understand change. It spans environmental gradients from the very dry Wyoming big sagebrush up into the areas that are more mesic. It facilitates research on climate change. At every one of our sites, we have weather stations, and so we've been able to track what climate's doing across the Intermountain West. It's captured native invasive dynamics, changes in ecosystem carbon, and Saren's going to talk about some of that. And then we've had several of our sites have now burned in wildfires. So we've been able to ask questions about, did those treatments work? So I'll tell you a little bit about the experiments. There's two networks, the Shrubland network, in which we did woody fuel treatments. We did prescribed fire mowing, tebuthyron, which is an herbicide that targets shrubby plants, and then untreated controls. Those were layered with imazapine treatment to suppress invasive annual grass, and then they're done across this gradient of warm and dry to cool and moist. In the woodland experiment, the target was the pinyon and juniper that were increasing. Those are treated with prescribed fire, mechanical cut and drop. In Utah, we did mastication treatments, and then untreated control, again, across that environmental gradient. And we measured lots of different things. This chart shows some of the types of things that we measured. Sarah will talk about some of the soil data. We've had folks look at erosion, both wind and water. People are looking at microclimate and attaching that to many of our different vegetation parameters. Habitat for species of conservation concern. People are looking at birds, insects. My lab mostly looks at things from a fuels perspective and looks at potential reburn behavior in places that have burnt in one wildfire. And then we've got folks who've been looking at social and economical dynamics of these systems. So some of the data resources, one of the important core values of the project is that we have a publicly available data set. Some of the types of data that we have available to folks is vegetation data, things like density, height, plant cover, community composition, gaps, fuel structure and arrangement, fuel loading, that's broken down by various ecosystem components, climate parameters such as temperature, precipitation, wind speed and direction, and then at a subset of the plots, we have additional variables. So carbon, biogeochemistry, there's insect data, there's bird data at a bunch of our sites. And so some of the big picture lessons learned. When we take a step back and look at all of the plots together and starting to think about tying some of the data sets together. In the early years, in both the shrubland and the woodland network, we're really looking at the impacts of those treatments, from the very beginning. Due to the intent of the treatments, we saw reduced woody vegetation. That increased soil, water, and nitrogen, often herbaceous vegetation, depending where you were on that. The productivity gradient, in some places, that's perennial bunch grasses, and in others, it's invasive annuals. With the reduction in woody vegetation, we saw more butterflies, more delayed effects on the woody plants, such as the shrubs. Biocrusts took a while to recover. Tree cover is coming back more slowly, but we're starting to think about durability. Delayed effects on total fuel loads and on birds. Water erosion was an interesting one. It was highly dependent on what was going on with the vegetation on site. There was a big difference by where we were on that resistance and resilience gradient. As you would expect, cool sites were more resilient than warm sites, more favorable responses to treatments. Resistance depended a whole lot on the herbaceous cover before treatments. Lots of variability by site, and that's really one of our punchlines. Some of the speakers before have talked about the importance of involving the folks on the ground in decision-making, and that's definitely underscored by our findings. We had some big punchlines from across the networks, but lots of site-specific responses. In the kind of 6 to 10 year post-treatment period, kind of the early response in the shrubland network, we're seeing geographic increases across all of our treatments, including controls. So this is not necessarily just a prescribed fire signature. We think this is at least in part a climate signature. Lots more cheatgrass across the network. Sagebrush recovery is slow, and on that dry end in some of our plots, it's not really recovering very well at all. From a fuels and fire behavior perspective, if you look at these treatments as fuel treatments, the mechanical and prescribed fire treatments reduce potential fire behavior, but with some trade-offs. If we look at the woodland network, the treatments are less severe in the cool and moist than they are in the warm and dry sites, as you would expect. Mechanical sites are less severe than the prescribed fire sites, and by that I mean that there's favorable native plant recovery in the mechanical plots. Treatments substantially increased herbaceous vegetation, as you might expect with that reduced competition from the woody overstory. But what that meant from a fuels and fire behavior perspective is that doing those mechanical treatments actually increased fire risk in those areas because the understory recovered so well. If we move into some of the punchlines for soil moisture, we did see that the treatments increased soil available water. Prescribed fire increased soil temperature, which probably doesn't surprise anyone. The patterns were quite seasonal, but they resulted in understory cover increases. And so another punchline from the insects data set was that they discovered 10 new species of spiders that had not yet been described as science, which was kind of a cool finding and not a piece that we often think about. So from a biodiversity perspective, we've got to see some pretty cool things. Spiders tend to prefer treeless sites. They like hiding in the litter and being in places where there's hiding cover. And so now we're at this point where we've just finished collecting the 15-year data, and we're starting to think towards being 20 years from these treatments. We're starting to think about ideas of recovery and think about ideas of treatment durability. Some of our plots have burned in wildfires, and the responses in those different plots have been all over the board in terms of how they've responded. Some of the post-burn areas look fantastic, others are pretty rough. We're starting to look at climate change effects with 20 years of data, refining resistance and resilience, looking at a wildfire risk assessment framework to think about fire risk in these areas. Some of the revived data sets that we were only able to sample early on in the project but are coming back to life are the soil carbon that Sarah will talk about. Soil water, the insect data. John Dinkins and Vanessa Schrader, who talked earlier today, are looking at various aspects of songbirds' response to treatments too. So the project is ongoing. It's been used in many of our policies and programs, which is the whole reason why we do this. We've been able to produce a bunch of user guides, fact sheets, publications, talks at scientific meetings and other places, but also able to present, out in the field and work with a bunch of managers. And that's, from my perspective, the greatest gift that the original PIs gave was that they founded the project on these core values of co-production, where there's been state and federal agencies involved from the very beginning. And I do believe that that's what has made it successful. So we welcome your feedback and ideas. as we move forward. In the last year, we've done several outreach events. A field tour in Utah, the one in the coming year will be in Oregon. So we'll send that to Megan for distribution. It'll be at our Divine Ridge site near Burns. And we're actively seeking manager input as we start to think about the potential for retreatment of some of these sites and whether we want to think about layering new treatments or perhaps retreating some of these areas. So I'm gonna maybe take a question, but then is Saren next? Saren up here to specifically talk about soils.
Thanks. That was a really exciting presentation. It's hard to limit myself to just one question, but you found a lot of variability between sites. Did you find any generalizable variability depending on the year that the treatment was done?
So that's a really good question. I thought you were going to start with, did we find any generalizability? And I was excited. Yes, a few. But the treatments were staggered entries. So they were implemented over a 3-year period. So there's, that allows us to decouple the year from the year post-treatment. So we don't have necessarily climate signatures tied to years. We do have some generalizations about, how long it's taking for vegetation to come back, but they're not perfect. One of the things that was very clear early on was that the herbicide treatment was really limited. We had about 2 to maybe in some sites 3 years of effectiveness of the Mazapic, which we know either needs to be redone or hopefully by then your perennials are starting to take off. And in some of our sites, the perennials look great, and others, it'd be nice to think about retreating. The woody plants are quite variable. It's more of a warm, dry, cool, moist dichotomy with, when the shrubs are coming back. We have, even in some of the warm, dry sites, we have shrubs coming back, but it's not sagebrush, it's usually rabbit brush.
I'm just curious to hear a little more when you say we're finding resistance and resilience. What does that mean to you, or what's exciting to you?
Yeah, so, Jean Chambers is a part of SageStep, and she and a bunch of the early PIs on the project had laid out these ideas for resistance and resilience that had close ties to soil temperature and moisture regimes. And she's now taking them into a framework where she's looking at treatment response groups. So subdividing those R&R categories down even farther and thinking about what treatments can we apply to which treatment response group. So it's more about operationalizing those concepts and tying specific treatments to different areas. And those are all mapped and available publicly.
Hey everyone. So I'm Saren. I'm a postdoc with USGS with Maddie. And yeah, as Megan mentioned, we went from 2 wonderful experts to nervous recovering grad student. So bear with me here, but I'm excited to share a little bit with you guys today about how I've been using SageStep data to figure out the effect of soil reduction treatments on soil organic carbon. So correct me if I'm wrong, but rangeland managers are increasingly asked to consider soil carbon in their planning and decision making. But what can really influence soil carbon storage on scales that are relevant to people on the ground making decisions? There would be many things to consider. One would be vegetation and how vegetation is changing. So increased conifers, spread of invasive grasses, all of which can alter plant soil feedbacks and rates of carbon input below ground. And if you're not super clear on why that might be, it's a little small, but this image is kind of useful in showing the kind of different structures both above and below ground to some of these different groups of plants. Because the way that carbon that's stored in organic matter in vegetation would get into soils is through the accumulation of biomass, both above ground and below ground in roots, as well as the roots that are actively secreting carbon into soil. So, and this one in particular is our cheatgrass with like a really shallow rooting system compared to some perennial grasses. So just to kind of give a sense of like why under varying veg you might see some of those changes. Other things to think about would be climate and changing temperature and moisture regimes, and then sort of as a combination oftentimes of changing veg and climate would be shifts to fire and disturbance regimes, in particular increased fire activity in our corner of the world. And then lastly, management actions themselves can influence soil carbon, but the specific effects of fuel reduction treatments, there's still kind of a lot of unknowns there. So this brought me to my overall question, which was how do fuel reduction treatments influence soil organic carbon storage in rangelands? And I'm using data that was collected throughout the SageDev network to address that. And Lisa gave a great overview of this, but we have 20 sites, some shrubland or sagebrush steppe sites, as well as woodland sites that experience these various treatments. And yeah, so already went over this, but just showing you those again. And in terms of the data that I used, I had soil carbon data that was collected pre-treatment and 10 years post-treatment. And from that kind of start and end point, I calculated this DSOC, the change in soil organic carbon value for the 10-year period that I'll be talking about for this whole talk. And I'm sharing data that's from the 0 to 90 centimeter full composite soil core, but it was collected in 15 centimeter increments, in case anyone was curious. And then we also have this suite of site level data. Again, we heard a little bit about, but lots of soil properties and characteristics, geographic position, climate, and veg cover, both pre-treatment and as it changed over that same 10-year period. And altogether, the data that I ended up using was 32 variables of this site level stuff. And ideally, I wanted to be able to kind of link this variation that exists in the site level data to what we were seeing in our treatment effects. But the very first thing I wanted to do was just take all this site level data to get a sense of the variability exists. And so if you're not familiar with ordination, it's pretty much just like a fancy data visualization technique that allows us to look at the spread of our data across all of the variables we're interested in, and then make really broad statements like, so these are all of our plots here, points. Statements that like, if you go up the y-axis, you're moving into warmer soil or warmer sites with varying soil characteristics, and as you move across the x-axis, you're moving into drier areas with changing veg cover. And when we plot everything like this, we can see a lot of the variability that's there. But the next thing I wanted to do was see if changes in carbon also sort of followed any of those gradients. So here it's just colored by if it's a woodland or a sagebrush site. But if I take the same map and I color it by our DSOC, there's no gradient in color sort of in any direction. So our DSOC did not clearly mirror the environmental kind of gradients that we were able to pick up on, but also was really tightly centered around 0. So I have that little arrow kind of pointing at the 0 on our color scale there. And when I made this scale, essentially like anything that's showing up in yellow was a change value of 0. So no change over that 10-year period. And then even some of the lighter shades of orange and purple are pretty minimal changes. So we had this really tight clustering of data around 0 that was telling us that overall, we're not seeing a lot of soil carbon change, which is perhaps a good thing. So we want to kind of confirm that soil carbon is a resistant pool. Yeah, in the case of these systems. So, yeah, but then the next kind of question was, what about varying treatment types if we try to break it out? And we saw that DSOC did not differ by treatment type. And in fact, DSOC in treated plots really differed from that of control plots. And so just sort of a simple box plot here, and the gray boxes in both networks are your controls. And there, as you can kind of imagine, statistically, there was no differences popping up there. We looked at this data a few different ways, split it up a few different ways, but overall, there was no clear, this treatment has a greater effect on soil carbon than another. But soil carbon was changing a little bit, right? Like it's not always zero. And there are these instances where some sites were experiencing change. And so it kind of allowed me to ask this follow-up question of what actually is predictive of that change. And maybe there are some small treatment effects, but they're kind of being masked by just greater drivers of soil carbon change, greater influences over time. And so to address that, I want to share one more set of results, which is from a random forest model, which if you're not familiar is basically just a predictive model. You can give it all of these variables. So I gave it all of my 32 variables I was interested in, and it told me which ones were the ones that were important in this model being able to correctly guess DSOC. And in both the sagebrush and woodland models, we found that pre-treatment carbon was a top predictor of DSSC. And so on the x-axis, that's percent increase in error. So the model, if you removed that variable, error in the model increased by this much. So they're just ranked here in importance. And in terms of the kind of directionality of that, we saw that higher carbon sites, maybe that had more carbon there to lose, saw some of the greater losses, while the lower carbon sites that didn't really have much to lose saw some gains. And again, I want to highlight that the overall message is that there's not a lot of soil carbon change happening at this scale, but there are exceptions to that, and it's kind of interesting to pick out why that might be. Next, I'm going to kind of group together a bunch of these. I don't expect you to be able to read them, but these are all kind of pre-treatment site conditions that differed. So, this list could be 32 long for each of them. I'm just showing you the top 10, but these were some of the top site conditions that were useful in predicting DSSC. And in terms of the directionality of these, they were related to pre-treatment carbon, because most likely pre-treatment carbon levels are sort of the result of all of these other site level characteristics. So for example, on this top graph, precipitation shows up as an important variable. We might expect that sites with greater precipitation maybe are a little bit more productive and might have higher pre-treatment carbon levels. And we know that sites with higher pre-treatment carbon might see greater losses. And so that was kind of the trend we were seeing with each of these variables. With what is the site level condition likely to have made like the starting condition for soil carbon storage? And we could kind of track each of them through that, which was actually pretty cool, looking at the trends of each of these and watching them match up. And then the final kind of group of variables that pops out are our vegetation change variables. So not the pre-characteristic, but how much this is also changing in that 10-year period. And I think this is the cool part. We haven't thought anything was cool so far. In the sagebrush site, changes in perennial grass cover were influential. And in the woodland sites, changes in annual grass cover were influential. And I'm going to pull up kind of a conceptual version of what that data looked like to show you that result. So in the sagebrush plots, we saw that sites that lost perennial grass cover, which would be moving away from this kind of like no effect time, saw the smallest increases in DSOC over time, which is pretty neat. Again, going back to how we might expect these deep-rooting perennial species to influence soil carbon. And then on the other hand, in the woodland plots, sites that gained annual grass cover, so moving to the right, we're actually more likely to see some decreases in soil organic carbon through time. And again, our cheatgrass is our shallow rooting species, which we might not associate with building deep, large soil carbon stocks. And this is just over a 10-year period, which is pretty interesting. So just wrapping up, we saw that, and again, this is kind of the main takeaway of these 2 points. Many sites saw little to no change in soil organic carbon after flow reduction treatments. Some sites did see change, but it couldn't be linked to treatment type. And so overall soil carbon seems to be pretty resistant to flow reduction, which is perhaps great news, not something to be overly concerned about. But irrespective of treatment type, we also learned that sites that had more soil organic carbon to lose sometimes did, and sites with more soil organic carbon to gain sometimes did. And because we know a little bit about what drives soil carbon accumulation in drylands, this does perhaps give us a little bit of predictive power in terms of what sites might be a little bit riskier in terms of carbon loss or gain. And then our shifts in perennial annual grass cover can be influential, even in as little as 10 years, despite the overall stability of soil carbon in conditions. So thank you. I didn't collect any of this data. It was collected by Ben Rao and Scott Schaff. And then I also want to thank my mentor, Maddie, for getting me up to speed on all of the SageCon work.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I'm curious if you would have looked at total carbon at a site that was inclusive of above ground carbon. You think your results might have been different, and if so, in what way?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. We do have all of that data. Also, you didn't ask this, but we also have soil inorganic carbon data too. So there's lots of different kind of ways we can add to this. And I do plan on doing a full ecosystem level carbon sort of version of this. However, we were focusing on soils because the bulk of the bulk of organic carbon in these areas is below ground and perhaps like less predictable, compared to if you're removing vegetation above ground. That change in carbon is going to be really correlated to a change in biomass versus some of the soil stuff is a little bit more indirect a lot of times. But we do plan on adding that ecosystem level carbon storage into the future. Yeah.
Thanks, Chad. You set up Saren's second postdoc paper, which will be the ecosystem carbon budget. All right, so thank you all for making it to this last PowerPoint of the day. And then we'll have a few panel questions and then you'll be free for dinner. So the last thing that I wanted to highlight from recent research from the SageStep network thinks about how this really intensive field sampling that's been done at these sites for 15 years or more can be related to data we have from space, which is another way of saying satellite-based vegetation maps. And I think this ties in with things we've been talking about all day, thinking about these new geospatial data sets that are available. A lot of them are based on maps of vegetation that come from ultimately satellite images. And we're working with really different scales of data here between what we can see on the ground and what the satellites are seeing that we can use to help us on the ground. So this is sort of a case study from the SageStep network, but that I think can also help us reflect about using those different kinds of data. Sorry, I jumped in before introducing myself. I'm Maddie Case. I'm a research ecologist with the USGS based in Corvallis, Oregon. The analyses I'll talk about today were led by Matthew Riggy, who's also with the USGS, but in South Dakota, and with a number of USGS collaborators, as well as Lisa Ellsworth, who you saw earlier. So the overall challenge here is how can we evaluate the effects of these management treatments at the appropriate spatial and temporal scale? We work in really vast landscapes, and that's a big challenge that everything you've heard about today is dealing with. The scale at which fires happen, the scale at which juniper treatments are implemented, just keeping track of what has worked can be really hard. And there are different ways to approach, breaking that down into something we can make sense of. So there are things that we do on a very local scale by being in the field ourselves. Some of this can be very quantitative, like this picture here. It can also be going out and looking at what's out there. We'll be doing a lot of that tomorrow. So what we were working with here from this long-term field monitoring in SageStep, where we're working within these experimental treatment blocks where a given prescribed fire or juniper treatment or the various treatments that you've heard about was happening on the scale of 10 to 80 hectares. These have been monitored multiple times through the years. And what I'll be talking about here is the vegetation monitoring. So in the first 10 years, these sites were monitored at least 6 times, once pre-treatment and then multiple times post-treatment. And the vegetation monitoring was done in 30 by 30 meter or 0.1 hectare subplots, several subplots within each of these treatment blocks. So that's one level of data that we can use to look at what's the response to the vegetation. On the sort of much broader scale, we were approached by Matthew Riggy, who works with RCMap, which is one of the rangeland vegetation mapping products that are out there. You've probably also heard of RAP. That's what the threat-based ecostate maps are based on. These are products that come from Landsat imagery, which goes back to the 1980s. So that's a really great thing about it, that it has data on rangeland vegetation from before I was born. And these are annual maps by vegetation functional groups at a 30-meter resolution. So already thinking about these different scales, a single pixel of this map is the size of one of our subplots within which we're taking detailed measurements of vegetation. So we wanted to compare these and see how well do these align? Can they help fill each other's gaps? So this is the network that we've been talking about for the last few talks. We analyzed the woodland and shrubland network separately and extracted RCMap time series data from the locations of all of these subplots where people have actually measured the vegetation, and matched the SageStep cover data as well as possible to these vegetation components in RCMap. So what does that actually look like? Sometimes it matches great and sometimes it doesn't. And maybe this resonates with you if you've ever been wandering around the field with a satellite-based map in your hands and going, this is not what I thought this would look like, is that sometimes it's really off, sometimes it's impressively good. So on the left are a couple of examples at different scales of ways that it looked really good. So herbaceous cover across all the woodland burn treatments, the RCMap data captured really well those fluctuations in herbaceous cover that were also captured on the ground over the whole network. Or you can zoom in on a little subplot, like subplot number 214, and in one particular plot is the one in the bottom left here, where it captured that spike in bare ground after a burn treatment. So that's pretty impressive because that subplot is the size of one of the pixels. But then on the left, we have some examples of really poor matches where the trend that was observed on the ground is not matching the trend that the satellite is seeing. So to get something useful out of this, we wanted to know which vegetation components correlated best and worst. Where is it doing a good job? Where is it not? The strongest correlations when you look at it by vegetation component were generally for the things that are easiest for the satellites to see. So that's the trees, the shrubs, the bare ground. The spectral data that we're getting from images is distinguishing those components the best. And so when there are changes in those, like you burn up the trees, that's really obvious to a satellite. Things that had the weakest correlations across space and time were litter. Part of this is that it was just hard to match up what was defined as litter between the field data and the satellite data and annual herbaceous. Although the woodland and sagebrush sites differed a lot. And so in fact, the correlations were a lot better for annual herbaceous at the woodland sites. In general, also the spatiotemporal correlation, how well these matched up through space and time was better at the woodland sites than the sagebrush sites. What else can we say about where they correlated best through time? It was where the treatment effects were more pronounced. So prescribed burns, mechanical tree removal, those were changes of a magnitude that were detected really well by the satellites. The sagebrush mowing and herbicide treatments, which don't actually manipulate the canopy cover as much, were a lot harder to detect those changes with satellite data. Also, there were better correlations based on some environmental variables, like at places with higher precipitation, places with more variable NDVI, which basically means more variation through the years in greenness and productivity. Probably because there's just a greater range of how responsive the vegetation is in those sites. It's also easier for that to be detected by satellite data. And then a really important point, which maybe seems obvious to you if you've thought about this much, but I think it's important to reiterate, is that when you zoom out more, this works better. When you zoom into any given pixel of these vegetation products, it's not going to match what you're seeing on the ground. Where it really serves us well is when you're zooming out to the site or treatment scale, or really where it performs best was averaging across the whole SageStep network and trying to identify overall patterns of responses to these treatments. That's, you know, where it was a really good correlation through space and time. So reiterating something that probably you know intuitively if you think about how to use this kind of data, is that aggregating pixels is going to give you a better picture than trying to say, why is there no tree right here? So some key takeaways from this: RCMap best matched our detailed field data where treatment effects were strong, for components that are easiest to detect spectrally, which were the trees and shrubs and bare ground, and at more zoomed out scales. Less of a good match everywhere that was opposite to that. So it's always important in making use of this kind of data on the ground is to consider how big your project is and what kind of change you're trying to detect. If you're interested in responses of particular species, that's something that satellites can't tell you at all. If you're interested in patterns over a broad landscape that is too hard to get out there and survey it all yourself, that's where these products can replace something that humans weren't able to do. So remote sensing can help fill temporal and spatial gaps in long-term monitoring of management treatments. Another thing that we were thinking about in terms of how could this be useful to us at the SageStep project, is that this is now a way of looking further back in time than the single year pre-treatment, and identifying trends like how did the 10 years of trend in annual herbaceous cover influence the response after treatment. So those are temporal gaps. Spatial gaps is you just get a lot more coverage from a product like RCMap than any human monitoring on the ground, but should be used with caution for subplot scale questions. So hopefully this gives you something to reflect on as well where you work, and I'd be really curious to hear from folks talking after this about how are you making use of these two kinds of information. I think the threat-based strategic conservation workshops are one way that people are doing that, really integrating, you know, using these broad scale maps as a starting point, but recognizing that it always has to be combined with local knowledge. That's a way of balancing their strengths and limitations. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, giving me your attention at the end of this long day. Thanks to my collaborators, to the whole SageStep network for being such a great resource, and to various funding sources, especially Joint Fire Science program funded the initial establishment of the SageStep project with a huge investment that made it possible in the start. But me, just in my 2 years of being part of this, I've received funding from the Bureau of Land Management, the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center, and the Fish and Wildlife Service. So I want to thank all of them for investing in allowing us to keep doing analyses with this impressive data set. So thank you all for listening.
Did a brilliant job. Megan's gonna not let you off the hook. So you mentioned there are different vegetation map products out there. Do you have a sense of how much they vary? Would you get similar results for RAP? Are they telling kind of the same story, or are they pretty different? Something I've been wrestling with as well, and I'm curious what your perspective is on that.
That's a good question, and I know there are others who have looked at this in more detail than me. I think it depends on the component, and they differ a little bit in what they have estimated. So RCMap, for example, has a sagebrush specific component. I don't think that's something that RAP has done. I believe that RAP is better for things like annual herbaceous. And so, you know, that would be potentially the product to choose if that's what you're interested in. I don't want to say anything wrong though about the comparisons between them. So I'd say look into it. And also I can probably get back to you with a more detailed answer after looking into it myself. But yeah, they're both based on Landsat imagery. So the underlying satellite product is the same. Some of those limitations just go back to what is the satellite product that we're working with, that if you're never going to make it better than a 30-meter resolution, that's what it is. But then there, you know, finer details of the algorithms, how well these different products capture different components that are going to matter. Part of why this is the product that's, part of why Landsat is the imagery that's used for all these products is that it goes back so far to the 1980s. But there are also more recent satellites that have a much finer resolution. There are also other ways of doing remote sensing, like with drones or with airplanes, that can give you a finer resolution. And so that's another decision you might be making about, do I care more about this going back decades, or do I care about it being really detailed now?
All right, thank you guys. Let's do a round of applause for all of the speakers, and then I'm gonna have them come up to the front. So we're gonna have kind of a facilitated discussion here, but first we're gonna ask you guys to answer another poll. So grab your phones. I know usually you're not supposed to be looking at your phones during presentations, but we are gonna launch a poll. So what we're curious about is what are restoration topics that you want to know more about, or what are knowledge gaps in terms of restoration? Oh, it's going. Okay. So it could be based on, you know, the presentations you just heard. What do you want to know more about? It could be based on, you know, your experience in the field. What is the limitation? What is the thing you really want to see, study about, or know more information about, or maybe see a synthesis of the science. There's a lot of science on it, and you want to see sort of how that all integrates together. So, looks like people are typing. I'm gonna give you a minute. Again, this could come from the presentations, or it could come from, you know, just things that you've been thinking about and you want to know more about. All right. It's kind of funny how it keeps jumping around like that, huh? Okay, so I'm seeing some stuff about remote sensing and mapping, fire, seed bank, carbon, lots of topics here. We can sort through this after the fact and see what kind of themes emerge. Oh, we have a someone's crying. Whoever you are, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. We're all in this together. Oh, we got a heart. All right. I hope that's the same person. Okay, we'll keep putting in your answers, and maybe we'll, once it stabilizes a little bit, we'll look at it again and riff on that a little bit. So I have a few questions for the panelists here that are really intended to kind of draw out big themes and kind of take home messages. So first one for you all is what are the key considerations or questions that we should be asking when designing restoration projects to improve the chances of successful outcomes? So what do you want people, when they go in the field, what do you want them to be thinking about, talking about, considering? So there's a mic there on the table. Whoever wants to start, you can say one thing and pass it along. You can say a couple things. What are the key questions?
I think one key question that's in your question is, what do you consider to be success? You know, even talking about the same kind of treatment, like juniper treatments, I think there are probably a dozen different reasons or even more in this room for why people are doing those treatments. And And so how you approach it is going to depend on what would you consider success, given your reasoning for doing it.
I think that Chad and Katie, when they talked about the post-fire responses, really nailed some good questions. What do you have on your site? You know, is there the possibility for a seed establishment? Do you need to layer treatments in there? What was the site like before the fire? You know, if you're talking about a burned area. So really thinking about what resources you already have available on the site.
Yeah, I used to always tell my students that good land managers, good ecologists are really have to be good detectives. And basically you're out in this landscape, maybe go to a crime scene. And Lisa kind of touched on it. What are the key questions you should be asking before you actually come up with the answer? A lot of times people panic, well, what is the answer? But what information do you have available? What are the key questions that you have? And the ability to predict outcomes. You're not going to ever be 100% right because there's nothing absolute in this business, but you can definitely increase your predictability or probability that you'll be making the right decisions. So what information is available? What the gaps, you might be able to narrow it down to, well, here's the 3 possibilities that it would most likely be, which of those, so.
Rick used to actually say that the answer was always, it depends, but you can't write that on your exam.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're trying to get at here is what does it depend on? What are those key questions? So would you add anything, Rick? You know, I heard, what is success to you? That depends on, you know, but you need to think about that before you can decide what to do. What's on the site? How has it changed? What information do you have that's available? Would you guys add anything else? What other key questions, key considerations?
Definitely, you know, just an experience I had here when I was younger, quite a bit younger. We were out on a field tour and there were a couple of older guys with the BLM that were getting ready to do a big juniper project, and they were trying to sell it to a number of different groups from Bend. And these guys had a lot of experience in juniper control. And so they brought this group out and they talked about, we're going to cut this area and do this. And always remember, classic, what you might say, a little old lady in tennis shoes, said, well, how do you know when you do this, you're not going to have cheatgrass? And their answer was, well, because we've done a lot of this work before and we just know we aren't. Well, the key would be to really be thinking like what I think everybody should be thinking. Well, we know we have a really good chance here because we're at this elevation, we're at this aspect, we have these kinds of soils, we have these kinds of residual grasses here, but you're always still kind of dependent on what things are going to happen following that. But so it's just important to be thinking of all the key questions to ask before you come up and think about what the answer might be.
Yeah, okay, so adding sort of biophysical characteristics of elevation, aspect, soil. And I actually just saw that a new restoration guide that I believe you're an author on, Rick, just came out that had some key considerations. So we will make sure that we put that on the SageCon website. And
yeah, there's a couple of field guides also that are shorter, spiral, and kind of fit your pocket. And they don't tell you what the answer is. They tell you here kind of helps develop a framework of the key questions to ask. And again, you know, you can kind of narrow it down to some problems, what to do.
Okay, next question for you guys. What would you say is the most important finding from your work or a take-home message that you want to reiterate? Maybe you already said it in your talk, but you'd like to reiterate it again for our audience.
Yeah, I tried to say this many times, so I wouldn't forget to say it, but this broad takeaway that soil carbon seems generally resistant to field reduction treatments is, I think, really important and something yeah, that I think is kind of useful on the ground. And then knowing that we don't typically think of vegetation change over the course of 10 years as being huge cause of carbon change in these less productive ecosystems, but maybe there are some exceptional cases, or maybe there's could be more done to kind of disentangle when those more indirect effects of treatment play.
Something I guess I want to emphasize, but also maybe clarify for my presentation, is I sort of presented it as this dichotomy between like field data and remote sensing data, but I think in how we use it, it's not either or, it's both. And I think this is something a lot of people in this room are already working on, is sort of how to wisely integrate these different sources of information. That I think they both play a role in sort of filling each other's gaps and giving us the most complete picture we can have of what is going on in these really vast ecosystems.
I think one of the things that has become the most evident to me with looking at the long-term, in particular, fuels data from the SageDev network, is that we're in a lot of cases looking at trade-offs between short-term risk reduction with removing vegetation and potentially long-term restoration or increasing resilience by allowing the native bunch grasses to recover. So there's this dichotomy at times of the spatial patterning of where we want to reduce risk, and maybe that's near some of our core priority habitat areas, or maybe near wildland urban interfaces, but that some of these treatments that also maybe make things a little bit riskier from a fire perspective are the same tools that help to restore that understory vegetation. And so, to look both at the short term and the long term when evaluating those treatments.
Yeah, I was one of the first of the crew, early 2000s, to get the grant for SageStep, where we really were tying in all these different facets of the insect hydrology, carbon. I was responsible for the western juniper plots that I have, located in California, Oregon, and Idaho, and Robin Tausch had the Nevada sites, Bruce Roundy had the Utah site. So that was a real valuable work. It was very interdisciplinary. But I think one thing I try to do my best, I have a pretty incredible library on my computer. Nowadays, it's great. I don't have to worry about where did I file that paper. And there's just a handful of papers that have data that go out to 10 years. And you get even fewer studies that have followed the data sets. The problem is universities, they have grad students and they do a 2 or 3 year study and they're gone. In SageStep, it's well instrumented. Bruce Roundy did a great job of putting in the weather stations for soil moisture and collecting all this good weather data. And I've been so glad that it's continued on, because the long-term collection of this data, I think, is the most valuable piece of SageStep.
Okay, I'm gonna have one more sort of question for the panel, but I want to sneak one in for you, Rick, that I had after your presentation and it came up, I think it moved around, but prescribed fire. What is given your thoughts on conifer encroachment and natural fire return intervals, what are your thoughts on using prescribed fire as a tool and some of the nuances around that?
In terms of using it? Well, the big, when you talk about how great fire was in the past, in some ways, we didn't have cheatgrass or all these invasives. And, back when I was working in the field, even just 30, 40 years ago, just watching from that point on, watching the cheatgrass moving up slope, and in places that I would have said, well, you're not going to get cheatgrass much above maybe 6,000 unless you're on a south slope. I won't say that anymore. And so fire, it can be a great tool, but you have to be really careful with it because of that cheatgrass. I've seen some great responses with fire where you did have a good component, perennial grasses, and you were at a good enough elevation. But the invasive species really make me nervous. And I know I've talked to Bruce Roundy and Robin Tausch, and we all feel the same way, that you got to use fire pretty cautiously.
Yeah, thanks, that makes sense. Okay, last panel question. So sort of looking ahead, what are the big questions that still need to be answered, or what are areas of future work that you guys are personally excited about?
I can take that one first. I think that one of the things that we're talking about in SageStep is treatment durability. How long do these treatments last? You know, and does that depend on which metric we measure? Do we want to think about experimentally retreating? Would we treat with the same thing again, or might we do something different? Some of the treatments that we did in the early years, you know, things like tebufiron aren't really being used as much anymore. And, you know, with the Mazepik, we had limited durability, and there's newer products on the market. So, you know, thinking about how long these experimental treatments stay management relevant and when we might think about layering something else.
So another thing that I work on is climate adaptation and climate resilience, and SageCon was maybe not originally set up as a climate change experiment per se, but it's becoming that just because everything is. And so that's something that I'm hoping we're able to look at by having long-term data. How, you know, how can these treatments help with moving into different climatic conditions than where they started? You know, having the soil moisture and microclimate data can help us with that. But it's also something where, you know, we may need new tools, just because the world of fire and of climate is changing for us on the ground every year.
For soil carbon, like something we say a lot when measuring soil carbon is like always need more data. Partially because it's hard to measure carbon like reliably and consistently because it's so heterogeneous, even in like a really small area. The same person can go out, seemingly take almost the same sample to get a different answer. And I think like the great strength of SageCon is that it gives us this really awesome replication and the ability to look across a broad spatial scale. But I'm excited to kind of continue like the temporal aspect of that and keep going back to these sites and seeing if we can identify trends through time that we weren't able to identify in just the 0 and 10-year monitoring. So I think that will be a really cool thing to come into the future. And then also the like efficacy of these treatments can vary, but there's some unknowns about whether that is also related to effects below ground and soil carbon. And so what happens when these treated plots do burn and treatment effects end up having more of an influence later down the line. So I think those are kind of two things to throw.
I'll throw out one more. Is John Bacon still in the room? John is leading the instrumentation of the plots right now with a set of acoustic sensors and camera traps. So we are in the very near future going to be able to look at biodiversity from cool new perspectives. Both, you know, the things that are visually present on camera traps, but also to look at the treatments from the soundscape perspective, which is going to be super exciting. So super excited to partner with him on that.
I will add that I'm just blown away by the new tools that they have today. And I was telling Chad how he was talking about the, you know, how you can use the drones for getting all this photography, which would be really great. It wasn't that many years ago, we were out with air balloons lifting up cameras to take aerial shots over our plots. So it really dates me, but it doesn't date me that far back. We were, you know, that was maybe only 20 years ago. I mean, I'd love to come back so I could play with the drones. They'd be just, not just to get densities, but the spatial patterns of density, which I think is really very important from a sage grouse standpoint. Because when they're nesting, I think they're selecting small spots that may actually work. You know, the nesting cover is a little denser than, say, the surrounding area is. But no, there are a lot of great toys out there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a reminder. I was thinking too, as Maddie, as you were answering my question, you know, the technology is always changing, to your point. So a few years from now, I mean, there might be a bunch of new products. It might be totally different methodology. There might be some different sort of uses, limitations, applications. So we'll keep an eye on it. So we do have, if anyone has a question burning in the back of your mind, you can feel free to ask our panel now. If not, we will wrap it up. Anyone? Thank you guys so much for coming out here, and you guys stayed on time with your presentations. You answered some panel questions and tied it all together at the end, so really appreciate that. Let's give them one more round of applause. Okay, you guys, we're in the wrap up. We're almost there. So I'm going to talk just a little bit more and do one more poll. Stay with us. I just wanted to bring up this shark diagram again. You know, as I was emphasizing earlier, there's sort of this big gap between science and data production and empowered action on the ground in many cases. And so hopefully a lot of what you heard this afternoon, some of these themes of distillation, using data to tell a story, integrating, synthesizing, curating data sets, hopefully you saw some of that. Love to hear feedback on how well we're doing that. So you probably can't really read these responses, but this was the poll that we did last year about technical topics that you guys want to see through SageCon. And so the top rated topic was music and riparian restoration. We were able to do partnering with OCU Extension and the Nature Conservancy, have a field day on threat-based stream assessment. That is the guide, sorry, the table's moved over there, right? So you should pick up your threat-based stream assessment guides if you don't have one, they're really great. And then we were able to put together the webinar and workflow that Dylan talked about earlier in terms of prioritizing music areas on the landscape. We'd love to continue to work in this space, but those are a couple things we've done over the last year. Another topic was this sort of spatial strategic planning and mapping tools. And so as Vanessa talked about a little bit, we had our threat-based strategic conservation workshops and some of our participants were in the panel. We've done a bunch of workshops. I don't even know what the number is at this point, but that's been a really successful thing. So, you know, it's really important to us what you guys want us to do, and we need to match it up to sort of the right, you know, science and data, but we want to hear from you. So one more poll. This is where you will rank what the top, I think you can select up to 5 technical topics you are most interested in. And this will help guide where we go over the next year. Post-fire restoration. Yes, this is on my mind too. So yeah, keep adding. I think, again, you can put up 5 different topics. So keep going with your poll, and then we are going to move into the rest of the wrap up.
Thank you, Vanessa, for saving me. So we are going to do something that we have not done before. We are doing a SageCon award. So I'd like to call up my friend Jackie Couples for a minute. And we are, we also have, looks like, yes, we have a participant here on the Zoom screen as well.
Over the last several years, a collaboration of managers and scientists based throughout Eastern Oregon, known as the Sage Sierra Partnership, developed a threat-based assessment model for riparian ecosystems.
So folks who have not participated in one of our threat-based workshops, this is a little trailer.
Testifies the complexities
It
of
goes along with that
riparian
management side.
using a protocol that is approachable and useful in application for both riparian experts and non-experts alike.
Yeah, I think use it. Be Michael, got it.
We intend this guide to provide a structured format for individuals with different backgrounds and values to communicate.
So that's just a little teaser. There's a full 45-minute overview to the threat-based guide for managing creeks, streams, and rivers. But I'm joined today via Zoom with by Dirk Renner. Hopefully we'll get him on the screen here. But we wanted to take this opportunity at SageCon, which really is about celebrating partnerships and successes, to honor some folks who we really are fond of and we're fond of partnering with.
Might be giving it away a little bit, but what folks should know is that development of this guide, our very first meeting, a concept meeting, was I think November 2019. We had one in-person meeting and then COVID hit. And we built the rest of this guide entirely over Zoom and Teams meetings. We finally had a couple of in-person stream visits where we thought, let's see if this works in the real world. And you can imagine what a nightmare that was during COVID and the amounts of paperwork that particularly Dirk and I had to fill out, even just to leave our homes in federal vehicles. So really, this was a 4.5 year process. We had workshops. We presented it at the Society for Range Management. There was a whole host of hands-on learning opportunities associated with this whole product. And so we just really, keep thinking about what a special team that was to put this together. And I'm going to turn it over to Dirk. We're going to call a few people up. Not everybody is here in the room. And Dirk is going to, who is the lead author on this publication, Dirk Renner with Fish and Wildlife Service based out of Bend, is going to share a little bit of the list of our favorite aspects of these co-authors who worked with us on this product.
Yes, so thanks. I don't know if you guys are all standing up, but that was one of the thoughts. I can't see the room.
Oh,
but,
well, I should invite everybody up here, Dirk.
Yeah, invite everybody up.
Okay, all right. So we have Chad Boyd in the room, Anya Tyson, and Vanessa Schroeder, but who is not in the room, who is also very instrumental, Dustin Johnson, and Michael Stouter is also with OSU Extension, put together those beautiful outreach videos as well.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Jackie. This team is, I just wanted to, of all the different teams I've had the honor of working with since I've, been in my position, I think this was probably one of my favorites. It was a really productive team, really caring team. It was just the highlight every meeting we had, even though they were remote and, sometimes took a long time. Every meeting was super productive. They were always really productive work sessions. We got stuff done. It wasn't any time like, I had the flip side of that where you've got those meetings where you're dreading going to them because you're just going to sit there and spin your wheels. This was the polar opposite. This team was absolutely fantastic. And so we want to thank everybody who's been a part of that team. Chad, one of his talents, he's great at simplifying complex topics. You guys probably already all know this since you've interacted and worked with him. He's awesome at explaining new ideas and just helping people understand complex resource topics. He's able to help people see new ideas from their own point of view. We're just considering him a true educator. Vanessa, she's always really good at asking the probing questions, finding and making sure that we're not saying conflicting statements when we're working on something. She's great at synthesizing various inputs and thoughts into concise statements, and her attention to detail during this process was absolutely invaluable in our editing of these complex topics. Dustin, we want to say more words about Dustin. He's just got fantastic general knowledge of the uplands. His knowledge of plant ID and species and upland health was super helpful, and it really crosswalked well with our guide. His knowledge of larger ecosystems was invaluable. His ability to challenge our group. Like, he would ask us the probing questions and stuff that, the tough questions. And so it's always good to have somebody in our group who was willing to challenge the rest of the group when we said something. Really added a strong point to our team. Michael was a great technician. He collected almost all the photography for the guide, including species photos. He did 360 videos for our trainings. Just had a super attitude and so eager to learn. He probably learned our guide quicker than almost anybody else that we worked with, and he really developed a strong riparian knowledge. Also, Anya Tyson was great. Her ability to wordsmith was just editing genius. Whenever we were working on our document, we were trying to figure out how to say something, Anya would give us a rewording for something, and almost always we went with her version. She's just got genius editing abilities. And then during the workshops, she was just a true leader, facilitating the workshops, being able to take charge of teams and groups and be out in the field and to run those workshops in a confident and productive manner. It was really great working with them. So, and I'd also like to thank Jackie. Jackie's been amazing, keeping us, a whole team on task, keeping us moving forward. And her ability to edit, take notes, and think at the same time was just amazing. If any of you guys are familiar with OneNote, her OneNote skills, or she should do trainings in OneNote for everybody. She's just a true multitasker. So yeah, thank you all.
Well, and it wouldn't be appropriate to not honor Dirk here, who really was the only true riparian expert when we started this process. And so if we hadn't been able to rope him in 2019, I think this whole project would have been sunk. And there were so many times where if Dirk wasn't at a meeting, we would not make a decision on something until we could have Dirk weigh in on it, because his expertise really is the foundation of this whole guide. So we had grandiose plans for your award. They have not arrived. But we did, we thought, well, it's not exemplified by today's weather, but it's getting chilly. Everybody needs a Carhartt sweatshirt. And the Carhartt sweatshirt has this logo, which says Masters of the Mazik Model Recovered Functional. Now, so for folks who, I'll just do a little explanation. I'm a fan of alliteration. And when I set up 4 years worth of recurring Teams meetings, the title of the meeting was Masters of the Mazik Models. So I needed something, right? Just to keep our sense of humor. And if you are at all familiar with the guide, you know that there are eco states ranging from functional to impaired to degraded and then to recovered functional. And we, as human beings, feel like we are all recovered functional now after this guide is complete. And so in lieu of, as a placeholder, until your lovely Carhartt sweatshirts arrive, you each have one of these to put up in your offices or, your bedroom, wherever you would like. And we just want to thank you, because truly we're so fond of working with you, and we can't wait for the next big project. So it was truly a joy.
Or shadows.
So if you could join me in thanking them.
Okay, so that is a fun new thing that we did this year. We really appreciate all the work you guys did on that. It was a long-awaited product that we're using very widely among all of our partners. So excited to have that out. Great products as one of the things that we look forward to with the connections that we make at events like this. So just do a quick recap of what our objectives were today. We hope to connect you guys, share information, and inspire action. It's really fun to be together with all of you. I wanted to thank you very much, both to the speakers that took a lot of time to pull together really interesting presentations. This is a really fun event to pull together, because we don't just open it up and say, hey, who would like to present at SageCon Summit this year? Send in your abstracts, we'll let you know. We really make it a point to reach out to folks and try to produce talks that are really relevant to what we've heard from you in terms of what you want to know and where you want to go in the future. So thank you for your participation as an audience. It's also very helpful in terms of guiding us to what we will do in the future. We will be sending out a survey next week, and that will also be really helpful. So please respond. I know after the events, it's hard to remember or take the time to do something like that, but your feedback again is very helpful. So look for that early next week. We will be doing our field trip tomorrow, so please plan on being back here at 8 o'clock in the morning. But in the meantime, we have an event down at Wild Ride Brewery starting at 6. If you want to head over there sooner, they're open and the beer is flowing. As I said, we do have a beer on tap that is benefiting our RFPA here locally. So we're very excited that they offer that up for us as a benefit to the people that are working so hard to keep these rangelands intact. Please, if you don't mind, we have to rush and go pick up the minivan or the vans for tomorrow's field trip before they close. So I need to run and get the vans, but if any of you have a few minutes to stack up your chairs and move them towards the back of the room, that would be hugely, hugely helpful. Please leave the Sharpies on the tables. They were last minute. We need to keep them here. And then our last thing is that I want to thank OWEB. All of this is possible because of a big grant that makes this event something that we can do every year, and it's incredible, flexible, great. So big round of applause for OWEB and making this event possible. And lastly, this is the QR code for the eco-state maps for the area we're going to be going tomorrow. So please, if you don't have them already, scan this code. Plan on using this tomorrow. We'll be out in the field. It's our goal to bring down the number of people who respond that they've never used the maps before. So this is your chance. It takes a few minutes. It's kind of a big file, but feel free to scan it. We'll leave it up for a few minutes. So thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.